Ladies and gentlemen, Fab friends and foes alike, welcome to the June edition of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. My name is Bryce Platts,
I'm Michael Murray.
and today we are going to be taking the best of the best SoCal players of Flesh and Blood to their limiteds. No, that wasn't a misspeak, because today we're all about the limited format.
That's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Limited draft. People sitting down in pods of 8, picking cards one at a time, building their decks on the fly.
Yeah, which is very different from our normal programming. Typically, we are a constructed-only open series, but today we thought we'd change it up a little bit, especially because this is one of the last opportunities that a lot of these players are going to have to get any real-world experience before heading to Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Yeah, Pro Tour Amsterdam, one of the Pro Tours coming up, one of the last ones before the big announcement of the next set. But let's not get into that yet because we're still heavy in the missed draft period.
Absolutely.
Of Flesh and Blood.
Have you done much drafting of Part the Mist Veil?
I've done some drafting. I think I know enough to cast at least.
That's excellent.
Studying of the cards and, of course, learning of the strategies. I heard that you have a little bit of a segment in a little bit. Is that coming up soon?
That'll be coming up soon, but first, we're going to head into our weekend stories. Up first is our national season is coming to a close. We still have Australia and New Zealand to wrap up this weekend. But you don't care about that because you're here at Arcane Games and Events watching best of the best Southern California players duke it out in the Part the Mist Veil format.
Yeah, speaking of Part the Mist Veil, it has recently come into the classic constructed format, and it has impacted it.
Yeah, I hear there's a particular hero that's making a lot of waves.
Yep, waves Zen. Is that who you're talking about? In fact, I think all three of them are making waves. Currently, it seems like Zen is the talk of the town. He did fantastic over these last couple nationals and big events, accruing 190 living legend points, doing quite well for himself. How are you feeling about these three heroes and maybe Zen being at the top?
Zen definitely feels like he is asserting his dominance as the best aggro deck in the format, previously held by KO Armed and Dangerous. But it's a deck that has the ability to have such massive power turns. It kind of is hearkening back to Rainrazor's 3 of a kind turns from Lexi.
Sure.
But with way more chain links, right?
Right.
I mean, I have never seen so many of those moments where a player has to take their combat chain and slide it to the left.
Yep, I've seen that on camera a lot. They start making a combat pile instead of a combat chain. I'm curious what you think. I know that there is a ban announcement coming up. I want to say it's on the 8th, so keep your eyes and ears peeled for that, viewers. But when that comes, do you have any speculations on what we might see? Do you think that Zen warrants a ban, or do you think maybe it's too early to say?
It's a really curious question, and that is the talk of the town at the moment. Because he has had such a strong presence, I mean, even the events he's not winning, he is filling the top 8 bracket. I have heard, so I don't choose to speculate on these kind of things, but the things that I have heard are a possible ban on Stride of Reprisal, which is the card that puts a Crouching Tiger into your hand.
Yep. It's just to clarify, it's the common boots. You'll see it today in the draft. It's the common boots that he runs that he can block with, and that will create the tiger in his hand, which is very powerful because on demand you can create that tiger, which can be fodder for the Art of War banish. And you can just do it whenever you see the Art of War.
And a lot of people are speculating that that is the targeted ban because of that specific reason.
Sure.
We have another piece of equipment that will create a tiger, but it creates it in banish zone.
Yep.
Making it no argument that it's less powerful, right? One of the other things I've heard, I think on the Arsenal Pass podcast, was a possible ban of Ancestral Harmony, which we were talking about earlier, and you are skeptical of that.
I don't think it's going to happen. There's a couple of reasons. The main one is I think that it being a power card, it would be really unfortunate for players to have bought that card, spent their hard-earned money on it, ready to play some Zen, and then all of a sudden your investment goes down the tubes. I think it would be a bad idea. I hope not to see that, but that was one of the speculations. The other option, though, would be no bans, and I like that option a lot, too, because I think we haven't had enough time to really figure out how to beat Zen. He's got weaknesses. If you disrupt him, there goes his giant combat chain, and so, you know, seeing what the players bring out, what kinds of cards enter the meta, and what kinds of counters crop up may just be the answer. we've got a puzzle in front of us. Let's solve it.
And one of those could be the namesake hero of our compatriot on the AGE Pro team, Austin Summers, who had an amazing run at U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. He placed top 8. He did incredibly well in both constructed and the draft portions.
Yeah.
And
what deck was he playing?
He was playing Prism, and he did incredibly well on it, as I had mentioned previously. But if you are interested in learning how he was able to cut through all the red tape, you can check out his newly uploaded deck tech video on the Arcane Games and Events YouTube channel. Chris Iaali takes us through all of Austin's deck choices and a lot of really specific intel that is super helpful to any aspiring Prism players.
Yep.
Upcoming next is Battle Hardened San Diego, which is going to be put on by us truly, Arcane Games and Events.
Very excited about that one.
Yeah, tell me about him.
So the Battle Hardened, obviously an Legend Story Studios event, will be taking place in, I believe it's the 25th, Saturday, one of those days. Classic constructed event with some side events. Make sure to get your tickets. Do you have any information on tickets?
Yeah, they can be purchased on our website, arcanegamesandevents.com. And that is going to be an incredibly exciting 2 days. We've got a 2K prize pool per day. That's 2K for the Battle Hardened on Saturday. That's 2K for the Arcane Games and Event Open Series the following day.
Which is the final Open Series of the Arcane Games and Events series that we've been doing, which means anyone can come and play, and it'll be the last time to lock in those points to get yourself into the Players' Championship, which is the top 16 accrued AGE points across all AGE events since the last Players' Championship.
And since you've mentioned those coveted AGE points, let's take a look at our current players that are locked for the Players' Championship. We've got Charles Dunn leading the pack at 77.
22 ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. He's feeling pretty comfortable, but any one of these top 8s can slingshot one of these players ahead of Charles Dunn.
Yep.
And put him a little bit behind. I think he's feeling pretty darn good for making.
Probably make it.
The more interesting part of this bracket is more in the 12 to 16 range.
Yeah.
All of these players are separated by like 1 or 2 points, right? And what you don't see is the players that are 17th and down to like 20th, because they're probably in that range too.
I imagine that looking at the way that it slowly trickles up, that we've got some 34s and some 33s nipping at the heels of Fuzzy, Delp, Evan Bridges, Zane, and Connor.
Yeah. But money and Arcane Games and Events points are not the only thing that are going to be on the line at Battle Hardened San Diego.
You're going to say matters, and I was, excuse you.
No,
yes,
Arcane Games and Events points are the key. But we've also got a gold cold foil on the line and a PTI.
Yep. So you can get a PTI through Arcane Games and Events now, which will get you into any of these higher level LSS events.
Generally thought to be about a $700, $750 value.
Yep. If you decide to sell it, or you can go and shoot for something even bigger.
Exactly. Let's see. What else have we got? Upcoming, as Michael Murray, my compatriot, has stung, we've got a segment with me, Bryce. I'm going to be doing a small draft segment before we get started here.
Yeah, just something to kind of overview for those at home who want to learn a little bit more about drafting strategy. Bryce has got you covered so that you can learn about, what the pros are about to do and fight for in the draft pods.
That's right. And since I mentioned it, let's just get into it, shall we?
Let's do it.
Let's have a lot of fun. First and foremost, what is Fab Draft? Fab Draft is one of the quickest and easiest ways to play Fab. You don't need a collection. You don't need deck boxes. You don't need any of that. Show up, pay your entry fee, get some packs, build a deck, and have some fun. And for that reason, I have always really enjoyed Limited in any card game that I've played, just because it is so accessible to every single player that wants to enjoy it. That being said, Fab Draft has, at least in my local scene, a somewhat negative reputation, kind of because it is a little more complicated. It requires a little bit of extra know-how, and also because Southern California has a lot of killer players.
Yeah.
So you can get a little steamrolled if you don't know what you're doing, right? My objective in this segment is to provide a couple tips and tricks that you can take or leave that might help you improve your game a little bit, win a couple extra games, and most importantly, leave the intimidation behind when you want to go do a draft armory. We
Yeah.
want more people to show up to these events. I personally do because I like this format and
Yeah.
I want more people to be engaged with it.
Mhm.
So, first up, biggest piece of advice I can possibly give to you is to know the packs.
Yeah.
Because if you know what is in the packs, you know what is missing from the packs. And that's the only way to understand what the rest of the people at the table are doing.
Mhm.
It also helps you find your lane. Find out what heroes are open, what heroes are closed, and formulate a deck that is going to contend with the rest of the pod.
So I see there's a pack breakdown on the side of the screen here. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Where does that come from, and how do we understand this breakdown?
Absolutely. There are a couple good ways to access this pack breakdown. A lot of Discords kind of kick it around. I believe the purple Discord will usually post it with each set. Furthermore, Team Runaways has a fantastic tool. If you haven't heard of it, it's they have a draft queue set up on their channel, which ports directly to a site called Draftmancer, which is typically a Magic-centric site. But on their Discord, they also have a text file that you use to pilot those draft pods. You can go into that text file and see what all of the permutations that the pack can possibly be, right? And so that's how we get this this display that's on the side of your screen right here. So let's talk about it really briefly. We got 2 Assassin Commons, 2 Illusionist Commons, 2 Ninja Commons. However, there is one slot that can flex into an extra class slot, which is going to be very important for the rest of my advice here.
I see.
And then we've got a smattering of class, mystic, or generic cards. 1 common equipment always, 1 rare plus, which means majestic or higher rarity, right? And then we've got a foil card, also going to be very critical. So if this sounds like way too much information for you, if you're like, forget that, I'm going to show up, I'm going to take a more romantic view towards draft, I'm just going to go with the way I feel, then do it. Be the wild card at your table. That's totally fine. All I want at the end of this segment is for people to show up and have a lot of fun playing draft.
Yeah.
That being said, this is the foundation for unlocking everything else I'm going to say for the rest of this segment.
Yeah.
So without further ado, let's get into it. Sending and reading signals. This is probably the #1 thing that intermediate and newer players hear, right? Oh my gosh, I sent a signal, nobody received it. Newer players will always get that experienced player to their right, turn to them and go, why aren't you an assassin? I sent you the pack to be an assassin, right? And then you're just like, I don't know what he means by that. The pack distribution is your key to understanding this, right? The main example I can give here is, let's say the person on your right passes you a pack, and there is a class card missing, a class common missing from that pack.
Remember, there's 2 class commons in each pack.
Let's say one of those is missing, and you know it's missing because you know the distribution of the packs. That player to your right is sending you a signal. The draft pod is a series of one-way conversations. Your person on your right is talking at you. You are talking at the person on your left without ever saying a word, just by taking cards and passing them. So back to my example. If one of the class cards is missing, the player on your right is telling you that that class is closed. They're telling you that they are in that class, or they're at least flirting with it.
So either I can say, I hear ya, I won't step on your toes, or I can say, I hear ya, and I think I'll continue down that road as well.
And therein lies the danger, right? Because the person on your right is going to be cutting you off for 2/3 of that draft, right?
They'll get the first pick every single time a pack comes around. 2 good cards, I'll take the better one.
Exactly. So in theory, if this person knows what they're doing, you're always going to be getting the second best card in that pack, right? So it behooves you to listen to the people that are trying to tell you things.
That makes a lot of sense.
Right? There's another thing to mention about sending signals. Maybe you don't want to mess around with that. Maybe you would rather do what is known as staying open. The way to do that is to take only class or generic, generic talent or
like a mystic card, an equipment card, sure, where the signal can't be sent because they get the pack. 2 of everything.
Exactly. And that is a totally viable strategy too.
Mhm.
Because, especially in Part the Misfail, you're able to do that with all of these water mystic cards, right? Droplet, Rising Tide, etc. You can kind of not pick a lane until it becomes overwhelmingly apparent that you can be the only person.
Sure. So as you start to get the packs, you see 1 assassin missing, 2 assassins missing, 1 illusionist, and then eventually you might realize no one at this pot is Zen.
Yeah.
And you can start taking those cards.
Exactly.
Makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. And it's a totally viable strategy. One thing to note about sending and reading signals, though, a lot of people will say, oh, I sent a signal because I took a class card, right? That is not always the case. If we go back to our pack breakdown, that flex slot, that can be a 3rd class card. Let's say you open the pack, you've got 3 ninja class cards in the common slot. You've got 2 assassin, 2 illusionist.
Sure.
If you take that 3rd ninja class common, the signal might not be sent because that person could be thinking that you took a mystic or a generic card because that slot can flex.
So if you want to send a signal, try to take one from one of the cards that has fewer.
Exactly.
2 illusionist, take it. They'll see, wow, 3 assassin, 2 ninja. Illusionist is definitely not open.
The simplest way to say that is as long as you are passing less than 2 class commons in non-foil, then you're good. You have sent a signal.
Okay.
Because the other flex slot is our foil card, and that often can be a class common as well.
So it could be dangerous, even if you see like a majestic card. You really want to take that. It's a bomb for assassin, but then you look and there's 3 other assassin cards in that pack. If you decide to take that, you could send the signal that assassin is open and kind of hose yourself, even though you got a really good card. It's a really interesting, important point when we're going to be looking at these, and for those of you at home playing draft, to keep in mind.
Absolutely. Only non-foil class commons are viable for sending class signals. That's probably the easiest way to say it. That's great. Let's move on. Get your equipment. Equipment kind of ebbs and flows in its power level from set to set. Part the Misfail has got some equipment that's incredibly powerful and is also in very high demand. All of the generics, all of the Kikois are in very high demand. Chances of you seeing them again after you let them go is pretty low.
Yeah.
So understand the best way to approach this is to understand the best in slot equipment for each hero, right? So that means if you are going into the draft and you are intending on drafting Zen, you know which headpiece you're looking for. You know which arm piece you're looking for, leg piece, etc. And the second you see it, alarm bells should go off and you should grab it.
Yeah.
One of the best example I can think of to illustrate that point is the arm piece, the illusionist arm piece for Enigma. Uphold Tradition. Yes, that card is absolute gas and is in very, very high demand.
Makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Next is one this is a tip that has unlocked a lot for me in draft. Life on the wheel.
Yeah.
You've heard this term, the wheel.
I have heard of wheeling.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing?
Yes, more or less. So the wheel refers to the packs that you will get back. If you open up a pack, take a look at how many cards you're going to be passing after you take a card. If that answer is 8 or more, you are going to see this pack again. And this is super important to note because no matter what you do, those wheeled cards are going to end up in your board somehow. So it helps you plan on finding that open lane. Basically, if I am thinking about taking a class card from that pack, I should also be asking myself, which of these cards will come back to me and will fit into my game plan? Namely, these are blue block 3s, or one of the ones I like to think of is the red evasive leap, which is in pretty high demand but can wheel sometimes. Bottom line, you don't want to hamstring yourself into having less than 30 cards, right? You basically, if you have a full equipment suite, you only have 8 cards that are going to go into your sideboard. So you need to be aware of what is going to be coming back around to you, because if they are not in your class, they're burning a hole in your sideboard and possibly giving you some cracked baubles, which you never want to see.
Do you think that paying attention to the wheel is more, equally, or less important from pack 1 to pack 3?
That's a really interesting question. It is most important, I would say, in pack 1, because that is the moment where everybody's choosing their lane, right? If you, for example, one of my favorite examples is I was drafting a KO deck in heavy hitters. My first pack had a red Wild Ride and a red Bear Fangs in it. Pack 1, pick 1. I took the Bear Fangs, and I saw the red Wild Ride on the wheel, and I said, nobody's in KO. This is all for me. I knew I had a wide open lane to continue what I wanted to do.
Wow.
Right? So just to play devil's advocate, pack 2 and pack 3, it's more important to understand basically which cards are going to come back to you for your deck. It's less about picking a lane and more about determining like whether I need to take a blue card here or a red card here, because I know I will see one on the wheel or not.
One really interesting example I've seen of pros during my own research and learning about draft was there was a power pick for Illusionist and another power pick in the form of an equipment. It was actually Uphold Tradition. But one of the things that they had realized was that it was really likely for the other Illusionist to have already gotten that equipment. So they hedged and went with the power pick, hoping that they had already gotten the arm piece so that they could see it again and put it in their deck. And unfortunately, they were wrong in that case. But the thinking was there, and they explained why they would choose the card that was maybe actually a little bit worse, because there's no way they're going to see that card again. They might see the arm piece again.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that can kind of develop over time. If you just erase everything I just said, just start with a curiosity about what cards will wheel. The more you guess and check, the more you will understand what is happening in these packs and what the rest of your pod is doing. And then you can kind of build upon that knowledge and develop high-level strategies that are going to allow you to make
It's a lot to remember. You have to memorize 15 cards and hold that in your head all the way back around. But if you can do that, then you've got knowledge of what everyone's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up is a very part the miss fail specific tip, finding your inner chi. Anyone who has done a draft with part the miss fail knows the importance of chi cards. These cards are pretty much important to every single class. The only one that can kind of get away without using them is Zen, and I think you have to have a pretty cracked Zen deck in order to be successful. These are not necessarily prerequisites to winning games, but they allow each of these three heroes to do some really powerful things.
Yeah.
Namely, they enable all of our water mystic cards, your droplets, your rising tides, your all of the ones that basically become reds if you played another blue card, right? And they can allow you to do some really tricky things.
Sure. Plus, the second tenet of Cheese all care about transcending.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a lot of reasons to run these cards.
And they are in very high demand, just like our equipment. And it is more important to say that they're not all created equal, right? Some of these cards fit better into different strategies than others. Some of them are pretty much good for everything, i.e. path well traveled, the one that provides go again to an attack. Pretty much each of these classes can utilize it pretty well, especially if they have those water mystic attacks. One that you'll see on the wheel a lot is a drop in the ocean, because that pretty much only jives with Enigma.
Yeah, I think you meant droplet. The -1, is that, I think, is it a drop in the ocean?
Drop in the ocean, yes. Okay. Droplet is the 0 for 2 that becomes
my fault.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So a drop in the ocean pretty much only fits into Enigma decks, and not all of them at that. Enigma much more cares about ones that have no condition.
Right. It's very dangerous to have a card that needs something to happen in order to be able to play it. If that thing doesn't happen, you can't play it.
Exactly. And you want to be able to play these cards to transform them into inner chi and to enable super powerful things with your hero ability. So let's go over some general numbers for the amount of chi cards you want in each one of these classes. Zen, like I said, can get by with 0, but I think in general you'll want to be hovering around 2 to 3 to enable some really wide turns to push damage through your opponent's defenses, because there's a lot of defenses in this set.
Yeah.
New is hovering somewhere around 2 to 4, I would
Okay.
say. Can also get by with very few.
Yep.
Namely because she just needs that one towards the end of the game to activate her hero power, have a massive turn where you play all of your opponent's blues, and then kind of close it out from there.
Yeah.
Enigma is the one that requires the most, right? We're somewhere around 4. I've even seen 6 in Enigma decks, which I think is a little bit greedy, but I've seen it work, and I've seen it 3-0.
Wow.
Namely because her end game is to just continuously create spectral shields, swing them for free,
Yeah.
fatigue your opponent out.
One of the things I was kind of calculating the value of these cheese, and I realized that an Enigma using her hero ability is worth 3. You get 2 plus 1, assuming that the shield dies the next turn. If it doesn't, it scales from there. So yeah, those cheese are just really powerful. 3 value minimum, assuming you get to swing and absorb 1 life.
Absolutely. 0 for 3 in draft is not a bad shake. The only caveat, of course, is that they don't block.
True.
And you need to meet special conditions to turn them on and be able to use them, which is where cards like a Drop in the Ocean become a bit of a liability. So be careful about which chi you take, but find the ones that are really good. Take them early. They are very important picks, even though they're a blue instance with kind of marginally low power effects. It's the pairing with the rest of your deck and the other cards in your deck that make them so powerful. Last but not least, get out there and do it. Like I said, a lot of these tips are for people with a basic understanding of Fab Draft already that maybe are not as interested in pursuing it as a format or just not draft enjoyers. The whole point here is to get you out having fun with draft so that more armories can put these kind of events on and so that we have more support for Arcane Games and Events players to come out and draft.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Awesome.
Let's get some drafting going.
Let's get some drafting going. We're about to watch the best of the best, close it out, and probably illustrate a lot of these points that I've already
I
illustrated.
hope so. Otherwise, we're going to look like fools, or they will.
Hopefully both. And as we get the draft portion set up, looks like players' meeting is going on, and we will be underway shortly. We'll go for a short break, and we will be right back with Flesh and Blood action. Don't go anywhere. Arcane Games and Events is coming up.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arcane Games and Events June Open Series. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I'm joined by Bryce Platts. How you feeling? Dude, you ready to get into this draft?
Absolutely, I am. I'm really excited to watch the best of SoCal duke it out in part of this fell draft.
We've got some heavy hitters here in the stands. We got Charles Dunn out there. We got Peter Bedensik. We got the Katma Team Sneep and a bunch of other luminaries, as well as much of the AGE Pro Team roster that you yourself are on. But we are going to be following the world's finalist himself, Chris Iaali, in the first draft here of the day. And I just want to just point out there are 48 players here for this draft open. This is so sick. I look out there; it's like a full room of people who are just so jazzed to play some MST Limited, and we're going to get to watch truly one of the best in the world do his thing.
Yeah, I feel like I have a little bit of egg on my face because I mentioned during my draft segment, like, people don't really like draft that much. People kind of tune out on draft. But we've got it here, man. We've got the good crowd. I'm so stoked to see. We've got 8 full pods, Sam.
Yeah.
Ready to duke it out for those
6 full pods.
That's what I meant.
6 full pods out there. But to be able to also look at the live draft, which is what we're about to go do, and watch the whole draft as we lead in. And we also have some really cool toys that we're going to get to play with on this stream to check out Chris's draft process. So I think it's time to go ahead and dive in and get down into the draft itself. So stick with us. Let's go down and check out the pod.
Let's do it.
All right, so here we can see Chris Iaali. He's got his draft, his first pack right there and ready. And so, Bryce, walk me through what we can expect. This is the first pack. This is when the signals start to be read and received. Talk to me.
Okay, so Chris is organizing these cards by class cards. This allows him to very easily take a look at what he wants to pick. He's often going to move the best cards to his right hand, get them nice and close to his vision. It looks like his pack has the traditional 2-2-2 split. So if he wants to take a class card, a class common here, he's going to be able to send a pretty easy signal. That being said, he doesn't have super strong class cards in the standard common slot. What he does have is an incredibly powerful rare in Key Unleashed. If he takes that card, however, it won't send a signal. So he opts for the generic in Emissary of Wind, which is an incredibly strong first pick.
Yeah.
0 for 4, good rate.
Absolutely. 0 for 4 can get go again, but can also work so well as a chain ender. Staying open now. Let's see what signal he's going to receive here. Let's see if we can see if an assassin card is missing, if a ninja card is missing, if an illusionist card is missing, or if this card also looks to have like a generic or one of the rares or the foil taken. That's going to give Chris some info on his drafter to his right and what potential lane he is in.
So far, I believe we are missing an assassin common. And that player on his right is Marcus Brown. It's possible. Yeah, I think Marcus took a assassin common. So that sends a signal to Chris that assassin is closed, or at least that Marcus is flirting with assassin, right? It also looks like Marcus may have taken the only good assassin card in the entire pack, which means that Marcus does not risk creating another assassin to his left, which will pay dividends on pack 2. So this might be a perfect opportunity for Chris to take another generic or a chi card, because he is seeing one of the most coveted chi cards in the entire set. Thank you very much. In Path Well Traveled.
Yeah, it looks like it was a Tiger Form Incantation, if I'm not mistaken. A red Tiger Form Incantation, that was the pick. So we see Chris kind of staking his own lane a little bit. Going to go ahead and grab that Mystic Ninja card. It's very nice, kind of like a 1 for 3, but also being, a non-attack action in case that can be relevant for something, into new, for her banishing card. So he's gotten a nice rare generic. He's gotten that Tiger Form Incantation. Let's see what the draft story is spelling out for him now.
He's getting pretty rewarded here because he's seeing a red Flex Clause. That's one of the most powerful commons that Zen can utilize. He's also got a really strong form of equipment in Aqualapse. He goes ahead, takes the Flex Clause. Looks like Chris is finding his lane really quick here. He's a little disappointed that he passed a red Key Unleashed in that first pack, but the risk did not outweigh the rewards because Marcus on his right could have just as easily have given him a signal that Ninja was closed, right? So Chris doing the smart thing, staying open, taking a 0 for 4, still getting rewarded. Because now, if he did create a Ninja on his left, then he is going to be cutting them off for the majority of this draft.
Still a bunch of Ninja cards here in this pack as well. So we're nice and early into pack 1, but it looks as though there aren't at least 1 or 2 Ninjas right there in his immediate, first 3 players on the right, which is great. That means packs 1 and pack 3, he can hopefully expect to get a good amount of Ninja cards being fed to him. Even if he does create a Ninja on his left, there's only 1 pack that he gets passed from that player here. So we're looking here, we can see a droplet, very powerful blue card that can get pumped up with something like any of those Transcend cards, but 2 Ninja commons as well, the Companion of the Claw and maybe a blue Flex Clause, but it is just gonna be the blue droplet. It's too hard to pass up, does so much work in so many different matchups. And it's going to be that pick here for Chris Iaali.
And I think that's really heads up, because even though he saw a red class card in that pack, Companion of the Claw is generally thought of as one of the weaker Ninja commons, namely because of that 2 cost. It doesn't really fit into the cost curve that Zen usually wants to play at. Usually he wants to pay for a 1 cost, swing the Kakara, follow up with a 0 cost. So I think it makes a lot of sense that Chris goes ahead and goes for the droplet here. He's seeing another incredibly powerful Mystic attack here. He still doesn't have any Chi cards. And the one in this pack is not bad. It's a pretty easy one to activate, but it doesn't really help Zen's game plan. So I think he's being more tempted by the equipment here. Yes, indeed, because you want to pick those up early, because if you send them to your left, they're probably not coming back.
Yeah. Equipment here can be so impactful in the format, and this one's so nice. Oh, wow, look, a red Untamed right there at the front of the pack for him. So it looks as though Chris, he is identifying that lane pretty early. A nice little rare there in the aspect of Tiger Mind as well, but that 1 for 4 with the potential for even more damage as well with the Untamed might be too hard for him to pass over. Let's go ahead and just check out the pack itself, right? And just make sure, unless he doesn't show us again, but I'm curious, it looks as though, there's a couple illusionist cards in that pack as well, if I wasn't mistaken, as well as that
there were
nice
some pretty
red.
good ones. There was a red Haunting Spectre, which is not like a huge pick. It's not like a Spectral Manifestations or like a reason to go into the class.
Yeah,
This
let's look at
pack,
this pack.
however, is looking
Two
very
Assassin's
ninja light.
cards. Yeah, 2 Assassin's card. One of them is a rare. We can see 2 Illusionist cards. Oh, no. So there still are actually both Illusionist commons here, right? So that's actually pretty interesting here. He's going to go ahead and take the blue Tiger Form Incantation. Still can do a lot of work. It's a blue if you want to transcend. It gives you the Crouching Tiger, and it blocks 3, which
Not
is
a
so important.
Yep, and it also turns on your transcend cards, which is really important. Chris might be in a bit of a pickle once that pack comes back around, the one we just saw, because he's not going to have a super good wheel card.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ninja cards in these.
It really felt like we had an open lane at the beginning of this draft. The ninja cards are drying up really quickly. So Chris is going to be forced to take some subpar picks here. I think he might be a little too deep to pivot out of ninja at this point. He's already got 1, 2, 3, 4 cards that would be burning a hole in his. That's half of his sideboard if he takes a full equipment suite.
And this is the last pack before his wheel, or is this the wheel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe he already had the wheel pack come around. Going to be a drop in the ocean. His first chi card being placed into the deck there. Going to be his first transcend ability.
Which is definitely the most lackluster one you possibly could have gotten for Zen. That's not where you want to be. Biting Breeze is honestly not a bad wheel. Any 0 cost with Go Again is going to be fantastic for enabling your chi cards and enabling those super wide combo-oriented Zen turns. Yep, that is A-okay.
So if you're Chris here, Ninja has pretty clearly gone a bit of the way of the desert, dried up just a bit. You can still see that nice 3 blocks in the shifting winds of the Mystic Beast. First tenant of Chi win. You know, the Zen deck can be very generic heavy. You can find your Nimblisms, your Nimble Strikes. You can utilize just the good on-rate, quote-unquote, blue cards if you couple them with other blue cards. Looks like he might just be grabbing that first tenant of Chi win, giving a blue attack Go Again. So maybe just thinking, if Ninja has dried up a bit, I might have to rely a little heavier on the blue cards here. Where do you feel confident if you're Chris here that you can, shore up some power cards in the first couple picks of packs 2 and 3?
He might honestly not be in a bad spot. I think Zen is one of the heroes that utilizes these water mystic attacks probably the best, just because he has a lot of sources of natural Go Again. So it's entirely possible that Chris is going to be okay here, especially because we saw a lot of power cards at the beginning. That means likely that a lot of the ninjas that he's seeing are to his left, which means that he's going to be able to cut them off for pack 3. You don't necessarily have to have the best deck in the pod. You just have to have the best deck in your class.
And Chris did identify it nice and early in that pack 1. Flesh and Blood draft, people are, ravenous for this format, as is exemplified by the 48 players that have come and joined us here. But let's go ahead, and before we wax poetic about it, let's go ahead and this is going to be, I think, his first pack still. He's going to go ahead and be looking through the picks here. Yeah. So let's go ahead and see what he's working with, because he did get some nice power cards for the first 5, 6 picks of the draft before it did dry up, which, like you said, does seem to indicate that he might have, not the hardest time in the world building at least a deck that can get you nice and far in the draft with some really tight play.
So, yes, he has some really strong reds. What I want to draw attention to are the duds in that first pack. He's got 2 cards that are unplayable in his deck. He's got a yellow Solitary Companion and a yellow Waxing Spectre. Yeah. We don't want that number to creep up too high because, as I mentioned previously, if you get your full equipment suite, you only have 8 cards of flex in your sideboard. And you really want to be able to use that sideboard to flex out some of those more powerful blue attacks if you face a new opponent. So sideboard, a really important part of the Misfail draft, and if it's eaten up by too many dud cards, you are going to have a bad time. However, opening up another really nice Ninja Common, 2 really nice Ninja Commons.
That's good. You're maybe not the happiest to send. Ooh, and there's an aspect of Tiger Body in the pack as well. So here's the thing. No matter what this is a tough, if this was Chris's pack 1, he's thinking like, damn, I'm sending a signal no matter what. There are too many good ninja cards in this pack. But because he's already committed, he's happy to have his first, his first go at it. But those ninja players that are over there on the left, one of them is getting one of these nice reds, and maybe them both, as the flex clause is going to be the pick here for Chris.
Probably 2 of them. So, this is an ideal pack to see if you think that you're a one of two at the table, right? Because then you know another really bomby card or a bread and butter card is going to wheel its way back to you. Chris, I think at this point knows that he is far from the only ninja in this pod.
And good chance he's getting passed to in this pack by the ninja. So this is going to be a tougher pack potentially for Chris to navigate. Let's see how he does so here. What card is missing? It might be hard
It
to
is
see.
not a ninja card, unless it was the 3-card split, but I think we've got our generic and we've got our first tentative chi. I think that means that Chris, the player to his left, is not the ninja, and that player is Travis Wagner. So Chris is probably happy to see this pack.
Interesting, pulling
This
that
early
Wing of
on.
Vengeance to the front. Sometimes, I don't think he's going to pick it here, but sometimes you have to think, I don't want that card in this pool. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it in my bag. But Chris does have to think about grabbing that equipment. Only the Sky Body Kikoi, but the Biting Breeze, good old red, 0 for 3, go again. So important in the format, and that Crouching Tiger can become very relevant very quickly. And another red Biting Breeze
So
right at
nice,
the
let's
front.
do it twice.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris is okay to see that. Let's see, we've got, that's a Desires of the Flesh in the blue. We may, oh no, there's our second ninja common. So Chris, the 2 players to his left might not be ninja. Path Well Traveled is a really enticing
Yeah,
pick here.
and both rares can't. I definitely both rares in the pack. Still not sure. Maybe the foil was taken out of this pack, so that could be any class, unless that Tenet Chi is a foil, but not exactly sure. Let's see there, other red Biting Breeze again. Chris needs to be filling out those reds. So happy. It's kind of what we talked about. Maybe in the first picks of packs 2 and 3, you can get enough reds that even if the back end of the pack starts to become a little more challenging, you are still able to have a totally serviceable, in fact, maybe even quite good draft deck, as that Biting Breeze goes straight into the pile.
And it looked like Chris was thinking a lot about which card he was going to take there. I think what Chris was thinking about was, what card am I going to see again? Which of these cards do I want to wheel here? And how good or bad is it for me if I don't see them? Which is why we saw those blue block 3s towards the beginning of the pack.
Looking in here, seeing Emissary of Tides pulled to the front, another 0 for 4. We've got another Tenet of Chi. I think that's tied in the back. He's pulling them. He's trying to, again, so you can see these pro players, right? They're going and they're figuring out the split. They're figuring out what cards are still here, what cards have been taken. That is going to be the Emissary of Tides as the choice for Chris. You're going to be able to see that pop up there on the right side of your screen. Also, so cool to see the innovations by the team here at AGE, looking at the way that we can still see these picks as the draft continues. We get to watch the draft develop before our very eyes. Such an exciting development in the coverage here. See, look at all those assassin cards still in this pack. Blue Biting Breeze, Blue Preserved Tradition, probably going to be pretty interesting for Chris here.
Blue Preserved Tradition being one of the premier chi cards for Zen, especially if
for all the heroes, right? Just so good.
Especially if you are like Chris and you're very light on combo cards. In fact, he has literally 0.
Interesting. So really, no illusionist in this pack at all. So it looks like the players to his immediate left might be playing a good amount of illusionist. It is going to be the Preserved Tradition, and like you said, so good in Zen, so good in all the decks. That Gravekeeping, though, I've seen that card put in so much work in this limited format. People just seem to never expect it. The 1 for 5 is so important. Such a good little, just rate for damage in a format that sometimes that's a quarter of your life total when you start things off. Let's take a look here.
Right, you are, Sam. Looks like we still got some reasonable picks for Zen. It might be his opportunity to pick up his first combo card. Critical because you don't get any value out of your hero ability if you don't have combo cards in your deck.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to start filling out that aspect of his deck.
Nice
real
red Harmony of the Hunt as well. Can still see the rare for the assassin is in this pack. But that red Harmony of the Hunt's got to be feeling
That's got to be it, yeah.
good. He's just going to go ahead and
That's a
grab
snap
that.
pick.
It's pretty darn good, that card.
And Chris is not going to see any of these cards on the wheel. There's only 7 cards in the pack as he passes it, so all of the rest of it can just go out of his mind. I think we are back to his pick 1 from this pack. I'm sorry, no, this is not his first pack. I think this is his second pack.
Second pack, right?
Yeah,
because
we
yellow
got the
blessing.
foil
Yeah.
Tiger Form Incantation.
So let's see, Blue Harmony of the Hunt. I think that blocks 2, right?
It does.
Yeah, there's the yellow Tiger Form Incantation. If you're looking to just up your 3-block count, the yellow blessing of Chi, that is a, it's not exactly where you like to be with that card. Also doesn't block 3. He is just going to go ahead and grab the blue Harmony of the Hunt. But Bryce, I mean, when you take a look as the Harmony of the Hunt pops up onto your screen there, when you're looking at, there's a red Harmony of the Hunt in this pack as well. It seems as though when we were assessing, thinking packs 1 and 3 would be a little easier for Chris, and we were like, all right, get ready, pack 2 is going to be a bit of a trouble. Looks like the players in this draft pod, they're not exactly sticking to the potential script, as Chris is having his pick of reds deep into pack 2.
Yeah, Chris is feeling really good about pack 2. It's really interesting considering how quickly the ninja cards dried up in pack 1. It's important to note that part of the misfail, like many draft formats, are really dependent on the specific pool of cards that are opened in the 24 packs that you see at the pod, right? Like sometimes you're just gonna have a ninja pool that is a little bit more lackluster. That's why sometimes you see not a traditional 3-3-2 split. You see 4 ninjas in a pod, or 4 news even sometimes, which is a little more rare, but very, very pool dependent.
Blue Untamed going to be the pick after the Koi Blessed Kimono. A little unfortunate for Chris that he's taken 2 chest pieces and not able to pick up any more equipment. Yellow Pouncing Chi, like you said, the combo card going to up the combo count thanks to Zen. Look at that! Look at that, 2 ninja cards at the finality of this pack. So maybe the script is being flipped. Packs 1 and 3 might end up being a little more challenging late into the pack distribution here. And Chris Iaali getting nice and rewarded. He committed early. He did kind of find the lane as we were reading the signals alongside him in that pack 1. But let's go ahead and look through the entirety of the deck here. You can see all the draft picks for pack 2 on the right side of your screen there. You can see just the triplicate of Harmony of the Hunts. Red, blue, red, looking like a stoplight out there as we see Chris going ahead and organizing his cards.
Yeah, Chris is feeling really good at this point, I think, especially like we said, after we were getting a little bit nervous at the end of pack 1. He does need to find a couple more combo cards. Right now, all he's got is Yellow Pouncing Key and Blue Pouncing Key, which are fine to find on a Zen activation turn, but you really want reds to make that payoff really worthwhile. He's sitting at 12 blues at the moment between the first 2 packs, which is a pretty good number to be sitting at for the entirety of your Zen deck, right? Mm-hmm. So it's going to be interesting to see what his wheeled cards are in the next pack, because he could end up a little bit blue flooded.
Yeah, it's something, he maybe also can be a little choosy with his blues. If you have good blues that you're comfortable playing through the first 2 packs, you don't have to feel as pressured to take any blue you can in pack 3, especially in a format like Part the Mistveil, where your blues can end up putting in just an ungodly amount of work in these limited games. You want your blues to be as effective as possible, and we might be seeing Chris have his choice here, but he does need to find some equipment. Maybe that Tiger Taming Kakara is I'm just kidding. But let's see. Does need to find some equipment. We can see there's a red Untamed in the pack, pulled right to the front. Another Tendency. Blue Battlefront Bastion. No Battlefront Bastion.
Hello, Stride of Reprisal.
But there is a piece of equipment for the world's runner-up. Happy to see that. So talk to me about what you're seeing. Rage Spectre, also nice Majestic for whoever's playing Illusionist.
And it's interesting to see Chris pull that to the front, maybe considering a hate draft here. He does have a bit of room if he wanted to just take this card out of contention, because you definitely don't want to see it with an Enigma opponent. That being said, Stride of Reprisal is definitely the best in slot equipment for Zen. I would, if I were in Chris's seat, I would be very tempted to take it. Yep.
There we go.
Unfortunately, the rest of that pack is not going to be ideal for him. There's not any great wheels, because that red Untamed is definitely going to get picked up by the other Zen at the table. Okay, let's take a look here. Both Zen commons remain.
Ooh, Red Blanche.
Red Blanche is not bad at all.
As well as an Aqua Seeing Shell. That might be able to shore up most of his equipment needs right away, as well as just another blue preserve tradition.
Mm-hmm. Which you definitely don't want to take the Aqua Seeing Shell as the Zen player, but I think you are giving up hopes of seeing the Mask of Wizened Whiskers as we close out the draft portion.
That 3 for 7 though might be really tempting, as well as a fact-finding mission as well, as you can see kind of pulled to the front. So it's so cool to see the pro player here really just go ahead and fan out the pack. He's organized it for himself. You can see the Illusionist cards are next to each other. The Mystic cards are next to each other. You can see the Assassin and the Ninja cards. This is how they read the story of this draft. They read exactly what cards are wheeling around the table, which players are picking what. I've drafted with Chris a number of times, as he is going to go ahead and just slam down the Red Blanche. Chris will, at the end of the draft, be able to look around and guess every single player in the pod and what hero they are on, and he's right quite often. It's part of the utilizing the fact-finding mission, as it were.
Red Pouncing Key in this pack is going to be an incredibly good pickup. if Chris decides to take it. As I said before, we need combo payoff cards to make those transcend turns really powerful. Red Pouncing Key is probably one of the number one choices in the rare slot. I'm sorry, in the common slot. Obviously, we'd rather see like a Chase the Tail or something else more powerful in the rare slot. But
Chase the Tail would be nice.
yeah,
We'd
Pouncing
take a Chase
Key
the Tail.
is going to get the job done.
Another emissary, I believe, of Moon potentially there. Another 0 for 4 that could get the go again. You could put a Crouching Tiger on the bottom of the deck if you have one, but that Pouncing Key, the Key Unleashed even as that blue block 3, but it is going to be the Pouncing Key. You want to have those combo payoffs, and it just has such high potential. If you can find the Crouching Tigers to go ahead and give it the +1 in the go again. Now, we're still nice and early in this pack 3. This is when we expected Chris to be able to try to get some of those premium red cards, and we do see a Breed Anger and a Biting Breeze.
He's got his pick of the litter here. It'll be interesting to see which one he picks. I'm personally tempted by the Breed Anger because it is another combo payoff card. Even though I have the Preserve the Tradition, Chris goes ahead and shows why he's better than me. Takes the Biting Breeze.
It's his third Biting Breeze as well. I mean, he's now playing, the full Classic Constructed amount of those cards. Just nice little head jabs with the payoff. Can go nice and well. And there's another red Untamed here that's going to go ahead to the top of the pack. You can see the Wind Chakra as well as, a Transcend Go Again blue card.
And
He's got 2 Transcend cards in the deck. He's got a Preserve Tradition and a Drop in the Ocean, right?
That is correct, yeah. Drop in the Ocean might not even make it into the deck. Wind Chakra is the pick here. Chris is a really big fan of having blues that he can side in and out for his new matchups. He hates having your Droplets, your Rising Tides, your Surging... I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the last one. But he hates having those blue attacks that give new a payoff. So I think Wind Chakra is a really good blue to side in for those specific matchups.
Skyhold Keikoi there could just go ahead and completely... Oh, no, he doesn't have a headpiece yet, but it would give him his third piece of equipment, but it is just going to be the blue Untamed. Interesting to see the blue Wind Chakra tamed over another red Untamed. That gives you, like we've said, Chris has a lot of nice quality reds here, getting to be a little picky and choosy with his blues. Maybe for something like the new matchup, the 30-card limit means these players have a sideboard they can really consider. Water the Seeds, though. That's another nice card for Zen.
It is, yeah. It's... when you think about it, it's kind of like a nerfed version of Untamed if you have the ability to generate your Tiger, right? Because essentially it does the same thing as Untamed if you have the Tiger, but it comes in for 3 rather than 4, and it blocks 2, which is less than ideal. So I guess Chris is just going to find some more room in his blue count to be able to flex in and out.
Yeah, Breed Anger here. Nice blue block 3. Does the job quite well. And if New is going to play that card, they also have to find a way to generate a Crouching Tiger to really get the most bang for their buck.
Exactly. Which New is... It's difficult to do for her unless you have Tiger creating attacks in your blues.
Let's see here. What's left? We can still see... Looks, I'm wondering if Assassin is one of the more represented decks at this draft pod as we're getting to the end of Pack 3. There's some Mystic cards, there's some Ninja cards, there's some Assassin cards, some Illusionist cards, but that's all we're seeing here. It's going to be the wash away headed into the deck or into the, potential deck list for Chris Iaali.
I think Chris is definitely hedging his bets against the new matchup. Oh my goodness, he got the red Untamed on the wheel?
That's actually kind of crazy.
That's amazing. That was Chris's. That was the pack that he opened, I believe, because we took the Stride of Reprisal.
Yeah. And there's the Aquaseeing Shell.
Wow, and he sees Aquaseeing Shell. This is very interesting.
And a bunch of Illusionist cards. So this makes me believe there might be a really cracked Enigma deck at this table.
I think you're quite right, Sam. I'm a little confused at seeing some of the wheels that we've seen for both Ninja and for Illusionist.
Nice blue Tiger Form incantation there as well. Going to go ahead and head to the deck. A blue block 3 non-attack action. You can see here, generic Illusionist and Mystic tells you the story of what players are not as interested in this draft pod particularly. And there's a nice little yellow Pouncing Chi just to go ahead and finish off this draft. Let's see what the final card is, and it's going to be a blue Waning Vengeance. So Chris, here, navigated that draft nicely if my perspective means anything, Bryce, but talk to me about what you're seeing.
This is exactly the way you want your packs to break down. I don't think Chris could have asked for anything better on the wheel. Like, we were a little bit concerned about Ninja drying up on pack 1, but packs 2 and 3 were, the proof was in the pudding that whoever was in Zen might have switched out or gotten scared for whatever reason.
Yeah, and Chris really stayed the course. You know, he stayed at the helm of the ship and just, had committed early and not just had committed early, but really found enough good cards to feel really strong about what he was doing there. So
Yeah.
let's go ahead and take a look here at the deck itself, I believe, right?
We're going to give our coverage team just one more minute until they get it sorted. Okay, here we go. This is Chris Iaali's draft pool. Let's go ahead and take a look first. So let's start with our action cards, right? Chris is sitting with an immense amount of powerful reds, right? 3 Biting Breezes, a Blanche, because why not? 2 of the more powerful emissaries, the Go Again and the buff one. He has a lot of gas in this deck.
And that final red Untamed that just came around the horn, just a little hello there at the end of that pack 3. Got to feel good. And that Blanche, I think, is a really underrated pickup in this draft pod, or something. This draft pool you might not be thinking about as, it's not as sexy as those other combo cards with the Go Again, but a 3 for 7 with a super relevant on hit in a deck like Zen that you're mostly just thinking about damage and how much damage can they output, and then all of a sudden they end the chain with a Blanche into a deck, into this format that is so often caring about if you've played another blue card this turn, right? If you pitched a blue card this turn. So I think that Blanche, we're going to wait and see, but that might do some major work.
I tell you what, Sam, the more you play this game of Flesh and Blood, the more that a 2-card 7 becomes the sexiest thing you can possibly hear. And this one has text on it.
Yeah.
If you can believe that. So, yeah, Chris is really happy with the Blanche.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the blues here, just in the action still. And I think they did all the blue cards. So let's go ahead and take a look at his blues. We've got the drop in the ocean. Now, we will have to keep in mind, only 2 of those Transcend cards, right? Didn't take the second Preserve Tradition. So just have the 2 Transcend abilities, but a lot of blues means a potential for a sideboard and means a potential to make your new matchup not as dangerous, not as problematic as it could perhaps otherwise be.
And I think it's potentially possible that the drop in the ocean doesn't even make it to Chris's deck for the most part, because it is a little bit clunky to activate on Zen's turn, and Zen really wants to be putting on pressure rather than taking it off with a Chi card. So I think he's honestly feeling pretty okay with only these 2 Transcend cards, because he's got the pick of the litter. The Preserve Tradition is absolutely the one that Zen wants. It's going to allow him to put some of those more important combo cards. Since I'm talking about them, let's go ahead and take a look at them. Pouncing Key, easily the star of the show. This is going to be the one that is going to enable some really powerful turns for Zen. Zen in this format wants to say 4 a lot to their opponent. This is just one way to do it.
Yeah, and and it seems as though Chris is really just saying, listen, my card quality is just so darn good. I don't even need to Transcend. I don't need to tutor this card up. I don't need to find it out of my deck and create a Crouching Tiger. I'm just going to draw this stuff, and I'm going to make it look good while doing it. As we can see, look at all of these just straight up Ninja cards that he was able to draft without much contestment, without much getting in his way. He's got so much natural Go Again and so much ability to get Go Again on these cards. The question is, how much work are cards like Biting Breeze going to be able to do to create the Crouching Tigers, to turn on your red Pouncing Cheese, to go ahead and turn on your other cards that require Crouching Tigers to be played beforehand? But when you look at just the card quality, it seems as though it's doing rather nicely. Even you can look here at the 3 blocks he was able to draft. 15, total 3 blocks. One of them is an assassin cards, but you look at the Wind Chakra, he took that over a red Untamed. That card blocks 3,
Absolutely.
That's pretty darn good in this format.
Right, you are, Sam. We've talked about the gas. We've talked about everything that is going super well for Chris. Let's talk about the things that are a little more lackluster, right? Indications of a bad draft deck are often in these, your yellows, right? Luckily, Chris only has bad yellows in other classes. The yellows he did find for his class are probably the best case scenario yellows you could find. Pouncing Chi, excuse me. And furthermore, Chris has ended up with 15 3 blocks. I'm sorry. It's going to be a little bit less. It's going to be about 13 because two or three of those are in other classes. But when you can make about half of your deck block for 3, you're sitting in a really good spot.
I think also we can take a look at the equipment. Stride of Reprisal, you're so happy to see that. And, you know, just having the cloaked Skybody Kikoi as an ability to prevent the next 1 damage and the Koi Bless Kimono. I mean, this is interesting. If you can find yourself just down at that precarious 1 life total, getting the inner chi, if you're only able to make the 1, you can grab it on demand. That is so powerful. But I wouldn't say this is like the best equipment you've seen in a draft deck.
No, it's not the best, but I will say I have been finding myself liking it the most in Zen. Because he has the ability to really end a game if he's brought down to 1 life, right? And if he's able to set up a really nasty combo turn, then he's in the driver's seat for the rest of that game, right? If this card plays a little bit less well in Enigma, for example, who, once they're down to 1 life, is usually at the point where they're just pitching chi cards anyway, and so tutoring 1 up is not as helpful. But let's say Chris is in a situation where he's got his opponent sub 10 life. He has the agency to go down to 1 life, find that pouncing chi. If his hand is good enough, he's going to go a bunch of red cost 1 attacks. So he's going to go 4, 3, 2, 4, 4, 4 until they die, right? I think Zen is a lot less scared to be at 1 life than our other heroes.
Yeah, and just as an equipment suite in general, it's not your like, oh man, well I drafted just straight gas in the equipment, and that's where some of the trade-off in draft can come around. You saw Chris, you know, emphasize card quality and emphasize just all those powerful red cards, all those really, you know, just nice, strong filler for the deck. Even though the equipment, it also didn't really present itself that naturally to him. He didn't have to choose between a Stride of Reprisal and something else. He just had that in that first pick of the 3rd pack there. So, you know, you can't have a perfect draft, and Chris Iaali's deck is very, very strong, but like we said, so many Illusionist cards floating around the end of that draft, that could point to a very strong Enigma deck. But the question is, very strong Enigma deck versus very strong Zen deck. Seems like Zen should be her natural predator, but we're going to have to wait and see how these games play out, as we have got such a great draft experience here that we just got to watch, and such a great set of games approaching here.
Right, you are. And since we're on the subject, let's go ahead and take a look at, we're going to take a look at Chris's forearm, but more importantly, we're going to take a look at the way he drafted, right? The order that you see on your screen is going to be backwards, right? So Chris's first pick was Emissary of Wind, not Yellow Solitary Companion. You can see the way he was, if we remember that very first pack that Chris opened, there was a lot of Ninja Gas, right? Yeah. We had red Chi Unleashed, which is probably a card that Chris would want right now, but he remained disciplined. He took the overall best card in the pack in Emissary of Wind rather than be tempted immediately into forcing. And he was rewarded because in pick 2, he got a signal that Assassin was closed. Chris gets the green light to then go Ninja from then on. And
he didn't let himself be like, oh, I passed the Chi Unleashed, so I've definitely created a Ninja to my left,
exactly.
So I can't play Ninja. He was more interested in receiving the signal than necessarily sending a signal. And even though, of course, you'd love to have that red Chi Unleashed in this powerful Zen deck, sometimes it takes a lot of discipline and takes a lot of strength of being like, even though I might have sent a really powerful Zen card, I can't let that stop me from playing what I think my seat should be. And Chris, even though it looked a little dodgy there at the end of pack 1, his seat was nice and open.
Yeah, let's take a look at the end of pack 1, right? We all of a sudden, all those reds dry up completely. You can see in the second half of that pack, he's getting non-class cards, he's getting generics. He ended with yellow Waxing Spectre, blue Impulsive Desire, and yellow Solitary Companion. That is not boding well for the next 2 packs. But here we go into pack 2. First 4 picks are absolute gas.
Yeah, once again, coming from bottom up, so you see Flex Claws, Biting Breeze, Emissary of Tide, and then a Preserved Tradition, which, like we said, is probably the best Transcend
Might as
card.
well be a red.
Again, right? Because, honestly, you get the card back in your deck. It's a 30-card limit format, so getting that extra powerful card, even if you, say, are running something like the, grab the Chi card at 1 life, all of a sudden you can make sure that final turn, if you set up your pitch stack by keeping that Preserved Tradition card in there, and then, once again, the triplicate Harmony of the Hunt there, looking like like an American flag. You got red, white, and blue there after the Koi Blessed Kimono, but this pack will look so much different than we anticipated for Chris, and he was able to put in some major work.
There's literally one card in here that is not going to make it into his deck, and that's from a different class. And that was the last card that he was given at the end of that pack. So yeah, pack 2 went obscenely well for Chris. And, sometimes it just works. Sometimes you guess right, and the pod does what you need it to do. It'll be interesting to see the other decks as we play these games out, because I have a feeling that there is an incredibly weak new deck lurking around this pod. We'll see if we see them.
And there's potentially a very, very strong Enigma deck, unless, and honestly, I don't think either of us were paying too much attention to the quality of Illusionist cards, just noticing that there were Illusionist cards remaining. Maybe the cards, we saw that Rage Spectre, of course, but maybe the cards that players were picking between weren't exactly where they wanted to be in Illusionist. But from what I've heard about the potential of, this format, there is... players are scared of the strong Illusionist decks in this format. It can go really poorly when you're facing down just too much ward. So
yeah, and rightly so, Sam. I think the telltale sign is less about what we did see and more about what we didn't see. What we didn't see beyond Chris's first picks were like red Spectral Manifestations, red Waxing Spectre. We saw ourselves, I believe, one red Waning Vengeance, but that was out of like Chris's second pick of the pack or something like that. So I think you're absolutely right in saying that there is a cracked Enigma deck in this pod.
Have to imagine, especially when you just saw how much of the chaff was floating around at the end. It's going to be really exciting to see the deck breakdown. We can take a look here at Chris Iaali's full deck, sorted reds, yellows, and blues, equipment down there at the end. I gotta just nerd out for a second at how cool this software is. My gosh, being able to just let's take a look at the reds. Bam, there are the reds. Let's take a look at the blues. Bam, there are the blues. Are you kidding me? What is going on?
Sam is having.
We're living in the future.
An iPad. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Big shout out to producer Justin for nailing this down pretty much single-handedly and taking us into the new world of Draft Fab.
Let's go ahead and once again just take a look at the entirety of his list here. Chris Iaali has drafted the Zen deck. The players are registering their pools before they're going to get into the high-intensity draft games. Let's go ahead and just give a quick overview of the day. We got 2 drafts before top 8 and then the all-important top 8 draft, single elimination. It don't matter exactly how many wins you get unless it's 3, baby. You got to 3-0 that top 8 draft pod to walk out of here with the 400 Buckaroonies and the lion's share of the AGE points, because we've only got 2 opens left until the Players' Championship. The Players' Championship is the top 16 players from all of the opens here at the AGE series, and the top 16 are playing for a gold cold foil and a PTI.
And 2K at the Battle Hardened San Diego weekend.
Yeah, let's go ahead and I think we can check in on the Battle Hardened. We can do that? That we have the technology. I can't do it on my screen, but bam, there it is. The battle.
You just saw that draft view. We have the technology.
We have the technology. Battle Hardened San Diego is going to be August 24th and 25th, coupled with the Arcane Games and Events final open of the year before the Players' Championship. So that is going to be where for all the marbles. Everything comes down to that final open. The players are going to be jockeying for position as they try to get into that tournament. But the Battle Hardened got, of course, the Battle Hardened prize pool. You've got, I think, a 2K prize pool for the Open Series that weekend. It's going to be an incredibly fun weekend of flesh and blood in one of the most beautiful places in the state, maybe in the country. San Diego's pretty ridiculous. Hope all of you watching will consider coming down and joining us for that one as we get ready to theoretically move on with our draft games as soon as the pool is getting together. I think we can take a look at the standings for the Players' Championship here. These are your current top 16 players. You might recognize Charles Dunn as your reigning national champion, but talk to me a little more about some of the other players on this list.
Charles is
no longer your reigning national champion. We got Evan Herndon at the top of that list now.
The king has been toppled, my friend. The king has been toppled. Since we're on the subject, one more fascinating story about that weekend was that the runner-up to Charles Dunn's year of national championship famedom was Evan Herndon, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
is now the
I
national
know.
champion.
Oh yeah, I was watching all those games in the booth that year and
There was
watching
only
Evan.
one way he could improve, and
Yeah.
he did it.
Literally.
He went up that one
Yeah.
seat.
Yeah, and he's a killer, man. He's
Yeah.
an incredibly nice young man, and you could just tell even when 2023 nationals, I was like, this dude's gonna win something someday, and he did it even sooner than I potentially even anticipated. Go ahead and taken the throne from Charles Dunn. But I think let's go ahead. Let's go back to the standings. Let's take a look at them one
Yes,
more time.
absolutely.
Let's walk down the list. There's a lot of names you might recognize, some new up and coming players here on the standings, but this is not final, folks. This is just as of now. This is going to change throughout today. This is going to change in the July Open, and then it's going to all come down to the August Open to see which of the players join us for the final Players Championship in September. But talk me through some of the players on this list, Bryce.
So earlier when we were discussing it, I wanted to mention again that the interesting part of this list is not in your 1 through 4. It's in your 9 through 16. Because if you take a look, Sam, the number of points that are separating these players is like 1,
Yeah.
3, right? And what you don't see here is the standings from about 17 to like 22. All of those players are only separated by like 1 to 2 points as
knocking
well.
at the door.
This leaderboard is going to change before the Players' Championship. I guarantee you that. But since you mentioned names, let's talk about some of the big ones on there. Charles Dunn, we've mentioned. Ryan Brown, my personal nemesis. My last stream game was a loss to Ryan Brown. Still disappointed about that, but luckily he's a lovely guy, so I won't hold too much of a grudge against him. Christopher Iaali, who we just saw on draft, and my illustrious team captain. Very happy to see him towards the top. Alan Hong, our resident Bravo abuser. Even though everybody's putting him in F tier, Alan still seems to put up really good numbers with him. Eugene Galipchik, another Kano abuser like Ryan Brown. Happy to see him there. Tyler Horsepool.
Calling winner Tyler Horsepool.
Yeah, excuse me.
Calling
winner
champion
Tyler Horsepool. I don't believe he's here today, though. I don't think I saw him. So Tyler is going to hope that none of those 17 to 20s have too good of a day and knock him a little bit lower on the leaderboard. Talon Stradley, our resident Riptide player,
Oh yeah.
is safely in the 7th spot. Eric Darenheim, yeah, exactly. Another Kano abuser, probably switching to a new deck after Rosetta. I'm really curious. Side note, I'm really curious to see what all these Kano players do when those wizards come to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see what those wizards do.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then in filling out our 9th to 16, a lot of other familiar faces. You've seen Anthony Pham on stream. He is the previous reigning Players Champion from AGE. Very happy to see him in the standings again. Moises Lopez, I had him on stream the other day. If you saw that, you know that Moises is just a sweetheart of a human being. And I'm very happy to see him up there. Andrew Rudin, another one of my teammates, another killer. Gabriel Montez, Connor Davenport, Zane. These are all names that circle around the AGE circuit every single year. So business as usual. The killers that are killing are still killing this year.
Looks as though we are getting some info here for our draft pod and pool. I'm not sure exactly. We can probably reverse engineer the heroes as we go ahead. It is going to be our first matchup, though, is going to be Chris versus John Zapata. Let's take a look at John Zapata's pool here. And it looks like he's going to be playing Enigma.
This is absolutely completely expected. John, typically his approach to this draft format has been force Enigma, force Enigma, force Enigma. Like a couple of other of my teammates, Zachary Wallach being the primary abuser of that strategy. So we talked about there being a potentially really cracked Enigma deck in this pod. If anybody's got it, it's John Zapata. So this is going to be a really intense first matchup.
Okay, well here we're figuring this out now. This is this is the breakdown of the pod. We've got 3 Enigmas.
My goodness.
We've got 3 Enigmas. We've got 3 Assassins, and we got 2 Zens. Which is the story, right? This is what.
Wait a minute, John Zapata's on. Oh yeah, there he is.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Which is what it looked like, right? It looked like there weren't a lot of Zens all of it. Like all of a sudden, oh my gosh, the Zen cards are drying up. But then packs 2 and 3 were just nuts.
Absolute gas.
Which is not, I mean, from someone who has done a lot more coverage side of Mistvale Limited than has gotten to play as much, it's something you wouldn't necessarily expect. Zen decks are so powerful in the format, especially if you let them have their pick of the litter of cards. But sometimes when people think a deck is rather strong, they may be like, oh, everyone's going to draft Zen. Everyone's going to try to draft those good go-again cards, so I'm going to stay out of that pool. But then I think a deck like New is not exactly where you want to be in a 3 or a 4 of. It's not exactly where the card quality can super support multiple 3 to 4 copies of the decks. These players can absolutely prove me wrong, but just, I think some of the data might go ahead and show that. And maybe, I'm really curious to take a look at these Enigma pools as well, because again, if you start to spread out those Enigma cards, how strong does that deck become?
It could also be a telltale, the number of news in this pod could also be a telltale sign of certain players opting for the stay open strategy. Staying open is not a one-to-one thing in any one of these sets. In heavy hitters, if you stayed open, chances were that you were going to end up in Guardian, right? In this one, chances are if you stay super open, only take Mystic cards for a while, you're going to end up in Assassin. So it could be less of a telltale sign that there were like cracked Assassin cards and more of a sign that these 3 players in New were trying their best to stay open, taking a lot of really strong generics and water mystic attacks, and finding themselves just in the New lane.
So we've seen Chris Iaali's draft presented to us. Let's go ahead and take a look at John Zapata's list. We don't have it up for you guys yet, but we will just go ahead and read some of the cards that have come out and see exactly what are some of the hype cards, so to speak. And see a couple red Haze Shelters. That's a rather good card. A red Waning Vengeance, a red Waxing Spectre. Just one of each of those cards. Not exactly where you'd want to be, but still, those are some nice pickups there. You can see, let's just look. And that's going to be it for the Mystic Illusionist cards. Just look, generally, Illusionist, there are no red Spectral Manifestations, a yellow and 2 blues, a couple Solitary Companions. I see a yellow Sigil of Solitude. That's not exactly where you want to be, I wouldn't say. 2 Stir the Pots, 1 Rising Sun Setting Moon, 2 Drop in the Ocean. So quite a lot of the ability to transcend for John Zapata, and maybe that's where he's trying to, really hedge his bets, make a lot of those Spectral Seals with a lot of +1 counters.
Now, his Mystic Illusionist and Illusionist pool is not looking stellar. But you know what does look good, Sam? His equipment. He's got 3 out of 4 equipment slots filled. All of them are best in slot. He's got Truce Retold, which is our Illusionist headpiece, the Uphold Tradition, which is the arm piece, and then the generic Skybody Kikoi in the chest piece. He's also got some really cracked generics. He's got 4 copies of Battlefront Bastion.
Ooh.
That is going to be really key in cleaning up some of these really wide turns that Chris is going to present to him. Block with a Battlefront Bastion on the Kakara, also cover up the Tiger that follows. Protect some auras, and send some damage back.
Yeah.
That's going to be the name of the game for John Zapata.
1 red, 3 yellows, too, which is, it's yellow is definitely going to attack a little better than your blues. Your blue is going to be able to pitch a little better, but if you're mainly looking to block and attack with these cards, you'd rather be in the yellow than the blue. I suppose, but like Battlefront Bastion deck is a very real thing in this format, and if you have a lot of them, that can really put in so much work. And just like you said, 3 for 7s, 2 card 7, 3 for 7 can be absolutely sexy in the game of Flesh and Blood. So again, that red Battlefront Bastion might just put in work on offense as well.
And if we see John get taken down by Chris, those are the cards that are going to allow him to submarine in what is probably going to be the new circuit after that.
Then, and even though there's not an enormous amount of Mystic Illusionist cards in his pool, red Waxing Spectre, red Waning Vengeance, 2 red Haze Shelters, those cards are 3 and 4 attacking value, and then most of them can be 3 to 4 blocking value as well. You can make a Spectral Shield when the Waning Vengeance dies. You can, the Haze Shelter, if you've pitched a blue to your ability to these other cards, will always have Ward 4 at that time. So it's going to be interesting to see how this first game plays out, and then from there, the rest of the pod materializes and crystallizes.
Yeah, we saw that. So Chris was in Zen, right? Chris drafted 14 red cards. 14 red cards. John is sitting more comfortably at about 6 red Mystic Illusionist cards. And honestly, that's pretty okay for an Enigma deck. You don't need nearly as much red gas as you do in a Ninja deck. If Zen is throwing yellow and blue copies of all those cards, it's a significant dip in power level. However, Enigma literally just needs one of those red threats to stick and stay for a couple turns to get massive value swings.
Yeah.
So even though like the color of cards that John is presenting is not nearly as scary as Chris's, he's probably okay.
Yeah, and he does have fact-finding mission, gravekeeping, the red Battlefront Bastion as well. So there are red power attacks that aren't in the Mystic Illusionist slot, but something that he will be able to lean on. But it's time to see exactly how well he leans on those cards and see how Chris Iaali pilots the deck that we just got to watch. We're going to take a quick break to get the game set up, but then we'll be back in just a couple minutes with the first game of this June AGE Draft Open. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are gearing up for the first actual round of play of the day here at the June AGE Open. Sam O'Byrne, Bryce Platts. We have got a pretty damn good Zen deck we get to watch in action in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Chris's deck is pretty cracked. We did determine that he is one of 2 Zen at the tables. John, his opponent, is one of 3 Enigma. And I was talking to John a little bit in the interim. He's feeling... John, just as a personal note, John never feels good about his draft decks. About anything.
He's mired in despair. No.
Yeah. He kind of is, and then it's a bit of a joke on the team. Like, John will always look at his hand and say, "What the heck is this?"
Yeah,
and then hate you for like a 16 dominated arrow or whatever, right? So that being said, John is not feeling great because the 2 other Enigmas were on his right and passing to him. So ostensibly he was getting cut off for a lot of those really good Enigma picks, which also kind of explains why maybe we didn't see a lot of the Enigma gas and why we thought it was pretty open, because all of those Enigmas were just stacked up right next to each other.
And it goes to show, right? We had 2 Zen in this pod, but I was talking to Peter Budensik. He's one of 3 Enigmas, but he was well on the other side of the table and feeling really good about his deck. And there were 4 Zen in that deck and pod and 1 new. Right? It's just like every pod tells such a different story, and you can't go into any specific draft thinking, well, this is going to work because it worked last time, because the players around the table may have something to say about that. But in this pod in particular, the 2 of Zen decks and man, Chris's deck is looking good, but anything can happen in a game of Flesh and Blood, and especially in a game of Limited. If those wards start to go a little too crazy and Chris is not able to break through the defenses, it might be hard for him to shore up the victory. But we're going to get all of the answers, all of the questions answered very, very shortly.
I'll ask the questions here, Sam.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really hot match, and John's game plan, because he's pretty light on those really, really good Enigma bombs, are going to be protect the president.
Yeah.
Get one of those to stick, and really hope that Chris has a bit of a dud of a hand so he can capitalize and get a lot of value on one of those juicy ward auras.
Chris did end up with a lot of blues, though. 19, I don't know if they're 19 playable blues, but 19 blues total drafted, at least 17 or 18 playable, though. So it's, if he puts the deck together in the right way, it's going to be hard for him to break too immensely, because it's not like he's going to, I don't think he is too likely to draw an all red hand that he can't do very much with. If he's playing like 13, 14 blues, he's going to be relatively likely to draw one every single turn, and he's got enough to do so. He's even got enough to play around those new matchups potentially, and with 3 new in the pod, he's going to potentially, he's going to probably face one no matter what, win or loss here. But the players are gearing up and getting ready, so we're going to jump down to that match in just a moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at Chris Iaali, Worlds runner-up in the first Worlds ever, versus John Zapata. This is a Team AGE Pro Team matchup. It's Zen, it's Enigma. Let's go ahead and get into the action.
Sam, there's nothing quite like a team kill to start the day,
Is it your favorite feeling?
Yeah.
Just taking down your brother?
Definitely not.
I'm sorry, brother.
I mean, every time that gem populates and I see one of my teammates, you can hear us all screaming from the opposite sides of the convention center, no!
Yeah.
It's something you never want to see, but hey, we're at a 48-person tournament, a good percentage of which is the AGE Pro Team.
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point during this day.
Well, here we go. The players are drawing up. We did not get to see any potential die rolls. We see some cloaked equipment on both sides of the table. Just the stride of reprisal is the honest man's equipment here. We're going to see, it looks as though, just based on body language, it kind of seems like Chris is on the play. So he's taking a good long look at those cards. But here's the thing. It's turn 0, Part the Mist Veil Limited. Do you really want to pass to Arsenal without an action point against an Enigma?
100% you do not. So Chris is just going to use this as an opportunity to play one of his less lustrous blue cards. Probably ask John to give him a card for something that is just not a lot of damage. And that can be an advantage if this game ends up going long. Less cards in the Enigma's deck means less cards they have to close the game out when it all comes down to it.
Absolutely. Tiger Taming Kakara going to be the first choice here for Chris on the offensive, and now he's in a really kind of interesting situation where he could pass with the Crouching Tiger still in the hand. It's a potential go again, and something he could keep in case he wants to keep John off of playing an instant speed aura, but instead just going to go ahead and throw it out here. Going to get the +1 from the Kakara, +1 from the Tiger Form Incantation, so just coming in for 2 here.
And I think this makes a lot of sense. As long as you are ending with an action point at your disposal and passing priority over to the Enigma, you're telling them that, nuh-uh, you don't get to do an instant speed aura here. And yeah, we're going to see that play out exactly as we said, as Chris passes priority, prepares to arsenal one of those juicy red cards.
And let's see, it looks as though priority has been passed. John is potentially going to go ahead and play something, but no, just going to go ahead and let the priority be passed. Like you said, a good red card in the arsenal. 1 blue card at the bottom, 1 blue card played out.
And we see what was tempting John over on the right here. He's not showing it to us now, but he did have a red haze shelter in the hand. And that's probably what he was thinking about deploying at the end of Chris's turn.
Going to be just the Spectral Manifestations. Yellow coming out, so 2 +1 counters on a Spectral Shield. It's coming in for free thanks to Enigma's hero ability. Going to go ahead and buy the block out of Mr. Iaali, and there is the Haze Shelter. So because a blue card has been pitched, 2 blue cards in fact, this is coming in for 4, though until a blue card is pitched on John Zapata's turn, it's only going to be Ward 1. So unless a blue card is pitched, you'll only have a couple instances of Ward 1 on the board for defense. Let's see if Chris wants to put any more blocks in front of the combat chain.
This is a pretty dang good start for John, considering he wasn't able to deploy anything on turn 0. You want to present as much offensive potential against your Zen opponent as possible. It's very likely that Chris is just going to take this here. He's going to cycle a little bit with this Aqua Seeing Shell. Looks like Chris, might have drawn up kind of a bricky blue hand, which is painful because everything you donate to block against Enigma is something you can't utilize to destroy their board and eliminate their offensive potential.
Absolutely. The Aqua Seeing Shell going to go ahead and be placed on the combat chain. You don't want it to just get destroyed at the start of the turn. So block 1, take 3, down to 17. First blood here in the first round of the Arcane Games Events June Open Series. Both players having cards head to the bottom of the deck from the pitch zone. Now let's see exactly what Chris can string together as the Mystic Ninja tries to take things to the mat. It's going to be the Tiger Taming Kakara to start things off, too, with Go Again, threatening those wards right off the bat.
So Chris, he cycled one of his blue cards. He blocked with one of his blue cards. He's pitching another one. He might have been a little bit blue flooded on that turn right there. But showcasing the power of the Aqua Seeing Shell in terms of digging through his deck a little bit. We didn't see exactly what was replaced there, but we have to assume that he kept a blue in hand to fuel the turn. So hopefully he got rewarded and found himself one of those 14 red cards that he drafted.
See how John wants to try to handle this, putting a couple cards down to the bottom of, or to the table there, trying to keep those for later. But like we have mentioned, these 2 wards being threatened right away with the weapon and the potential for 1 more damage down the chain.
So John, this often is not a very threatening thing, right? Tiger Taming Kakara for 2. In this case, John has to think at the start of the turn about how much he wants to protect these auras. Because right now, the Kakara was threatening both of them, which is all of John's offensive potential right now. If he doesn't have a way to rebuild his board, then he's got to find a way to protect the one he has. And Chris is sending an onslaught right now.
Yeah, so the Sky Foot Keikoi, the block 1
Skywalker. Star Wars
oh
one.
my god, of course, yes. The Darth Vader leg piece there, going to go ahead and prevent the 1 damage, and the Spectral Shield blocking up both points of the Tiger Taming Kakara before the Biting Breeze. That was that Arsenal card set up on turn 0-3 with Go Again, pressuring the Haze Shelter. Let's see, looks like John might be thinking about putting another card down. Yeah, it's going to be another. So here we go. Both of the red Haze Shelters that John was able to draft here at the very beginning of this game. 1 Ward 4 is going to go ahead and be shored up by the Haze Shelter there, and the Biting Breeze going to take care of it. So now let's see what more pressure Chris is able to put down.
And this is a juicy one. Here comes Flex Clause for 4. The good thing for John is that if he has to let it go, which he will, Haze Shelter has already been turned on, and he's going to get his block value from it. So that Haze Shelter overall was 8 points of value because he swung with it on his turn, blocked with it on Chris's turn. It also stuffs Chris's ability to make a Crouching Tiger. And boy, would he like to deploy that Pouncing Chi in his hand after a Crouching Tiger.
Yeah, he'd love to get the +1 damage thanks to the Kakara. He'd love to play the Pouncing Chi, but going to go ahead and just stick it in the arsenal, set up a 5-card hand. John's only got 2 cards to work with, so let's see how much ward can you throw down. No ward. It's just going to be a 1 for 5, banishing a card, that Grave Keeping coming out. a lot of damage on one card in a limited format. That's a quarter of Chris Iaali's starting life total, as we've mentioned. And, Gravekeeping here actually relatively relevant thanks to the Preserve tradition that Chris did draft. That is a flex clause that is not going to be able to head to the bottom of the deck. And the Fabtcg is just going to go ahead and jump in on defense here. 2 damage coming across. Chris down to 15. John, no arsenal. 4-card hand. Let's see how much pressure Chris is able to put on. We're starting things off once again. Tiger Taming Kakara for 2.
And here comes a really clean bread and butter draft Zen deck turn, because we're going to go Tiger Taming Kakara, Harmony of the Hunt, create a tiger, send that tiger, it'll get 1 from that Kakara, and then Pouncing Key to finish it off.
That's pretty darn good if you ask me. Let's see how John wants to first just shore up this 2 points of damage. Tiger Taming Kakara, we've seen 2 for 3 points of damage with Go Again in Flesh and Blood's life cycle in Limited in the past. But the Kakara here spreading up that damage. If you draw a bunch of 3 blocks, it doesn't feel good to put that down in front of the Kakara, knowing that one of those points of value may be coming later down the combat chain. So very thematic, very flavorful having the ninja come in with multiple punches, kicks, and swings of the weapon rather than just these big onslaught of, single target attacks. It's going to be the companion of the Harmony of the Hunt? Yeah, Harmony of the Hunt coming in for 3 with Go Again, following up the Tiger Taming Kakara.
And it's those little tickles, those little punches that you were talking about that make Zen such a nuisance for Enigma in this draft format, because usually she has a board in which she has to protect, and that becomes so much harder when the value of a turn is spread out over so many cards in 1s and 2s. The silver lining in John's case right now is that he has a really healthy life cushion and no board that he has to protect. Furthermore, he's holding on to a Spectral Manifestations, which is one of the best board reinvigorators in this draft set. So this is one of John's opportunities to say, send me the bill, and I will reestablish and regroup on my turn.
Couple chi cards being played in response to each other. Got to start off with the Rising Sun, Setting Moon to make sure that once you draw and bottom a card, it's already seen a blue card played. So it was the Drop in the Ocean as the second card played, but first card resolved for Mr. Zapata here. We can go ahead and see he's going to go ahead and bottom a card as a result of the Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and might have 2 chi cards now in his hand, or at least the one from the Rising Sun, Setting Moon, but the 2 damage is going to not be blocked. It's now time for the Crouching Tiger coming in for 1, thanks to the Kakara, threatening to equalize the life total nice and early. John Zapata got to go ahead and think about blocks, got to go ahead and decide exactly what cards he wants to utilize for defense here. And it is going to be another Pouncing Chi. This one just coming in from the hand, so here's 3. Go again.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder, I didn't actually catch the color of the Pouncing Key that's in the arsenal for Chris. I have to assume it was a red one, and maybe Chris is opting to hold back that really juicy breakpoint for when it will hurt John more, namely when he has reestablished a board.
Yeah, looks like he's going to keep it. It could be some damage now, but he wants it to be even more damage later, and he wants it to pressure some ward pieces. So time for Chris to just go ahead and draw on back up, utilized the cards as best he could, and no ward was presented, and now John's all the way down to 12.
And here comes the rebuild of the board. So John is, I think, still holding on to a Spectral Manifestations. It's interesting that he's not playing that first. I'm wondering if it's probably in a lackluster color, probably a blue, so maybe he's going to use it to fuel something else this turn.
Yeah. 2 damage just accepted by Chris Iaali. Both these players walking down together with these life totals. Chris at 13 to John Zapata's 12. And this is going to be a fact-finding mission with another card played out here. So here, look, Chris is having just a little bit of a laugh here. This one's going to be coming in for 6 damage.
And John is going to hold back a Waning Vengeance, which is going to be a really good arsenal target, and hopefully help him reestablish or protect a board further down the line.
Yeah, so it looks as though maybe that Spectral Manifestations was the bottomed card thanks to the Rising Sun, Setting Moon. So here is fact-finding mission. Just going to go ahead and check out either the equipment or the arsenal here. And it looks as though Chris is just going to accept the damage because that's 6 damage. That is not another piece of ward. He's okay to happy with that. But we're going to go ahead and play this at instant speed just to get some more ward out. We knew we wouldn't be able to attack with it. So Chris may be thinking, okay, he's just going to have an arsenal here and I'll take the 6 damage. But then John brings on down the Waning Vengeance.
And this is, even though John is not feeling great about his deck, this is exactly what he needs to happen. He needs to put an immense amount of pressure on the Zen's life total to make it so that Chris can't form those like 5 attack wide chains. But here we go. Let's see if Chris can clear this board.
Tiger form incantation, going to go ahead and give the next Crouching Tiger +3, which is actually relatively big on this turn because we can see a couple of Battlefront Bastions in John Zapata's hand. So that would have been a perfect shore up of the Tiger Taming Kakara and the Crouching Tiger, but the Tiger form incantation is going to have something to say about that one here.
Yeah, not this time, John. Very sorry to say. Luckily, he's still got a couple pieces of cloaked equipment. I think, however, based on what we saw on the deck list, those are Uphold Tradition and Truths Retold. So those are probably not going to be the best pieces of equipment to have on his board on this turn. I think he would... This might be one of those turns where he'd rather have more Kikois because it's going to be really hard to protect those auras with breakpoints of 4 coming in hot.
All right, looks as though that is going to block all 4 of the damage, the 1 prevention and the ward 3 from the Waning Vengeance. Luckily for Chris, no blue pitch on this turn. It was a yellow Pouncing Cheese, so this one's coming in for 3 with Go Again, thanks to the Crouching Tiger as the last attack on the combat chain.
Chris still holding on to a Biting Breeze and a Harmony of the Hunt. So likely only one of those is going to get deployed here because he doesn't have any floating resources. Biting Breeze is probably going to be fine as a follow-up attack. He's going to be sad that he can't utilize the Tiger that it creates, but I think at this point we just want to get rid of those Ward Auras.
Yeah.
Because if Chris has basically a green light to keep a 4-card hand and present as much damage as possible, that's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, so taking 2 cards out of John Zapata's hand, both Battlefront Bastions. Chris is now setting up another 5-card hand for himself. 2 cards left for John Zapata. Let's see what ward piece he wants to deploy. Wasn't able to keep that Spectral Shield around. So important for these Enigma decks to keep around a Spectral Shield that can attack for free with the +1 counter. It's 2 free with Go Again, but it's going to be that red Waxing Spectre. Now, here's the thing that I'm curious about. Chris doesn't know this, or actually, I think the players do have open deck lists because this is a feature pod. So Chris, if he's been paying attention to the deck list, there's not much left in the way of John Zapata's good red threats. This is his 1 Waxing Spectre. We've seen the 1 Waning Vengeance. He's blocked with the red Battlefront Bastion, right? There's 1 Spectral Manifestations played. So
we saw both red Haze Shelters.
Yes, both red Haze Shelters. Exactly. So from this point forward, if Chris is able to weather the storm, there's just not the same amount of offensive pressure from these big red ward pieces. So John Zapata's turns from this point forward just simply won't be as effective on offense. So let's see if Chris is able to kind of weather the storm from here long enough to not fall prey to little pings and little points of damage from smaller auras, because this is about as effective as these turns are going to be for John moving forward.
And usually that's okay for the Enigma player because they can put on enough pressure to where just pitching those Chi cards over and over again are enough to close the game out. However, even if Chris takes this 4, he's still ostensibly got 2 block in his equipment suite. It depends on whether he brought in the Kimono or the Kikoi in the chest slot. But ultimately, I think he's going to be okay to just present pressure from here on out.
Tiger Taming Kakara coming in 2 with Go Again, immediately threaten the Waxing Spectre. It did have that +1 counter.
Luckily, John has another Battlefront Bastion in his hand. He's going to showcase how important this card is on defense for Enigma.
That is going to go ahead and shore up the damage and 1 prevention floating. So it's time for a Harmony of the Hunt. This is going to go ahead and create the Crouching Tiger as we show a little bit of the harmony between the attack action and the token ephemeral tiger being created there. But this is 3 damage, and this threatens to eat up that 1 prevention that John Zapata is floating unless he can put a 3 block in front of it.
Yeah, and he really wants a 3 block here because if he has it, then he doesn't have to care at all about that tiger coming in next, which is the biggest threat, even though it's the smallest number to his Waxing Spectre. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have it, so he's just going to say, I will eat it up.
And is going to let the Waxing Spectre die, go ahead and take the damage here from the Harmony of the Hunt. But the Crouching Tiger then eats up that final point of prevention, and then here we go, 4 with Go Again. There's the red Pouncing Chi this time. So much more damage, so much more effective than those yellow cards. It looks as though it's going to be a single-minded determination heading down to the block for this, and then now look at that. You don't have to go ahead and utilize the text on the card. It's just going to be a 0 for 4. It's the pack 1, pick 1, Bryce, and it's coming down another 4 damage.
This is why this card was Chris's pack 1, pick 1. Sure, it could be a Chi Unleashed, but this is a, let's see, 2, 5, 6, 10, 14 damage turn that leaves Chris with an arsenal. That's going to be really nasty. These 0 for 4s, if you're not prioritizing them, maybe consider it.
Yeah. Now, John's hand here, I believe one of them is, I think, a Stir the Pot or another Transcend card. So there was no option to block there. Let's see if he has a blue card to play with it. The answer is no, it's just going to be the Solitary Companion, but it's going to come and create a Spectral Shield as well. So a blue Transcend card in the arsenal there for John. Wasn't able to be blocked with.
Which is not bad. Ultimately, this Solitary Companion is going to be 4 block, and it will likely be donated to the block at this point, life totals being what they are, and Chris with a 5-card hand. Yeah, Red Untamed coming in. This is a good start for Chris.
Ooh, and there's another Transcend card in the hand. There's another Stir the Pot. If that is what is in the arsenal, couldn't see it exactly, but Red Untamed here now going to go ahead and give the next Crouching Tiger +1, and if the Kakara joins the fray, that will make the next Crouching Tiger, it'll come in for 2.
Now, I didn't see what ended up hitting Chris's arsenal, but based on what he has in the hand, we don't have a definitive way to generate a Tiger at the moment.
Yeah.
Seems like he's just sporting a Flex Clause, which is could generate a Tiger, but only on hit. And John could have something to say about that, especially with the board that he has presented.
Yeah, and John here, without using any offensive pressure for Chris, he wasn't able to utilize that Stride of Reprisal. So instead, it's just going to be 1 for 4 into 1 for 4. Comes in and immediately threatens to put John all the way down to 1 here.
And this is interesting because I want to shout out Chris's sequencing here. He has to play both of these Untamed before a Tiger, obviously, because they are providing the buff to the Tiger. But because he is presenting it before the Flex Clause, he's forcing John to consider going down to 1 before he plans out the rest of his blocks. Now Chris is going to slam down a Flex Clause, and whether or not John likes it or not, he'd better block this out. Otherwise, he's going to be facing down a Tiger for 2.
Nice little 4-card hand, 12 points of offensive pressure. You love to see it on the attack here if you are in Chris's spot. This is threatening John's entire life total, and we are going to go ahead and have to play both Stir the Pots at once. We're shuffling twice, but more importantly, we're transcending twice, which means on this turn, if John needs it, he's going to be able to activate that Enigma hero ability, grab the Spectral Shield, which might be what he needs to keep him alive.
You still really hope that John is holding on to a 3-block here. Otherwise, this is going to be an incredibly uncomfortable blocking situation. And Chris still sporting some really important pieces of equipment. At some point, if he gets a bricky hand that can't generate a Tiger, all good. He'll just block with those feet and go super wide once again.
Let's go ahead and see exactly how John wants to handle this turn here.
2/2 blocks.
Oh, and if that would be the case, then we might be just coming in for the Spectral Shield on his turn. Looks as though he's thinking about shoring up a block here. We can see he's got, I think, another Solitary Companion. That might be
And a Spectral Manifestations
yeah,
in blue.
He's getting ready to throw that down to the block here. It looks as though the block 3 is going to be presented here.
That's fascinating. He just throws 2 in front of it. This Tiger is going to hurt because all of a sudden it's threatening lethal.
Yep. Whew, look at that. 2 damage coming across. John has to think about this one as well.
That's kind of, if John, I think that might have been a bit of a misplay from John because he ended up blocking with both of his 2 blocks anyway, and he could have thrown them both in front of the Flex Clause to prevent that extra 2 damage. I think that might just have been a little bit of a brain fart from John Zapata.
Looks as though we're going to be, is this at the end of Chris's turn or not? It looks as though,
Looks like
oh, now here's the thing. He's keeping the Chi card because if Chris just has no blocks, that cloaked piece of, oh no, he is doing that at the end of Chris's turn. Okay. So that is why the card just went to the bottom of the deck, is because at the end of Chris's turn, John created the Spectral Shield. But now he does have the blue card in the hand because he can make a Spectral Shield with Enigma's ability, or if Chris just has no blocks, he could just be straight dead to the Uphold Tradition that is in John's arm slot. Now,
very cheeky.
Chris should know about the Uphold Tradition here because they were able to look at deck lists before this round, thanks to Chris being on the feature match here. So let's see if Chris is able to sniff it out. He knows that's another Chi in the hand, so that could just be another Spectral Shield, but this could be the time. But no, of course, we're going to go ahead and at least put the 1 block in front of this, grab the Tiger. If Chris wants to, can definitely stay alive here, he's going to have to do so. Let's see, though. He's really giving it a think.
I think he's wondering if he can safely donate one of these cards to to defense. Yeah, no, it looks like he's just going straight for the feet, which means that John could go ahead and flip his uphold tradition and get Chris down to 1. But we know if he does, then Chris is going to flip that kimono.
Yeah.
Which I'm sorry, that's
is the
not-
Keikoi, I think. Or is it the kimono?
it depends.
Yeah.
He was able to choose. Oh no, we saw it on Fact Finder mission. It
Yeah.
was the Keikoi. You're right.
It is.
You're
Okay.
right.
Cool. So 2 Spectral Shields created, 2 points of defense, but this is, the 6-card hand here for Chris, including the Arsenal with the Crouching Tiger created from the Stride of Reprisal. So you have to imagine this is when Chris Iaali wants to close this game out, but we do have the final Battlefront Bastion here. Blue Harmony of the Hunt is going to be the follow-up, so we're going to make a second Crouching
Could we see
Tiger.
a Transcend here, Sam?
We very well might, Chris. We don't know how many Transcend cards he brought in, but I think that is the preserved tradition. So this one's going to be coming in for 1. The Crouching Tiger is not going to eat up the 1 damage. Oh, it is. So the 1 damage prevention was from the Battlefront, taken by the Harmony of the Hunt, but now it is time as the Spectral Shield goes ahead and eats up the Crouching Tiger. We are going to preserve tradition, put that Pouncing Chi back on the bottom of the deck, and it's time not only to go ahead and resolve the card, preserve tradition, but now we have the ability to activate Zen, get our 3rd Crouching Tiger in our, available to us of the turn, and grab any card we want with combo.
And
maybe it's
what
just that
do you think it's going to be? Here it is.
Maybe it's just going to be the Pouncing Chi that we put on the bottom thanks to the preserved tradition. This is why during the draft process we highlighted the power of this card in all the decks, but specifically in Zen. Preserved tradition says, I'm going to put this on the bottom, and I'm going to put it in my hand.
And what is Chris going to say? What do all Zens want to say over and over again? 4.
Go again.
4.
Yeah.
4.
So that's going to eat up the Spectral Shield and the 3 block, that second, the Pouncing Chi that was just grabbed. And there is another Emissary of Wind here. This is
Tides.
Emissary of Tides going to come in, get the +2 because we put the card on the bottom, which was that Crouching Tiger just created. We can flip 2 pieces of ward over because there is the final piece of, the final card in the hand was a Transcend card. No blocking here. Just going to put it on the bottom.
John goes to 1 and is going to have to say pass back to Chris. This is showcasing, like, we've heard about the Transcendless Zen deck, but Chris showcasing why, it's really nice to have 1 or 2 in that deck because you get to do some nasty things, Sam. Putting a Pouncing Chi on the bottom of your deck and then fetching it immediately, that's all right. That is exactly what Zen wants to be doing, and it couldn't be a better time for it because decks are getting thin.
And no more Battlefront Bastions available to John Zapata. Do have a blue Untamed coming in, so now that Crouching Tiger that we know is in the hand from the last turn is going to be coming in for 2. Let's see if Chris is able to find one more piece of damage here. It's going to be the red Blanche in the Arsenal, the 3 for 7. We talked about it during the draft, did we not? Saying that Blanche would probably do some major work in the matchup. I think a lethal attack is about as much work as you could want a card to do. Chris Iaali is going to go ahead and move on to 1-0 after that game. He was down to 2. That game was not necessarily just a complete barn burner for Chris with no sense of recourse from John. He had some good tricks, but like we talked about, those big red pieces went away early, and he was not able to continue the onslaught, continue the pressure, and Chris moves on to 1-0.
And honestly, I think John was pretty lucky to have found all of his offensive pieces so early. There was kind of an awkward turn with the Haze Shelter being devoted to block. But that was pretty much as good as that could have gone for John. It's just that he is the 1 of 3 Enigma facing down the cracked 1 of 2 Zen.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's the way draft goes.
Absolutely. What a game from our 2 players here. Thank you all for sticking with us through the match. Now Chris moves on to 1-0. We're going to have to wait and see exactly how the rest of the pod shakes up and shakes out. But he's feeling good to take that first win here at the AGE Open. 2 drafts today. This is just the first. We got plenty more games and even another draft before top 8. But if you're in Chris Iaali's seat, you've started off just about as good as you could ask for.
It's entirely possible that we're witnessing a 3-0 Zen deck here. I want to highlight that point. We just found the pieces that we needed, packs 2 and 3. It really came together for Chris. And the lines are really humming.
Yeah, and for John, right, like, he put up such a good fight and has some of those big red pieces, and the Battlefront Bastions put in so much work. He had to deploy all of them on defense, but the 3 for 7, just attacking with the Battlefront can put in, just do crazy things. We saw the Blanche there end the game. So John's certainly not out of it. Going down, your first game in the draft pod is not where you'd like to start, but the submarine from 0-1 into 2-1 is the same 2-1 as another, as the other 2-1s in the pod if you're able to continue to win out from there. So congratulations to both players, but Chris Iaali moving on to 1-0.
Very unfortunate that Chris had to kill one of our own, but I think John is very comfortable in the submarine captain seat, and I entirely expect to see him do all right today, despite the fact that he took a loss.
So we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break before our next round. We're going to have Michael Murray jumping back in the booth to bring you the action. So don't go anywhere. We got more Arcane Games event, the Mistveil Draft AGE Open coming up very soon. We'll see you in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the June edition of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series, where we are watching Chris Iaali take his stride of reprisal through his draft pod. Sorry, I'm recently become a father, and these things are coming to me faster
It's
than
genetic at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to continue on. It's going to be Chris Iaali versus Emanuel. I'm not sure what his last name is, but I'm sure it's amazing. Who is the other Zen in the pod? We're seeing
2 Zens in the pod.
and
Up
here
against
they
each
go.
other.
Yeah, clearly
ahead.
both are doing well.
Yep.
Which is no surprise given that there were so many good ninja cards
Sure.
available in that draft.
Yeah. One of the things to note is that Chris was sitting to the left of Emanuel, which means that in the wheel he was getting first pick for 2 packs and second pick for 1 pack. So slight edge just for that. But overall should be a pretty even split of cards.
And let's see how it's going to play out between these two players. Emanuel Zayas is his last name. I wonder if he's a doctor. I wonder if he is Dr. Zayas.
I wonder if maybe his name starts with a Z, and that's why he chose Zen.
Yeah, quite possible indeed.
The Z allegiance.
Yeah, Z Allegiance. Chris, who has no Z's in his name, is poring over his opponent's deck list. Probably one... I guess the thing that you want to note is how many of those really nasty red combo cards does my opponent have?
Yeah.
How many Transcend cards do they have? And finding out when your windows to go full steam ahead are going to be. The main difference between Emanuel and Chris's list is those combo cards. Emanuel ended up with 2 red Fabtcg, 2 red Breed Anger, 2 red Aspect of Tiger Body, which is pretty rare considering that is in the rare slot. We'll see how it influences this match.
Yeah.
Curiously enough, neither you weren't in the booth at the time, but I think you probably saw Chris's his pack 1 pick 1 when he deviated away from that red Chi Unleashed.
Yep.
Did you see that?
I did.
Curiously enough, I don't think it ended up in Emanuel's list. So somebody else was flirting with the idea of Zen.
Yeah,
and
maybe a
ended
hate
up opting
pick
out.
or an opt-out.
Yeah, which I actually think it might have been Marcus Brown. I was talking to him a little bit early.
He did have actually some cards of every class.
Yeah.
So it sounds like he wasn't super satisfied with his options and tried to stay open for a while, eventually settled, I want to say on new. I believe new. But let's not set that in stone until we see him on camera if that happens.
Absolutely. The players are shuffling up here, and we are about to get underway. Let's take a look at the equipment suites. Emanuel has 2 cloaked equipment, where Chris has 2 as well. We know what Chris's options are. He has the Sky Body Kikoi and the Kimono as his options for chest, and we know the headpiece is just a...
Yeah, and on Emanuel's side, Chris and us know that the 2 cloaked would be the Skyhold Kikoi and the Skywalker Kikoi.
Okay.
So that is known information, so we can play knowing that.
And these open deck lists do add a really interesting dynamic to this set because of the cloaked mechanic.
Right. It kind of isn't cloaked, as long as you can remember, because Chris won't be sitting there with the deck list, so if he forgot to mentally write that down, he may forget what those equipment are.
I think we saw a chuckle between Chris and John in the last round when John hit him with a fact-finding mission. I think they were probably laughing about the fact that that is not really a relevant card.
Well, he did choose the chest over the arsenal, which shows that he may have forgotten. Or actually, it turns out that I believe Chris has 2 chest piece options. So he may have been really curious about which one he brought and choosing that over the arsenal, knowing the arsenal was probably some power card. Pretty confident in that.
Yeah, right, you are. With 4 copies of Fabtcg, it's pretty safe to assume that Chris is arsenaling power cards all the time. Or those 0 for 4s that have no condition whatsoever.
Yeah.
Both those emissaries in his deck last game doing immense work against John Zapata. But here we go. It's a Zen on Zen showdown. 2 hyper-powered Zen draft decks about to duke it out in round 2 of the June AGE Open.
Shuffling it up. Looks like didn't see who won the die roll. We'll see that in just a moment.
And it's curious. Emanuel is starting off with a Transcend card in hand. Is that 2 Transcend cards I see? Is that a Drop in the Ocean?
Yeah,
it is.
It is.
Drop in the Ocean and Homage to Ancestors.
So Chris
this is
going
really interesting.
first. Looks like he may have lost the die roll on that. Pitches a red and a blue, over pitching for the Blanche.
And this could be really interesting for Emanuel because he has the opportunity to transcend turn 0 and block a little bit if he wants. This is going to be kind of a tough decision for him because if he does elect to transcend, he could activate Zen, but then he would end up with a Crouching Tiger in hand and basically IP himself.
Yeah, I don't know how important. I imagine the Transcend is something you want to do with a 5-card hand if possible, but unfortunate not having enough blocking cards right now. The Blanche really threatening on this turn 1 here.
Don't forget that drop in the ocean will give that attack -1. And
True.
if he's really concerned about the text on Blanche, he could always throw one of his pieces of equipment at it.
True.
Obviously not something you want to do on turn 0, but if
Looks like he's hovering it.
Yeah, he is. And I think that's understandable because the text on Blanche is potentially the most debilitating to Zen because he relies so heavily on Harmony of the Hunt and Tiger Form Incantation to create his tigers, and you need to have pitched a blue.
Yeah.
Gonna give it -1.
Yep, there's the drop in the ocean, just like you predicted, and the homage to ancestors gaining a life, transcending both of those, so he'll start his turn with 2 chi in hand, unless he decides to dump one right here into nothing, which is
yeah, like we said, that's
an option.
probably not likely just because that Crouching Tiger is such a liability, drawing back up to 4.
But IPing yourself, oh, and there's another transcend card.
So that is all of the Transcend cards
Rough
in Emanuel's
hand
deck
from Emanuel.
already. Ouch.
Yeah.
So he has the option to Tiger Form Incantation. That being said, this turn is not as bad as it originally seems, right? Because he's already gotten that Transcend off, he's going to be able to find one of those extremely powerful combo cards in his
It's a very
deck.
good point. And
So-
he can use the other one for resources, so he's not as stuck as it seemed.
Right, you are. And let's take a look at what he will be finding. It's likely going to be one of those 2 red pouncing cheese that are in his deck. 0 for 4 is nothing to shake your hat at. The other options he has are Breed Anger, Aspect of Tiger Body, and yeah, no. He does have a yellow and a blue Chi Unleashed, so it's entirely possible that that's what he goes to find. Turn a skimpy yellow card into a 2 for 6.
Well, it looks like he's starting the turn off swinging with the Tiger Taming Kakara, pitching one of his 2 Chis, 1 floating, 2 coming in.
Which is really interesting because this could be problematic because he is holding on to a Tiger Form Incantation, which is a non-attack action.
True.
And would close the chain and nerf his Tiger. Maybe he's thinking that is A-okay because he's going to be able to activate Zen.
That's a good point there. So looks like he had the same exact thought. He goes for the Zen activation, searching his deck for one of those cards that you just mentioned, possibly something else. And he's going to make that Tiger in his hand without breaking the chain. Very important if he wants to get the value out of his Kakara.
Oh, he's holding it a little bit too low for us to be able to see what he's thinking. As he flips through his deck, I feel like it's going to be that yellow Chi Unleashed or a red Pouncing Chi. Surely. That's going to be the most efficient way to push damage here.
Taking a look at Chris Iaali's hand. I saw a Tiger Form Incantation.
Biting Breeze.
And they're being very secretive with those hands.
And here comes the yellow Chi Unleashed.
Okay.
Not bad at all, especially on a turn where you're kind of resource flooded.
Yeah. I like the play of not pulling your absolute most powerful card out of the deck. Do something powerful, and then leave the rest of the deck so to have more power later on.
Yeah.
Coming in with that Tiger that he just made off of the Zen ability, coming in for 1, thanks to the ability of the Tiger Taming Kakara. And it looks like Chris snaps no blocks, and we see 6 coming in with the Key Unleashed.
Which means that Homage to Ancestors is heading to Arsenal. Which, if he does want to transcend with it, could be a little bit clunky later on. I think there's going to be a world where he just wants to throw it out, gain the 1 life, and move on. It is curious that he didn't pitch it right there to play the Tiger Form Incantation rather than pitching that to the Chi Unleash, because then you would have snuck in 2 more points of damage. Obviously ending without an Arsenal, but I would argue that maybe that's a dead card in Arsenal anyway.
Yeah, it depends on how he built his deck. We'll have to see if that becomes relevant later on. 11 to 21, big life lead on Emanuel's side as Chris comes in attacking with something.
That's
Can't
a
see
flex
things.
clause,
The
if I'm
flex
not
clause,
mistaken.
okay.
Breakpoint offered here, and a tiger created on the back end.
Yep, there it is. Flex clause.
This
So
hurts
this is a 1
Emanuel.
for 4.
Yeah, this hurts Emanuel even more because he's given up one of his precious pieces of equipment. And in the Zen matchup, these are the moments that you really want to be donating equipment. Just get one extra block on these breakpoints that are going to create tigers and push even more damage.
Yeah. With the life lead that Emanuel has, obviously it's always value, value, value across the course of the game. So if you can prevent that on hit, that's very useful.
This is very interesting here. Oh, he's going to throw another 2 block in there. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
The yellow Untamed.
Which is a pretty lackluster card.
Sure.
Makes sense that it's being devoted to the block here. Probably going to get more value, just as much, if not more value, on the blocking side of things.
And he decides to put that.
It'll be a pouncing chi going
Yeah,
to the bottom of the deck,
pouncing.
which makes a lot of sense because that is one of the huge power cards in this deck. Unfortunately, it was forced to block on turn 0, which is not what you want to be doing with it. You want to be attacking with it. So
Chris Iaali now swinging with the Biting Breeze. When it hits, can create a Crouching Tiger. Another on hit that Emanuel may want to prevent.
he doesn't
Does
here,
not.
though. Goes ahead and takes the tiger. This is looking like a monster of a turn from Chris. And like we said previously, Zen just wants to say 4 over and over and over again. And Chris has already said it twice this turn. Technically, Untamed is saying 5,
Yep.
just divvied up a little bit.
And with that Tiger we already know about in hand, he can threaten one more at the end of the chain.
This is A-okay for him. Emanuel sporting a Companion of the Claw, which, as we discussed during the draft, kind of serves as a bit of a clunker in terms of Zen's ideal
Ooh, look at
resource
this.
curves.
Harmony Hunt ending the chain, 3 damage, and another Tiger in hand that he'll be able to arsenal. Very efficient use. I was kind of sitting here wondering if Chris was just going to end the turn with 1 floating, but no. He has the last attack to eke that value out.
Chris Iaali, my team captain, no way is he leaving a resource floating. That's not the way. That's not his style. Efficiency and clean play. That's the Chris Iaali way.
Moves to end. Tiger and Arsenal, 11 to 10.
And honestly, Tiger and Arsenal is pretty solid for Zen a lot of the time. Chris's deck is really, really streamlined and well crafted. But in some of these lackluster Zen decks, namely from being like a 1 of 3 Zen, it can be vital to have a Tiger on demand. That's why Stride of Reprisal is best in slot. So arsenaling one, it ain't that bad. Here comes a blue Biting Breeze from Emanuel Zayas, maybe hoping to transcend with that homage to ancestors in
That was
Arsenal.
my thought as well.
It's curious, though, because I believe those are 2 reds left in his hand.
He may choose to transcend and then just use that as resources. He would be able to play both of those cards.
And this is kind of nice here for Chris, flipping that Aqua Seeing Shell. Going to block out a relevant on-hit from the Biting Breeze. Chris doesn't know that Emanuel is just going to be able to create that Tiger out of Arsenal. If he does intend to pitch to Zen, the Companion of the Claw will do it on its own, though.
So then homage to ancestors being played, gaining 1 life, transcending. Chi goes to hand.
And here, like you said, it's going to be just vital as a blue pitch. Forget the Zen text. We just need to fuel the rest of this turn.
That's pretty incredible that you can arsenal a Chi card and then use that to pitch. That's a very, very valuable thing to bank.
Here comes the Companion of the Claw. We're going to create a Tiger. Goes to hand. We don't have the... It's kind of... It's curious that he orders it this way. I guess it's fine because he just uses that last resource to go Tiger Form Incantation. There was another line where you hold on to the Companion of the Claw, throw it into Arsenal.
And then Tiger form into Kakara, right?
Yeah, exactly. And maybe that's a more efficient use of resources, but This does allow Emanuel to push a ridiculous amount of damage when Chris is already incredibly low.
Choosing to push the tempo rather than bank the value. Oh, and he's still...
And get this, Chris gets to block with that Aqua Seeing Shell twice because Emanuel
Wow, he
closed
broke
the chain.
chain.
And Aqua Seeing Shell doesn't have Blade Break. It dies at the start of your turn.
Very good use of that equipment there by Chris. Catching the breaking of the chain.
Yeah, really smartly played. Chris knows what these cards say. There's no question about that.
Biting Breeze, 0 for 3. Tiger on hit.
That's right. In the hand of Chris, we've got one of those coveted Pouncing Cheese, one of the power cards in his deck. Let's see if Emanuel is afraid of the Tiger or not.
Yeah, and he does have the Tiger in Arsenal, correct? So
That's correct.
Could play into whether Emanuel chooses to block, decides to block. The Kakara comes in for 2.
Emanuel's hand is a little bit lackluster here.
Yeah, seeing him block with a red Breed Anger. Usually more of a power card, but perhaps seeing the texture of his hand deciding more value blocking with that.
Yeah.
Especially considering the on-hit.
Yeah, and if he did, it was 2 turns ago now that Chris put that Crouching Tiger in Arsenal, so maybe Emanuel has forgotten.
Great timing for the
there.
Untamed now that Tiger is getting +2.
And Chris is going to empty this entire hand out here because here comes Tiger from Arsenal after this for 2, and then what do you know? Another 4.
Wow.
Zen's favorite number.
Huge turn from Chris, pulling the tempo.
So even though Chris is a little bit down on life totals here, he's ripping all of the cards out of Emanuel's hand.
Yeah.
His offensive potential is dwindling right before his eyes. And on top of it, there's another 4 on the back of this Tiger.
Yeah, Emanuel just trying to get the most value out of his hand as he can. It looks like you don't normally see Zen's block, but in this case, he thinks it was the best use of his cards.
And maybe Chris will draw up a bit of a dud of a hand. 4 cards is certainly less scary than 1, but Chris kind of has a get-out-of-jail-free card in the Stride of Reprisal. That is, if Emanuel offers anything offensive on his turn or just decides to block completely out.
Emanuel in a tough position, thinking about whether he wants to commit this final card to block and just time walk himself and take some damage, or send a weak little flick back at Chris. He can't do much. We know that his arsenal is a 2 for 4, and the card in his hand, is that a blue or a yellow? Or maybe even a red?
In Emanuel's hand?
Looks like he's blocking with it. He may just be fighting inside himself about how horrible this feels.
Yeah.
Choosing the block 3 over the attack for 3 in this spot. But he's not happy. You can see a little grimace on his face.
Yeah, the fact that he's already dedicated 3 cards to block, it makes sense that he just throws the rest of the hand out. Because the difference between a Zen hand of 4 cards and a Zen hand of 3 cards it's a lot.
Yep.
So Chris just gets the green light to go again. Looks like it's actually not that great of a hand,
Yeah, it's
though.
a blue-heavy hand here.
And he has no way to generate a Tiger, so maybe a super heads-up play from Emanuel not attacking at all, because that would have allowed Chris to see what's in his hand, block with a Stride of Reprisal, and completely fix this. Very blue-heavy indeed. The saving grace for Chris here is that he's going to be able to throw that blue Untamed into a droplet and basically turn that Water Mystic attack from blue to red in terms of rate.
Yeah. Those cards are very flexible, powerful cards in this set. We can see.
It looks like Emanuel is pretty blue flooded as well. I see 3 blue cards and 1 red. So this is not the hand that Emanuel wanted to see after Chris took his tempo. Ideally, he was going to have all gas. He could devote as little as possible to the block and then come back with a haymaker of his own.
Silver lining, he does have expensive cards in his hand. That at least in his arsenal, it costs 2 resources. His weapon costs 2, so he can utilize a lot of resources. 9 is too many, and we can see him blocking here. because he agrees with that.
I think Emanuel's arsenal ended up being a tiger, didn't it?
Was it a tiger,
I think
not
so,
the
because
companion?
Because he had the line that went. I think he played the Companion of the Claw and
excuse me.
the incantation.
Okay.
Which is what allowed Chris to
I
block
see.
with the Seeing Shell
Okay.
twice. So maybe that's a good. It's not an ideal situation given his hand. He would love to hold on to that Pouncing Chi in order to make really good use of that tiger. But in this case, it's probably just going to be, at most, Kakara, Tiger, Breed Anger, probably Arsenal, or no, Breed Anger creates it in Banished, huh? So he can't even Arsenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though Chris drew a bit of a brick of a hand, he's Emanuel's just not going to be able to send too much back at him.
Decides to take. There it is. 5
And we go to
apiece.
5.
And there's the droplet.
For 4.
Boosted up by the Untamed Blue, coming in for 4.
Now, normally in this spot, you're asking yourself, is that last card a path well traveled? But because we have open deck lists, Emanuel probably knows that
Yep.
is not the case. Because these cards just get so ridiculous if they are powered up by one of those Transcend cards.
I'll go to Arsenal.
Yep.
Chris wishing he had a tiger. Losing 2 potential value there.
You know, he did get 2 cards out of his opponent Zen's hand. He's probably feeling pretty confident that he's going to still get that value out of Pouncing Chi, especially when he's sitting on the Stride of Reprisal still to this moment.
So now Emanuel's attacking with his weapon, the Kakara. Pitching the Companion of the Claw.
Flickered off.
Chris Iaali blocking with Biting Breeze Blue.
Probably has a redundant blue in hand, says might as well donate this to the defense. I really wonder if we're going to see that Stride of Reprisal here because I'm not seeing a guaranteed Tiger generator yet.
Does he have any
Oh.
Tiger Pumps is the other question.
He
He has the Pouncing Chi.
He's not showing them, and we know there's a Pouncing Chi in Arsenal. He does have
So
a
there
Tiger
he
Form
reaches for it
incantation
now.
on the left.
Preferring to save it for a potential on-hit, I imagine, rather than the vanilla, and see what the final attack from Emanuel is.
And Emanuel is presenting the most amazing on-hit in Flesh and Blood.
Death.
Chris in the tank, thinking about whether or not we're going to donate it. He has to donate something, so it might as well be something that makes his turn phenomenal.
Looks like he's deciding whether he prefers to have 4 life or 4 cards.
He still, don't forget, he still has ostensibly the Kikoi in his chest slot. So he could block out a little more of this if he
Chris
wanted
goes to 1. This is the turn now to turn the tempo and strip as many cards from Emanuel as possible. Being the Zen on the offensive when life totals are low is exactly the position you want to be in. As Chris starts the turn with a blue Tiger Form incantation, creating a tiger in his hand. So now he has 2.
It's entirely possible that he even not only strips the hand from Emanuel, but also just outright kills him with what we've seen so far. We've got 2 Pouncing Keys at the ready.
One of the things I noticed in the last game, and it looks like he's setting it up again, is a really wide turn of 2 attacks. There's something very, very difficult about this because you can't get your full card's value blocking a 2 attack. And so if you can go very wide and, we see next attack is probably going to be a tiger for 2, it presents a very difficult puzzle, a blocking puzzle for Emanuel that it's not going to be possible for him to extract all the value from his cards that he would like to.
It is curious that Chris decides to sequence this way because he could have gone Tiger Form Incantation, then go Tiger, then Pouncing Chi, and then you present 2 1-power attacks rather than 1 2-power attacks, exacerbating that very issue that you were just describing. I think Chris might be valuing arsenaling. No, he's not going to arsenal the Tiger because he's going to deploy both of them for the Pouncing Cheese. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's an argument that was a bit of a mis-sequence there from Chris.
Sure. We'll see how he decides to play. I think he has a Pouncing Chi in his hand.
And also an Arsenal, if I'm
Wow.
not mistaken.
Okay, so okay.
This is why I think it
I
might
see.
be a bit of a mistake on sequencing, if he has both. Yeah.
Untamed blocking.
Yeah.
Yep. So lots of 2 power attacks coming across.
And then we know probably ending up with another 4. And while it won't kill Emanuel, it certainly gives Chris the green light to try to do it again next turn. And you definitely don't want to be on the back foot in a Zen mirror.
Emanuel deciding to take 2, dropping down to 2 life. Chris, 2 cards in hand, pauses for a think.
0.
Sending his last tiger for 0.
So yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. We could
3.
have had a situation where both those tigers came in for 1, probably forced Emanuel to take those 1s
Yep.
because he just loses too much value on blocking them.
Block 3. Okay.
Okay, and Chris has all but stripped the hand from Emanuel, which means that at best, here comes a Kakara. And I think Chris is feeling pretty comfortable about blocking
Yep.
that out.
And for those of you at home who have heard the word tempo but don't fully understand it, this is the definition of it. Chris having the tempo at the moment, Emanuel only able to play 1 card out, not even activate the combo on it. It's Pouncing Chi coming in for 3.
Yeah, and Chris fine to donate a piece of equipment and a powerful card, I will say, to the block. Let's see what he's got on the clapback.
The red Tiger Form incantation.
Great start. Because all of a sudden, this measly tiger that has been created out of thin air is coming in for a heck of a lot more than
Yep.
0.
4 after the weapon swing, which is a breakpoint, and that could demand 2 cards from Emanuel.
And we know that Chris is also holding on to one of those coveted emissary cards, which will just come in for 4.
Yeah.
Zen is doing his thing, saying 4 over and over and over again.
The breakpoints are what make the tempo so deadly at the end of the game.
Right, you are. Because no longer can I just say, oh, well, I'll just get max value on my card, block 3, and take the remaining 1 because I can. All of a sudden, you're at 1.
Yep.
That's death.
Yep. Now the Tiger's coming in. 4.
And so this is the moment that is so sad to see because Emanuel is going to be turning the gears, trying to figure out what is the best possible thing I can do with a 2-card hand. I'm just going to donate 1 of these to block. I'm going to go down to 1, and surely I get a chance. And then Chris is going to say, how about another 4?
Yeah. Yeah, this could actually just... It's going to strip the whole hand and deal a point of damage, minimum.
Absolutely.
And then what Chris had this turn was a 3-card hand. Next, he's going to have a 4-card hand. So looks like Emanuel may be on the ropes. His only shot here would be for a big old brick from Chris next turn.
Yeah,
A big one.
based on what we know about Chris's deck, that is very unlikely.
Yeah, he built a very efficient deck.
I mean, granted, we have seen 2 of the Biting Breezes, I think, at least 1 of the Untames. We've seen both of the Emissaries, which are power cards. We've also seen the Blanche that was deployed on turn 0. So Chris might have to try to find a way to do this with his blues. Which
He has a Transcend card and a blue.
Yep, and
Good combination.
that'll probably be all she wrote.
Oh, decides instead to swing the weapon.
I think this makes sense because the 2 other cards in his hand are red.
Yeah.
And in order to actually activate Zen's ability, he would have to tap out.
That's a
No
good point.
resources. Yeah. So he's just going to let these reds do their work.
That's all you need.
Emanuel finding one of those early pitched cheese. Blue cheese, if you will.
Yep. That could actually
Sorry.
be the end of it. I see what you did there. Yeah, you'd like a blocking card.
Yeah. And
And
so
here
that's
he-
probably what Emanuel is going to go find.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be banished, so he can't.
True.
I'm not sure what the point of that is, but
Put you in banish.
well, there we are.
Yeah, I won't be able to block.
There's your soundbite.
Okay.
And that's it. The
That last
chi
one
that
was just
cannot
too many
block
blues.
was not able to
Oh,
defend.
too many 4s.
Yeah.
Just need a 1-3.
What did I say? Zen wants to say 4. Zen wants to say 4. That's the name of the game. Chris Iaali taking it down once again. Let's get a view of our winner as he unclips his microphone.
Taking down a Zen mirror going first is a tough thing to do. Chris playing that masterfully.
Yeah, right you are. Chris showcasing what a really good Zen draft deck looks like. Let's take a look at his pool one more time. In case you don't want to take our word for it, this is what a 2-0 draft Zen deck looks like. One of the things I really want to highlight here is the lack of companion of the claws. I think that is a bit of a bait card when it comes to Zen because it doesn't fit into the really clean resource structure that Zen wants to utilize. You want to go a series of 1 costs, or you want to go 1 cost, Kakara, 0 cost.
Yeah.
And that's what a clean Zen turn looks like. A 2 cost messes with all of that.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it seems like on paper that the Tiger creation, the 4 breakpoint, it looks like all the things you'd want, but that 2 cost is just far too expensive to be able to make efficient use of it, and he passed on all of them.
Yeah, right you are.
And we saw them get clogged up in Emanuel's list. When he had those turns, he just wasn't able to play them super efficiently.
Right you are. And since we've been saying 4, 4, 4, 4, 4 over and over and over again, let's take a look at some of these nasty 4s that Chris is showcasing. Flex Claws. Why is this one so much better than something that comes in for 3?
Well, you want it to hit, and cards in this game, they block for 2 or they block for 3. And this one, well, you can block it with 1 card. The other one you can't.
Right you are. And so we're demanding really important pieces of equipment and also threatening a really intense on-hit.
Yeah.
So Chris, the king of 4s, will be joining us for an interview in just a moment. So don't go anywhere, and you'll hear from the man himself.
Welcome back, folks. We're joined here with Chris Iaali at the 2-win mid-round interview, here to ask him a little bit about his deck and how the draft went. What were your thoughts coming out of the draft, sitting with your deck list here? How did you feel about it?
Yeah, during pack 1, I was a little worried because on the wheel it was signaled that there were probably 2 other Zen players, so 3 total. And so pack 1 I was a little worried, but by mid pack 2 and definitely in pack 3 I felt a lot better about the deck, and things were starting to come together, and I think the deck came out pretty well.
Sure. When did you pick those signals up? You say that you noticed in the wheel. I'm assuming that just means you looked at how many ninja cards were available, and we're seeing some packs didn't have 2 or 3.
So my pack 1 pick 1, I had an interesting choice between one of the emissaries, I think it was the Wind, and then Key Unleashed, red, and then obviously there were 2 ninja cards in the pack also. And so on that wheel, I ended up picking the emissary, and on that wheel, the red key unleash was missing, and the other red ninja card was missing. So that means that 2 people picked one of the ninja cards.
Right.
Right. So that means if I'm in ninja in that spot, then I'm the 3rd ninja, and I was just hoping that because I ended up going into ninja on pack 2 or in pick 2, and I was just hoping that I was able to cut off enough ninja cards where the players on my left that were drafting ninja would like pivot out, and I think that's what happened. I think Jake was the player who started on ninja but ended up switching to Enigma, and so it worked out.
Awesome. Yeah, I saw Marcus also waffled a little bit between actually all 3 classes, ended up settling on Assassin,
Okay.
but
Yeah, Marcus
had a few
right on my left.
Yep, had a few ninja cards as well. Yeah, I noticed you picked up a lot of power cards. We were talking about how important the 4 power, the 0 for 4s and the 1 for 4s are.
Right.
We've got Flex Claws in here. You've got 2 of those. You've got 2 Untamed. How do you feel about the power cards that you got, and which ones you prefer in your lists?
Yeah, I definitely like Flex Claws a lot more than Untamed, but Untamed gets a lot better when I have Strider Reprisal in my deck to guarantee that I'm going to have that Crouching Tiger to get the +1 value out of. Because like your general game plan with Zen, like your typical turn pattern is going to be like 1 cost, pitch a blue, play a 1 cost that sometimes cares about a blue that you're pitching, or it's going to be one of these 1 for 4s, and then you use the 2 remaining pitch to attack with your Kakara, and then obviously like Tiger afterwards, and then hopefully end on a 0 for 4. So that's why I prefer that's why I picked the Emissary over the Key Unleashed.
Okay.
Just because the Key Unleashed it's a little awkward sometimes with the cost curve.
Yeah, the 2
like, being
costs
able
are
attack
tough to
with the-
play. Even though it comes in for so much damage, it's
being
not
able
a
to
0 or a 1.
attack with the Kakara and Key Unleashed in the same turn is kind of hard. So.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Do you have any other thoughts on your list? Maybe cards that you missed that you wish had wheeled or anything along those lines?
Yeah, there were some interesting picks that I made on, like the Transcend cards. I wanted the Path Well Traveled for the go again because I picked a Droplet pretty early. But I don't remember what I picked over the Path Well Traveled specifically. I missed out on getting the gloves equipment, the arms equipment, and like I was agonizing over that pick for a little bit. I ended up picking 2 chess pieces because I knew it would be open deck list, and I wanted my opponent to have to guess. But
That is a heads-up play right there.
But the kimono's only really good if I'm playing that combo Zen style, and I didn't have very many combo cards early in the draft. I got most of my pounds and keys in the later picks.
We actually saw the choice to bring 2 chess pieces draw the fact-finding mission over to your chess piece instead of your arsenal. So you got to hide some arsenal information with that.
For sure.
Very cool play there. And I have one other thought. While you were talking about the Transcend cards, you ended up picking a Drop in the Ocean, which, as my understanding, is not a very good card in Zen. What were your thoughts behind picking this card up when you did?
Yeah, if I remember right, this is when I was starting to get a signal that maybe maybe my seat wasn't the Zen seat. And then I had the option between a drop and I think it was like a Big Blue Sky or something, like a blue defense reaction that also blocked 2. And obviously, like, Big Blue Sky would be better, but maybe there was a chance I would be able to pivot into Enigma if things kept not going Zen's way.
Okay.
But because I knew that Travis, who was passing to me, he sent the signal on pack 1 or pick 1 that he was going to be assassin. Like there was an assassin missing in pick 2 for me, and then so I thought I was in a good seat, and then like I said in pack 1, I was like kind of questioning whether or not I wanted to be one of 3 Zens, but I stuck with it.
Awesome. Well, seems like your deck turned out fantastic. You're 2-0 right now, looking good. Do you have any other thoughts before we wrap it up?
No, I don't know who the other 2-0 player is. So, I think the deck's solid. Hopefully I get to go second this next game.
Yeah, I noticed
But,
you didn't win your die rolls there, but you made it
I
work
got it.
even in the Zen mirror, which is tough to do going
Yeah.
first.
Got a little lucky with him missing out on some blues and some awkward hands where he had to pitch inefficiently to play his key unleashed and stuff. So it worked out.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us in the booth, and we'll see everyone in just a minute. When we take this break, we'll join you for the final round of round 1 of the draft, AGE June Open.
Welcome back to the booth, everyone. It's time for the all-important 3-0 game. It's all come down to this for Pod 1. Sam O'Byrne, Michael Murray, you guys got to watch that last game. And after the Zen mirror, it looks as though we're getting ready for Zen versus New. Talk to me about the matchup.
Well, first of all, that's awesome that we get one of each hero. The matchup Zen versus New is supposed to be New favored in the slight rock, paper, scissors of this format. New has the ability to interrupt Zen's hands, a lot of on hits and things that can rip cards out of his hand when Zen would really prefer to keep all 5 cards. So we'll have to see how this goes. 2-0 Evan Bridges versus 2-0 Chris Iaali.
5 AGE Pro team members in this pod of 8.
Wow.
So it was always going to only end with potentially only one of them making it out of the pod as the 3-0. But here, both players here doing fine after this draft pod, no matter what. A 2-1 for one of them and a 3-0 for the other. But you can see Chris taking a nice long look at that deck list because, as you said, knowing exactly what potential tricks are up the news sleeve is going to be important for the Zen player here in Chris Iaali to figure out what exactly do I got to play around.
Mm-hmm. Both players setting up. Chris hoping this time he can win the die roll. So far, unlucky twice in a row. Probably wants to go second if he can afford to. Or if he's allowed to, rather.
Also, Chris drafted, as we saw, a lot of blue cards and potentially even thinking about which blues he wants to bring into the matchup versus which blues he's happy to just leave behind, given that New is liable to play those blue cards after she's transcended thanks to that hero ability. So
That's
Chris,
a fantastic point.
yeah, Chris was able, as we were watching the draft, we were thinking like, oh, he's got a bunch of blues here, and you have to imagine some of them are like, even right now, he might be taking some out of the deck just to keep New from maybe being able to make Crouching Tigers. But the question is, how different of a game plan does that, kind of mean Chris Iaali has to enact himself?
Yeah, I think the really key thing is to take away the blue cards with Go Again, because if you have a string of blue cards, even if they're 1-2 damage each, if you've got 5-6 of them in the banish zone, all of a sudden that's a lot of damage that Evan could potentially threaten with a big transcend at the end of the game.
2-0 Evan Bridges on New versus 2-0 Chris Iaali on Zen. These two players know each other quite well, practicing together for many a moon. Evan Bridges, a controversial player here in the scene, given his. I got nothing. He's great.
Yeah.
We just many people like to poke fun because
They
of.
do.
But
He's the villain at
exactly,
our local
exactly. He's always the
scene.
villain.
Because someone has to be. So why not him?
Evan, truly also such a good sport with it all.
Yeah. Yeah. He seems like he takes it all in stride.
Yeah.
Plays the villain part that we all love and hate at the same time.
Both players here, time to draw up their 4 cards, starting off this championship match of Pod 1 here at the June AGE Open. Let's go ahead and get into the action, see who is up first, who's on the play. Trying to glean it based on the body language. Looks like it might be Chris, just by the way he's feathering those cards and giving them a real think.
Yeah, both of them just staring it down, figuring out their hand texture, what they might want to do. You see 2 transcend cards in Evan Bridges' hand.
If Chris can sniff that out, it means there's not nearly as much blocking potential. He's going to start things off with the Kakara. 2 go again. How much damage does Chris want to present here on this first turn? That's going to buy a nice Venomous Bite.
Yep,
Looks like
looks
maybe
yellow.
a yellow. Yeah. Harmony the Hunt, this one's coming in for 1.
Probably just going to take it if I had to guess. With 2 cards that can't block, blocking one here would be potentially very dangerous. Oh, and he decides to just go ahead and give the stilettos here.
Now this attack coming in for 1. So let's see, does Chris Iaali kind of sniff out the potential of lack of blocking power in Evan's hand? It's just going to be another blue pouncing cheese. So here we go. This is not the most powerful hand, and it's exactly where you'd like to be on turn 0. You know, get a little bit of damage through, get a block out of the armor piece, and still you set yourself up with an arsenal and move through a clunky hand on a turn that it's not nearly as impactful.
Evan lucky that there was not more damage presented, as those 2 non-blocking cards could have really been a liability, as now he goes to 3 non-blocking cards.
Looks like 2 path well traveled and a grain that tips the scales. So this is not where you'd like to be if you're Evan, though you can still pitch into your daggers, but I think that Bonds of Attraction in the hand might be yellow. I'm not sure it's blue, so I'm not sure it's even going to get the bonus from either of those beckoning mist blades. So this is a tricky position for Evan to be in here on this first turn.
New would much rather see those chi cards at the end of the game. There's nothing in the banish zone yet, so the new ability is effectively off. And Evan just decides to send the Bonds without swinging any daggers.
Now, because he's maybe here just going to transcend 3 times, activate New 3 times is potentially the play here. This is going to be a Bonds of Attraction coming on. So this
Get
one,
all 3 chi at the bottom of the deck.
then hope you don't get there.
Right.
Because you could potentially hit some good targets off the top of the deck with the new hero ability, because you can activate it 3 times and look at the top of the deck 3 times. But if it's not a blue on top, it's going to stay there every single time.
Yeah.
Nice, you can see the first picks there for Chris Iaali in this draft. All right, looks as though no blocks were presented from Chris, so it's going to be a path well traveled. Giving it go again. We're going to give it a second go again here.
I think that's actually the
Oh, there's
banish.
Passover and
Similar
Passover.
coloration.
It always gets me.
Mm-hmm. So yes, it's the
So a little better now. Get a significant hit into the banish zone, as the Harmony of the Hunt is one of those blue Crouching Tiger generators.
yeah, there it is. Passover on the screen.
Banish the top card of your deck. It's a red. And then we'll banish that from your graveyard.
So 2 blues in the banish thanks to the Bonds of Attraction. Now both cards that, 1 yellow and 1 blue, so the Bonds of Attraction text is not online. However, now there are 2 cards in there. When we activate new, let's look at the top card for Evan. Gonna stay on top, probably a red Biting Breeze if I had to have my druthers about it. But because we have the go again here, we can activate the dagger before utilizing the new ability. So get that second chi card out of there, and then we will still have a grain that tips the scale heading on to the arsenal for a further transcend. But now all of a sudden this Mistblade's significantly more threatening because that pouncing chi could get go again.
Yeah.
Now that the new ability has been activated. So Evan had a tricky turn, had to kind of navigate something that might not have been the most intuitive, but has put together something much better than what it could have been.
That was very nicely navigated by Evan. Now Chris is deciding how important it is to block this Mistblade. He knows that there are 2 blue cards in his banish, and he knows that Evan will likely play both if he does not block this dagger. So goes ahead and gives that Stride of Reprisal.
Yeah, and gets the Crouching Tiger, so you have to imagine that hand wants to utilize it well. He is going to go ahead and flip over the arm piece here to give it the +1.
So still gets the on-hit.
And that's going to buy the cloaked equipment here
Amazing.
from
Getting this
Chris.
much equipment early is phenomenal for Evan, although I can't help but imagine he would have preferred to use the 2 blues in Banish. Thinking now about, there it is.
Grain that tips the scale, the 3rd Transcend card. So Evan's going to Transcend again, which means he can come in with the Mistblade a second time, and then we're going to have 1, 2, 3 chi on the bottom of the deck for sure.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to draw those all up at the same time come late game.
So now if you're Evan, you've bought both pieces of equipment and your Mistblade has hits. You're able to come in with the Pouncing Chi and the Harmony of the Hunt. The Harmony of the Hunt, of course, could create the Pouncing Tiger to turn on the Pouncing Chi.
Wow.
New has slithered her way into Zen's head, acquiring all of the secrets and deploying them now against him upon the combat chain, as the Mystic Assassin has delved deep into her bag of tricks and come up with some ninja attacks of her own. 2 with go again, thanks to the Beckoning Mistblade here, so getting that extra point of damage. Now the Harmony here. Harmony makes the Tiger in the Banish zone or in the hand?
I believe Harmony's in the hand.
So I wonder if he made the Crouching Tiger or not.
Yeah, because he pitched the Chi and he has 1 more card. So
oh yeah, okay. He's got the Mirror Guy sleeves. Yep. So this one's coming in for 1 now. This represents basically a dagger for 2 because if it hits, we're going to go ahead and also pump up the Pouncing Chi by an even additional 1. Meaning
so that Pouncing Chi could be, well, it's 1 then
0.
0 then 3.
And 3.
And look at this.
Wow.
Chris Iaali taking the back of not only a new turn, but a Zen turn as well. And in a hand that when we first looked at it, thought, man, this looks a little clunky. Evan Bridges turned it into anything but, even though now 3 no blocks on the bottom of the deck. But with Chris Iaali all the way down to 11, maybe Evan's thinking, I'm not even going to wait till we get there. I'm just going to get my opponent to 0. But Chris has a 5-card hand and a Crouching Tiger.
I think that's a great example of why new tends to be the underdrafted hero. Obviously not in this pod, but that was such a weird turn to navigate. I think it takes a lot of depth of knowledge in order to be able to pull something like that together, whereas Zen is a little bit more straightforward and easier to piece these big turns.
And the question is, for Evan here on new, has he built himself enough of a life gap disparity that some of the disruptive pieces he has in the deck and potentially even here in the hand could kind of, parlay disruptive turn into disruptive turn, even if he has to eat some damage on this one and put Chris on the back foot?
It looks like Evan has a lot of damage in his hand.
Yeah. This is going to be Crouching Tiger for 4, thanks to the Tiger Form Incantation and the Kakara. If you're Chris, you're, kind of saving grace at the end of the turn is that Evan's going to be working off of 4 cards, no arsenal, because you don't want to arsenal any of those G cards, even though he was, potentially going to keep the grain that tips the scale for the arsenal. Did end up playing it for the transcendence effect. 1 damage leaking across. Now it's time for an emissary. This is going to go ahead and bottom a card, so it's going to be 4 with go again. It's probably that extra tiger that was created. Ooh. And here we go, right into another 4, and we're going to keep an arsenal. A lot of damage here thrown down from Chris.
Evan going down to 12. Wow, what a great turn from Chris.
Good crackback from Chris, and he established an arsenal. Looks like this is just going to be nimblism into another stealth attack for Evan. As the hiss was blocked, it looks like it was blue, so not as powerful.
Mine's Desire. Oh, this looks like a yellow as well, so only for 5 with the +3 on it. This card is looking for non-attack actions, I believe.
The Mind's Desire.
So unlikely to get much healing from a Zen.
Do have
there are some
yeah,
options,
we have the tiger form incantations.
Certainly not as many as if you were to play this into an Enigma.
The Wind Chakra. Those might be the only ones I think that are in. Actually, his deck list is right here. Let's see. First tenant of Chi. Got some tenants in there.
There's no.
So 5 damage coming across, threatening to take Chris Iaali's life total down nearly by half. He's got that Aqua Seeing Shell cloaked. Not sure exactly what secrets Evan has. And look at that. Right as I call it out, Chris rewards me. Going to go ahead and pitch into the Aqua Seeing Shell. Draw a card. Get that 1 block as well. He's got the Droplet in the hand. Let's see what else he's working with. Going to go ahead and put the Aqua Seeing Shell in front of this Mind's Desire. Showing up at least the 1 block. Got that Arsenal card. Looks like he might have drawn that Preserve Tradition. The question, can he utilize a blue card, get the go again, in order to activate Zen's powerful combo effect? We saw Chris use Preserve Tradition to devastating effect in the game 1 of this series, and it looks like that might be the only block, so Chris going to take 4 down to 7 here. Banish the top card of the deck, and it is a red Untamed, so even though that is not going to get Evan Bridges any life, that's a nice, powerful 1 for 4 go again attack.
One of his best 4 red attacks in his deck, so losing that does significantly reduce the amount of power in the deck itself.
All right, Evan's drawn back up, which means it's time for Chris to come in. Kakara to go again. Can Chris force Evan to block here is the question. Not at the start of the turn. Evan's going to head down to 10. It's going to be a Biting Breeze following that up. This is 3 with go again on hit. Going to create a Crouching Tiger, I believe, in the Banish Zone that can be played on the turn. And that Tiger Taming Kakara threatens to make this basically like a 0 for 4 go again, thanks to the +1 on attack from the Kakara. Looks as though we've got a 2 block in the hand there for Evan. I think a Wounding Blow, that's going to block 3 as well, but Evan's just going to take it. That's going to create a Crouching Tiger in the Banish. Let's see if that's the only way to generate a Crouching Tiger on the turn for Chris. He's going to go ahead and play it immediately here, so coming in for 1. Evan's taking this as well. He looks like he might be just trying to fix to end this game.
Yep. Coming in wide and with a lot of breakpoints.
But wow, now look at this. The Pouncing Chi going to come in 4 with go again. Chris still got 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal, and 1 floating. Evan's just going to say, show me what you got. And the answer is a Flex Clause. This is coming in for 4 as well.
And he still has, is that 1 card in hand?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And it looks as though Evan was just trying to see how much damage Chris could really throw down because he has those attack reactions like the Venomous Bite that could have just gone ahead and ended the game. Flex Clause, when it hits, is going to create a Crouching Tiger that could be played as well, but it looks like we're just going to flip over our piece of ward equipment here. And Chris is just going to Arsenal that final Transcend piece, which is going to head down into the Arsenal there and see if a blue card will, shore up that damage. But Evan, he took a lot of damage to try to protect this hand. Chris has to be wondering what's coming on the other side.
The Nimble Strike is a lot of damage, as well as the Nimbleism.
Yeah, you can play the Nimbleism and then immediately banish it to the Nimble Strike.
Mm-hmm. I think he already has a Nimbleism in the graveyard, so not necessary, but...
Looks like he's just keeping the Nimble Strike for later, yeah.
Threatening 6, which is not lethal. Looks like Chris is thinking, like, how much do I care about this?
Yeah, well, at this point, Evan really looked like he was maybe trying to see if Chris couldn't make Evan block, Evan had a potential to just close the game out, right, with that Venomous Bite.
With
So
no floating and 1 card in hand, there's not much of a threat of an attack reaction on this.
and now, you know, Evan tried to protect that whole hand, but now he's just straight down to 2, and he still did have to block.
Yep.
As the Crouching Tiger that was created there off of the Biting Breeze was actually majorly important, as it allowed that Fabtcg to be 4 with Go Again, which could then just be followed up by the Flex Claws.
Looks like Chris is just looking at every possibility that Evan could end the game right here, making sure that he can't before he decides to say no blocks. Or maybe he values his life total. Or maybe his hand doesn't play out great with 5 cards.
Yeah, well, also with Evan all the way down to 2, you know, unless you're confident you can just close the game out with your entire 5-card hand, but we know it's just a preserved tradition in the arsenal there, so if there's no blue card that's easy to be played on the turn, can't get the Transcendence effect out of it, Chris might be thinking he can pressure enough, even without a card in his hand for offense, want to buy the defensive value out of it, because all of a sudden, that Kakara is a lethal attack.
Yeah. Yeah. Evan hoping very much that the Bonds of Memory trigger on hit heals him. That would be a really big point in this game to be able to go from 2 to 3. Like you said, that gets him out of lethal range for the Kakara.
Chris.
And Chris goes to 1.
No blocks.
Blue from the top, and then Evan very likely going to grab a blue. It fuels his hero ability. It heals him. So that's the obvious choice, as Evan goes up to 3 and Chris down to 1.
All right, Arsenal there for Evan. I think it's... Is it the Wounding Blow, or did he block with the Wounding Blow?
The Arsenal for Evan.
Oh, it's the Nimble Strike.
Yeah.
Nimble Strike. So now, oh, there we go. We found the Wind Chakra, which is going to
look
allow
at
for
this. So he
Transcendence
gets
on the turn.
What a good pairing.
Yeah, so that's going to give the next Crouching Tiger +3 because he's going to Transcend before it resolves.
And he gets to use the hero ability. That is
tough
for Evan to look at. This is going to be a powerful turn. 5 cards in hand. Transcend with the choice of card from graveyard going back into the deck.
So going to go ahead now, come in with the Tiger Taming Kakara.
It looks like there may have actually been a little bit of a misplay there. We'll check into it. The Bonds of Memory looks for the same name. So...
yeah, we might want to see about that one down at the feature match. But before we get there, this is going to be an Untamed coming in 4-4.
And it looks like they corrected it.
Oh, great.
Very
Just
good.
like that. These players know what they're doing. Just takes them a second.
Mm-hmm.
But this is 1-for-4 with Go Again on the Untamed. It was blocked with that Impulsive Desire, so going to go ahead and just take the one is Evan. Now Crouching Tiger that was generated off of the Zen ability gets to come in for so much damage thanks to that blue Wind Chakra as well as the Tiger Taming Kakara.
And
that buys the rest of the hand, which means 4 damage coming across. It's going to be able to flip 1 over, use the Nimble Strike, and that's going to be the game.
Yep.
Chris Iaali on Zen, the 3-0 of the pod. Evan Bridges falls to 2-1 on new, but that's a nice record for being the 1 of 3 new. And
Yep.
Chris has that 1 of 2 Zen. It's kind of what we expected after watching that draft. What a strong draft from him and a well thought out and well executed draft game portion. He moves on to be the 3-0 of this pod here at the AGE Open.
Chris Iaali looking happy about himself after that game.
Chris here, not only the team captain of the Arcane Games and Events pro team, but also just like little paragon of the community.
Yeah.
Such a good guy, so well respected by his peers, friends, teammates, opponents alike.
And
Everybody
clearly
likes
very
Chris.
good. He's
Yeah.
made a lot of showings here at AGE. He's made a lot of showings at sanctioned events.
World's runner-up.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic player. Keeps showing us how to do it.
Yeah. So Chris Iaali moves on to the 3-0 with that just busted. We were saying it. We were trying not to give him the caster's curse, me and Bryce, but we were like, dude, that deck is busted. My goodness. And he did go ahead and reward us for our faith in him and in that deck, because that was some nasty business. Let's go ahead and check out the metagame here of the first draft portion of the day. Look at that. We can have Enigma as your #1 most represented drafted hero, followed by Zen at 16 to News 13. This is kind of what we expect.
Yeah.
What do you
It's
think?
actually a little bit different. I mean, so the breakdowns that I've seen at the larger events, so much larger sample size, we get a very even split. So seeing 13 News is a little bit less than I'm used to seeing. 19 Enigma's a little bit higher, but overall, this fits a lot. This fits very closely with what I kind of expect. The Enigma pick is very, very powerful in this format, so it doesn't surprise me to see that one be at the top. The Zen being sort of the easier one to pilot, but maybe not so tricky. I think the really strong players like how Enigma gives them the agency to utilize their skill to eke out all the points of value that they can. A lot of really good players seem to just be ever so slightly favoring Enigma. And then sort of on the flip side, New just has a little bit of consistency problems. I think if you can't get the right deck together, she can just feel a little bit flat. Not as much damage output as Zen, struggles into the Enigma a little bit. But overall, I think this looks like a pretty good spread and close to what I would expect, aside from maybe a little low on New.
Well, yeah, and what we've seen from many drafts in the larger events as well as the ones we've gotten to watch here, New is a more successful hero when she is less drafted, right? When those the assassin card quality is higher, the deck is better because it does have some trouble into the Enigma sometimes. And the Zen matchup, while it's can be nice to get that disruption across, sometimes Zen just absolutely runs over. And I think Enigma being the most represented makes a fair amount of sense, because Enigma, the games can be back and forth. They can be very close and nail-bitey, and they can also be 19-0. And that really only happens with one hero, and that's Enigma.
Right. And one other thing I will mention is that there are going to be 3 rounds, so this is not the final meta breakdown, but only the first third of it.
Yes.
So we could see these numbers shift throughout the day.
Because this is the completion of our first pod here of the day. Chris Iaali moves on to the 3-0 of the pod. God love him, our captain Chris out there putting in work. So we're going to go ahead and give the players a breather, get the feature pod area set back up once this round is over, because there's a whole nother draft we got to get to before we move on to the top 8. There's a bunch of 3-0s out there from all those other pods. We're going to put them all together in the top pod and take a look at, maybe we'll just follow Chris, maybe we'll follow another top player who is a 3-0 in pod 1 in the next round of the drafts, because after the smoke clears and the dust settles from that pod, we will have our top 8. But before we got to get there, we got a whole nother draft to get to. So don't go anywhere. We've got another draft. And if you weren't here for the first one, make sure you come and actually check out the draft process, because we have got some cool new technology, some cool new toys here in the coverage booth that make the drafting experience so dynamic and cool to work and walk through. So I hope you join us for that. It'll be in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of the AGE June Open Draft. I'm joined here with Bryce.
Good to
My
see you,
name's
Michael. Yeah, glad to be here for what is going to be the second pod of 3 that we're going to be broadcasting today. We saw Chris Iaali take it down with one of the most cracked Zen draft decks I think I've ever seen.
It was good.
And this time, who are we going to be following, Michael?
I think we are going to be following Fuzzy Delp. For those of you who don't remember him, he's been playing a lot of Ninja recently, did quite well at some of our AGE Opens in the past, and is currently 3-0 in the top pod, along with a few other names, Chris Iaali, Andrew Rudin, and who's on his left again?
Zachary Wallach.
Zachary Wallach. Just a couple names of the 8 that will be joining us shortly.
And without any further ado, let's get into the action. Here we are, taking a look at Fuzzy's hand. For those that don't know, Fuzzy is one of the 3 hosts of the Pitch It To Me podcast, where they talk about the ebbs and flows in the metagame of Flesh and Blood. Fuzzy is also just an all-around really awesome person. I think I got into the game at a similar time that he did, so you form a kinship with the people that start the game at the same time as you. So I'm really happy to see that he's doing well, and really excited to see how he drafts. He ended up with a 0 Transcend card new list that he 3-0'd with. So he was pretty ecstatic when he
goes to show that is not a necessary piece of the puzzle to do well with new. And per our predictions earlier, 2 to 3 was the recommended amount. 0 is also an option.
Yes.
It sounds like.
Absolutely. So Fuzzy's looking at a pretty interesting pack here. Namely, there's just not a lot of good cards in it.
Yeah.
And the only good ones are in the same class. So Fuzzy has an interesting situation here. He can take one of these really good class cards, as he will, Flex Claws, but he's going to be passing a red Biting Breeze, which could create another ninja on his left.
Yeah, decides to go with the 3 of in that slot. So not sending strong signals, but definitely picking a strong card.
Yeah, absolutely. Waiting the next pack here. Fuzzy making the decision nice and quick. All right, pack 2. Let's see if we can figure out what has been taken.
I saw 2 assassin, 3 assassin. So assassin is very open.
Critically, those are both in the rare and foil slots, though.
Good point.
So we have no signal sent for assassin. A lot of assassin cards in this pack.
Yep.
Even the non-foil rare slot is assassin.
And I do see 2 ninja cards as well.
And 2 illusionist cards.
Okay.
Do we have a piece of equipment? I don't think I've seen one yet. It's possible that was... I don't see a piece of equipment, so I think it was a common equipment that was taken. Looks like Fuzzy's committing early to ninja.
Yeah, he wants to keep sending those I'm on ninja signals down the chain. So here he will pass a 1 ninja pack over, and hopefully the message will be received loud and clear that you need to stay out of that lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like he might get rewarded. I saw a red pouncing chi.
Yep, an easy snap pick for him. Just going through one more time to look at what's available. And he's really drying up the ninja picks to everyone on his left.
Yeah, could be in a really good spot here. One thing we didn't mention during our last pod was that we had a player, Tao, who was opting to go for this relatively new archetype for Part the Mistfell, where you pretty much just take all of those water mystic attacks and good generics for the first pack or pack and a half before you actually choose a lane, which is why to Sam and I, it kind of looked like both Illusionist and Assassin were pretty open. When in reality, there was just somebody doing something very different.
Yeah.
And Tao did very well. I believe he went 2-1 in his pod.
What was he playing?
He was on new.
Awesome.
Which, as we discussed earlier...
Was it blue new?
Yeah. Staying open is not... It skews you towards one class more than the other, right? And new is that for Part the Mistfell. Let's see what we got.
We have a lot of ninja cards once again. It looks like that's very open still from what we've seen.
However, you know what I don't see?
What's that?
A lot of ninja commons. Probably means that Fuzzy does have a ninja or 2 on his right. Now, he can take pieces out of the rare slot, but he's going to have competition.
The Flex Claws is common, correct? Or, sorry, is that a Breed Anger?
I believe Breed Anger is rare. Maybe I'm mistaken.
We're about to see in just a second.
No, I think I'm mistaken. I think you're right. It is a common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if this was a 2 ninja pack, then he has 1 ninja on his right. If it was a 3 ninja pack, then he likely has 2, or somebody who's unsure and waffling a bit.
And here comes Pouncing Key.
Yep. Again,
Also has
2 ninja cards that are commons here.
Yeah, absolutely. He has an okay pickup in the blue on the Biting Breeze, but that might be something he wants to let wheel.
Yep.
He
Going
decides
for
that
the fact finding mission.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe deciding that yellow Pouncing Key is not quite powerful enough of a pick early on.
Interestingly, one of the things that we talked about was how the 2-cost cards are a little bit less powerful in Zen due to the way the cost curve goes. So it's still a strong card, but as a 2-block, one of the weaker options.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the second red Nimbleism we've seen, if I'm not mistaken. Could be very powerful depending on how many of those Nimble Strikes are flying around.
Looks like he just wants to get those big attacks into his deck right now.
Battlefront Bastion being one of the most versatile cards in the set, in that it is often used on defense to great value.
Very powerful blocking card, especially against Zen and New with those breakpoints.
A foil Shifting Winds. If Fuzzy's giving a little smirk, he's wondering if he should be money drafting at this time.
Wow,
Yeah,
and he
there
takes
goes.
it.
Arguably, yellow Pouncing Chi, even though it is not a red, I would say that's probably a better pick than the Shifting Winds. But, what do I know? Maybe Fuzzy's going to be naming... I feel like the only thing you name in this set is Crouching Tiger.
Sure.
If you get it off.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other options.
Looks like... So we still have our Ninja Commons, but they're not great picks.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that Shifting Winds is a 3-block.
It is.
So it's a 3-block blue. Maybe he values it for that reason in addition to the price tag.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think this is super reasonable. An Evasive Leap to shore up your new matchup.
Yeah, that can be really critical to prevent the on-hits from New, putting that in the arsenal, giving yourself some breathing room.
And critically does not get banished by her hero ability and give her things like life gain. Fuzzy's got an interesting decision here. There are a lot of good blues there, but he goes for the Aqua Seeing Shell.
Filling out the equipment. I'd noticed a lot of illusionist cards in that pack. I don't know if they were the best quality, but possibly a either lower or open illusionist table.
It is interesting because he does have Zachary Wallach on one side to him. I think Fuzzy is passing to Zach, though, and Zach is well known as an Enigma forcer in this set. Does not matter what he opens, he is forcing an Enigma every single time, and he does it to great effect.
Yeah.
Sometimes to an annoying degree in my experience, because if I tried a similar strategy, I end up with the most dog deck I think I've ever seen. Cool. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
Taking that nice blue card that can be played out for a red's worth of value.
So Fuzzy's shaken out with a deck that is, it seems like it's being okay. Currently not telegraphing the power level that we saw from Chris last round, but that could all change because we thought he was a little doomed at the end of Pack 1. Perhaps we'll see more people pivot out of Zen at this point.
Choosing the blue Nimbleism there. I actually really like this card as a blocking card. Just put it in your graveyard. It's a blue, it pitches. And if you do end up finding the Nimble Strike, it's there. It's ready to be banished.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Zen loves to say 4/4/4, why not mix in a 5, you know? So as far as what's interesting about this deck shaping up so far versus Chris's deck is that Fuzzy has already secured some powerful combo cards. He doesn't, however, have any Chi cards. So it'll be interesting if his game plan actually hedges on transcending and activating Zen's ability or not.
Yeah, we did see some very good uses of Transcend from Chris Iaali. Notably, the Chi cards can be the best card in your deck, and so it's very useful to have a couple, but not critical. You can absolutely build a strong, and look at this, 2 powerful illusionist cards coming up in the final 2 picks.
Okay. Fuzzy has found a blue on the wheel to kind of round out his curve. It's kind of a lackluster blue at that, but sometimes it's just nice to not have to worry about filling all your blue slots. Yeah, let's take a look as he's kind of thumbing through his cards. He's got 1 equipment slot filled at the moment, no transcend cards. He's got 5 reds, only 3 of which are ninja attacks. 1 is the evasive leap, and 1 is the fact-finding mission. How are you feeling if you're sitting in Fuzzy's seat right now?
I think it's middle of the road. I think you're really happy to have the flex clause, the pouncing chi, the breed anger's okay, but then it falls off pretty quick. I think he's really hoping to get some more of those power reds, and depending on how many people to his left are on ninja, he may struggle to do that in pack 2.
Yeah, absolutely. He's also looking at looks like one really dead card in his pool so far. We've got Essence of Ancestry Soul. Honestly, based on all of the packs, I think that actually worked out for him. Considering how many illusionist cards we were seeing towards the end there, it really could have been bad.
Yeah.
And burned a hole in his sideboard. But I think he's feeling okay.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing about this pod isn't so much his deck quality, but the quality of the other illusionists if they continue to have their take of whatever they want. Seeing an Untamed early is really good for him, though. Being able to pick a powerful ninja attack is kind of what his deck is lacking if he decides to go that route. There's also a chi card that he looks like he was hovering, but Untamed, it's got to be that.
In fact, it is the best.
Faking us with the evasive leap blue for a moment.
The best possible cheat card, I think, for Zen. So I don't think we would have been upset at Fuzzy for taking that. But Red Untamed, just a really solid choice.
Yeah.
And furthermore, he has the opportunity to wheel that blue Pouncing Chi, perhaps even 2 with this pack, and find something that'll be useful to him on the back end.
Yeah. This already looks like he's low. He's low. There's no good ninja cards. I'll just say that. There's blues he could take if he wants to. This one is nice. I think it's a block 3, so he goes for that. A little surprised to see him go for that over the Transcend card, but perhaps he just doesn't want any no blocks.
Maybe he's thinking I won already without Transcend cards, and I'm going to do it again. This pack, however, is going to pose a very interesting question to Fuzzy, because we've got the best in slot foot piece. Yeah, he's not even going to think about it.
Snap pick. What were you considering?
The only other consideration is the preserve tradition.
Sure.
Right.
And with the way that he played last round, it sounds like he values those a lot lower than other players, and so made his choice very easy. Stride of Reprisal, best in slot. Very good pickup for him here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's pausing to admire the foil Waxing Spectre real quick. Yeah. I respect that. This pack, again, is a little bit lackluster. Aspect of Tiger Mind might not be so bad, especially in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, one thing that I think is interesting about the choice of going with no Transcend cards is that actually lowers the power level of all of your, blues that you'd want to play. So he's really valuing that block 3 on the bottom right there, and Breed Anger does exactly that.
Right, you are, and Breed Anger is definitely not a card that you will be wanting to search for with that hero ability anyway.
And there's another one in red.
The red Breed Anger, however, that might be something interesting. This could also be a good opportunity to pick up a piece of equipment, but he's liking the Breed Anger.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 equipment slots filled. We've got the feet, and we've got the head.
Good start.
Yeah.
And he's got the best feet that you could ask for, so.
Exactly. So we're feeling pretty good there. We've got a good smattering of combo cards. Hello, Emissary of Wind.
Yep, that caught my eye immediately.
This is a card that I think the fact that it made it through this far in the pack is pretty interesting. This is interesting, too, because now Zachary Wallach should be passing to Fuzzy at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
And you see that Waning Vengeance on top of the Moon Chakra, both pretty strong.
With a foil Waning Vengeance on the right. So I am probably close to 127% certain that Zachary Wallach is on Illusionist. So he must have taken a pretty big bomb out of this pack, and if he's passing those up.
And I'd be curious to keep my eye on this pack and see if more Illusionist cards wheel back, indicating that Zach is getting his pick of the litter.
You know what we're missing here too, Michael?
What's that?
A Ninja Common. So we've found our competitor in the pod, probably about 2 to 3 seats down. That being said, Emissary of Wind, fantastic pickup.
Yeah.
Anything that says 4 on it, especially unconditional, is A-okay in his end deck.
Well, and we saw Chris be able to utilize the Go again as well. So this is a very versatile card.
Yeah, 100%. Another lackluster pack. This could be an opportunity to pick up a, kind of a role player blue. Harmony of the Hunt is never a bad card.
It's a 3-block.
It's a 2-block.
It's not.
Yeah.
It looked like a 3 for a moment there.
Filthy liar.
It's the glare.
Yeah, might be pigeonholed into the red Breed Anger once again.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, Breed Anger is one of those cards that, like, it does what you want in Zen, but it can also be super clunky.
It's good, but it's not, like, top 3 good.
No.
It's a red attack for 4, but it requires that Tiger, and if you are light on Tiger creation, you can get into a lot of trouble running too many of those.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're also really light on Transcend cards, if you're light on combo cards, sometimes it's nice just to have the Breed Anger to be able to find something off of the Zen ability.
Yep.
This is an interesting
No,
pick.
he did that earlier.
Yeah. He's
faking us out with the evasive leap blue. First tentative Chi Moon.
Another blue block 3.
Yep. Really valuing those highly.
Quite interesting that Rising Sun, Setting Moon made it back around.
That's a good Transcend card, and he decides to take it this time around.
I think that's super reasonable. I don't think you want to go. I think the fact that he got through an entire draft without taking a Transcend card was more of a fluke than a strategy. He was definitely excited to have made it as far as he did, despite not having a Transcend card. It wasn't part of his game plan, right?
Got it. Yellow Companion of the Claw, not a great pick.
No, that's definitely going to be burning a hole in your sideboard.
Yeah. But you have that space with the 30-card maximum. It gives you some wiggle room to pick up some of these worse cards at the end of the draft and just kind of set them to the side and forget them.
So Fuzzy picks up his first Nimble Strike, which could synergize with his Nimblism. However, I don't think you want to be running those cards because they're both in the blue. We'll see what he chooses to do with them.
Yeah, I don't think you want the blue Nimble Strike nearly as much as the blue Nimblism.
Yeah, sure.
And that rounds it out with a Haze Shelter, a useless card for his deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless he wants to cheat, which could be a viable strategy here. Now with us, Eye in the Sky.
Yeah, we got too many Saurons keeping watch over these people.
So pack 2 not being the saving grace for Fuzzy that it was for Chris. Looking like that ninja pool is definitely drying up a little bit.
Yeah. I see, 2 really strong reds in Emissary of Wind and Untamed, and 2 sort of middle of the road with the double Breed Angers, and then just a lot of blues.
So at this point, we're sitting at 14 blues total and 9 reds.
Yep.
Reds are what the Zen lives and dies on. So Fuzzy will probably have to focus on taking power cards on this next one as best he can, which isn't always up to him.
Yeah. 14 blues is too many to play, in my opinion. Maybe if he starts getting some of those good 3-for-7s, he can get some more value out of his resources, but he really needs to do something about this discrepancy. 9 reds and 14 blues is a tough spot to be in going into pack 3.
Yeah, and the fact that it kind of dried up, the ninja cards, during pack 2 could be a telltale sign that all of the ninjas are on Fuzzy's left.
Yeah, which is good for him.
Which
Coming
is good
into
for him.
pack 3, you want to be the one passing, getting first pick. That will be important.
Right, you are. So I think you said it best. A middle-of-the-road Zen deck so far. Let's see if he can up the power level in pack 3. Best of luck to Fuzzy. And we were passing left once again. Ooh, do we have a Marvel? Alas, no. Seems like it was a Crouching Tiger.
Yeah. Not the pack one he wants to see here.
We do have a good piece of equipment, and we still have not filled the arm slot.
True.
So that's a very viable pick. Also, Red Gravekeeping, just never a bad card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. A 1 for 5, especially in a resource-heavy deck. Interesting choice.
But Fuzzy Ops for the yellow Chi
Chi
Unleashed. This is a card that can do huge work in Zen decks.
2 for 6, yellow block 3. It sort of does it all. And in a resource-heavy deck like this one, it may be that he just, sees that as better than a 1 for 5. It's a 2 for 6, and it's yellow.
But like you said, you never want your pack 2 pick 1 to be a yellow
Yeah,
card. That's just not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Path Well Traveled, another premium Chi card. However, Red Tiger formation.
Yeah,
has
he's
got
kind
to
of
be calling his
light
name.
on Tiger creation, isn't he?
Mhm.
So this is a very important pickup for him, especially considering how many Breed Angers he has.
Yeah.
Combo card that requires a Tiger to be played first.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, in this deck, I think the Breed Anger is going to more often than not be just a 1 for 4 finisher for the turn rather than actually really living and dying on
Right,
the
you
combo
can't
text.
even utilize the extra Tiger.
Another opportunity for equipment, but Fuzzy's already filled that head slot. So if he takes that card, then he is basically creating a dead card in his sideboard.
How do you feel about this Blessing of Chi? Is that a card that you like?
Aaron Grace at U.S. Nationals actually turned my mind around a little bit on this card. I'm not sure if he was running it because he thought it was good or if it was filler in his deck, but there's a world where you kind of finish off a turn and lay that thing down, and it does work.
Yeah.
That being said, you kind of need room to do it, right? I mean, like we saw in Chris's game, even though his deck was really, really good, he was often down to 1 life. And if you're in that situation, the last thing you want to be doing is throwing down an aura and setting up for next turn.
And look at this. He just got 3 back-to-back Tiger creators.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a big deal for the Breed Anger list that he's got brewing right here. He can get 1 value out of the weapon and then play one of these and Breed Anger and then play one of these and get another value. So that's actually a big deal. He needs that Tiger creation, and he's kind of getting it.
Yeah, absolutely. Zen decks kind of need a couple things in order to be able to function. They need the Transcend cards, they need combo cards to be able to find, and they also need Tiger creators.
Yeah.
Unconditional ones, ideally.
Yes. Yeah. There's the Heirloom of Tiger Hide.
How do you feel about this card?
Well, with an open deck list, that's kind of a...
That's a good point.
Yeah. Not my favorite. They're going to know that he has it if he doesn't pick another chess piece, which he has the option to do. And that's actually something Chris mentioned that he did on purpose. He chose 2 chess pieces because of the open deck list so that they wouldn't know which one he was running.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes probably a blue Wind Chakra.
Yeah.
I would be pretty surprised if he took anything else at this point. Wind Chakra just being one of the best transcend enablers, and what I mean by that is a blue card that you can play for 0 that allows you to transcend with your Chi cards.
Yeah, it's a 0 for 3 when you pair it with one of those.
And it's one of those, the Chakra that's probably the easiest to condition to meet, right? Because you just play it, your transcend card sees it at instant speed, then you get the +3.
Looking at these packs, I'm worried he might be at a 4 ninja table.
You think 4 ninjas?
It's possible.
It's it's looking pretty dry, not gonna lie. So today we've gotten to see when draft goes alarmingly right, and when it goes a little more middle of the road.
Yeah. Of course, there's a whole other portion after this. They have to play the games out to see who the best pilot.
Right, you are. And as we discussed before, sometimes you don't need to be the best deck at the pod. You just need to be the best Zen deck at the pod.
Right.
And it's entirely possible if, like you predicted, there are 4 Zens. This could be the best out of 4 Zen decks, for sure.
Yeah, being in the first seat would, that's a big advantage.
Absolutely. I wonder if he is considering the Water the Seeds. Yeah, he's considering Water the Seeds here, which, again, I think it's just a worse Untamed in reality.
Yeah, it only blocks for 2. And the Untamed, well, the Untamed is a 2 block, but it's a 1 for 5.
Yeah, exactly.
In this case, 1 for 4, being a yellow.
Seeing a lot of these kimonos in this pod.
Yeah, he has another option to pick that. I'm really curious if he's going to have the same thought process as Chris. It doesn't look like he's considering it as a way to cover his chest piece up, and he goes for the title surge.
I'm not sure if he has the room. I think Fuzzy he's just getting somewhat blue flooded.
Yeah.
I don't want to be too dramatic about that. He's got 17 blues and 13
Sure.
reds. Granted, we're on the wheels, so we're going to see a lot more. But what that means for me if I'm in Fuzzy's seat is thinking like, hey, maybe I should pick up some more of these water mystic cards. That'll help me, create something useful out of this blue heavy deck.
He goes for the Nimble Strike. I would have really liked to see the Koi Blessed here. I think he's probably not used to playing with open deck lists. It's not something you consider. It's clearly not a good card, and it may even just be the fact that why would you bring that when you could bring the other one? But hiding some of that information is really useful.
Yeah, I also really like Koi Blessed Kimono in Zen. If you can get that early Transcend off, it can be just a guaranteed game winner for you.
Yeah.
If you have the control to come down to 1, you can do some nasty things with that card.
Well, it looks like that's it for the third and final pack. Why don't we take a look at this deck list?
We're going to give our production team just 1 second to make sure that they're feeling good.
Of course.
Looks like they are. All right, first and foremost, let's take a look at the reds. Let's take a look at the juice.
15 of them, 3 of which are Breed Anger sitting there at the top, and a Companion of the Claw. It's not bad.
No, it definitely could be worse, but let's compare this to what we already know is a 3-0 Zen deck from the previous pod. Chris had 3 Biting Breezes. He had 2 Flex Claws in that 4-power slot. And what do we say about Zen? He likes to say 4.
Yep.
We do, however, have one of those 2 emissaries that Chris had.
Yeah.
Another 0 for 4 is never a bad thing. But in general, it is kind of looking like our turn cycles are going to be a bit clunkier.
Yeah, and looking here, actually, it looks like 2 of his reds are actually Illusionist cards, so we can chop that number down to 13.
Yeah.
So less than half of his deck is red. We'll have to see how he pilots it. I mean, he also has some blue cards that can sort of fill in the red slot, so to speak, in the form of Spillover and Tidal Surge. So that can help fill the gap a little bit. Same with Wind Chakra if he's able to pair that. That has the value of 3 when he plays it on offense. So he has some cards to sort of fill that gap. But, I wasn't in here when you were looking at the Chris Iaali list. When you were looking at it, can you tell me some of the metrics that made you think, wow, this is powerful?
It was the number of combo cards, namely, I believe he had 4 or 5 Pouncing Cheese. Only one of which was red, but it's still optimal target. His Transcend card was probably best in slot. It was Preserved Tradition. He did have a Drop in the Ocean, which was a little clunkier, but Fuzzy not looking too bad in terms of his Transcend card. This is still one that is pretty premium.
I'm also curious, do you remember how many reds he was running?
Chris?
Yeah.
Chris was running, I believe it was 17.
Okay, so 17 to if it was 19, that's even more impressive. But right now, we've got effectively 13. If we go back to the reds here, you can see, again, that 2 of them are Illusionist cards.
Right.
And those aren't going to make the cut. They can't make the cut. So
unless
13,
you cheat, of course.
Yeah, 13 reds to what we saw previously, 17 or 19. That's a big difference. That's a lot less threat throughout the deck.
And it's not even about quality. Yeah. I'm sorry, quantity. It's also about quality. Right? The multitude of Flex Claws and Biting Breezes is really what told the difference between these 2 decks.
He does have quite a few block 3s, 19, which, well, not counting these Illusionist cards once again, or the Tiger Hide. As much as it is a block 3, we don't get to put that in our deck. But I did notice that he was prioritizing the block 3s, and that could be something that he's able to utilize for higher value. We'll have to see how he plays it out, and also, again, how the rest of the table drafted. Just because this deck wasn't necessarily that good compared to Chris's does not mean that his opponent's decks were good. So that's a very, very important thing when it comes to draft, is not only how good is your deck, but how good are your opponent's decks and what are you facing?
Right, you are. And it might just be that Fuzzy has to play a more grindy game as a result. We've talked about what is good in Fuzzy's deck and a little bit about what is bad, but let's focus on what is really bad. Namely, like we said during Chris's pod, that manifests itself in the yellow and blue slot. Chris had all of his yellows were either pouncing cheese or cards that aren't going to go in his deck anyway, like illusionist cards. In this case, Fuzzy is definitely going to have to play that Chi Unleashed, Companion of the Claw, and probably the Untamed as well, just because of the number of cards that weren't playable on the wheels.
Yeah, I don't mind the Untamed so much, but it's this Companion of the Claw. 2 cost, 2 block, 3 power. Nothing about this is more than 2.
Yeah.
You know, you pitch a card and play this, that's a 2-card 3. You block with it, that's a 2 block. You pitch it, it's 2. There's nothing, you can't use this effectively in any axis.
Right, you are. He does have one good yellow going for him in the name of Battlefront Bastion, which will likely be committed to defense more often than not, but that's okay with this card. Let's take a look at Fuzzy's equipment suite. We don't have any doubled up slots, which is good or bad, depending on how much of a mind game you want to play,
True.
like Chris.
Yeah, the chess piece with the open deck list, it's a very niche situation. Normally the deck lists aren't open, but because we're broadcasting this, it's only fair so that the players can't get an unfair advantage by watching the stream. So we have the open deck lists, and that means the cloaked equipment is not as cloaked as you might want it to be.
Well said. We do have a best in slot feet piece, shoes rather. That being said, the chess piece and the hat are less stellar. We're talking a lot of smack about Heirloom of Tiger Hide, and the reason for that is just because, like, in contrast to the Koi Bless Kimono, Koi Bless Kimono allows you to take a commanding position from going to 1 life. Heirloom of Tiger Hide, however, is a defensive card. And if you are committing to going down to 1 life, you would much rather be doing something on your turn offensively than sitting back and waiting for the opportunity to use that.
Yeah, taking the tempo is such an important thing to do once you drop down to 1. We saw Chris do that beautifully in a couple of his games where he was able to just keep all the cards in his hand and use the power of saying no blocks to then count it. This card does not help you with that game plan. It just kind of shows up and says, I can block some more, which doesn't really help with the tempo plan as much.
Right, you are. Let's take another look at these ninja cards.
Yeah.
Looking specifically for combo targets, because we now know that Fuzzy does have a Transcend card in his deck, right? So his game plan is at least somewhat going to revolve around grabbing your Breed Angers, your Pouncing Cheese.
Yeah, the Pouncing Chi is, probably the best option, assuming he's got that Tiger in hand. It's the 0 for 4 versus the Breed Anger, which is the 1 for 4 if you've played a Tiger. It does create another one, and maybe if he has the ability to gain value off of multiple Tigers per turn, which the Kakara can get you there for 1, and you can get a couple others with the Tiger form incantation. There it is. So, this gives you the ability to get value out of 2 Tigers in a turn if you sequence it properly, which I'm assuming he'll be able to figure out how to do. So that is, it's a good thing he was able to pick this up. Even Companion of the Claw, with a blue heavy deck, I don't hate this card as much. And with a deck that has so many Breed Angers, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's useful to be able to have the Tiger in hand to get the combo started.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the majority of the time when we see the Zen activation, it's probably going to be Pouncing Chi unless it's been played or blocked with, because he doesn't, like Chris did, have the opportunity to play Preserve Tradition to put it at the bottom of your deck, transcend, find it again.
Yeah.
So I think Breed Anger, by and large, is probably going to be a backup Zen hero power target. It's also just not bad as a chain ender. If you have that 1 extra resource floating, you can make good use out of it with another 4, because we like to say 4.
I'm a little bit curious how many 2 costs he has. I wonder if I can do any kind of thing to pull that up. If not, we might just scroll through. The reason I'm asking that question is because the weapon costs 2, and he has so many blues, it's likely that he may have 2 blues in each hand, which would allow him to do something along the lines of Companion of the Claw, weapon, fact-finding mission, right? Companion of the Claw, weapon, Chi Unleashed. So these 2 cost cards are actually starting to, due to this curve, become a little bit higher value than your typical Zen list, and there may be a way for him to string things together and still get the value that he wants out of those blues. Just normally the Zens don't have the blues to support a 6 resource heavy turn, so we don't really think of these cards as useful, but there is a type of line that can use 6 resources, and maybe that's what he was thinking when he was drafting these cards.
Right, you are. And the only problem with that strategy is, of course, if you have to commit any cards to defense. Because it's like, yeah, sure, I now can make a solid turn out of 2 blue pitches.
Yeah, it's a 4-card hand.
Yeah,
and you
exactly.
cannot afford to give away any of those cards. You lose so much value. And I think that's sort of the reason that we don't like to see that, is it's a one-dimensional strategy, and if you do see yourself staring down something that can interrupt you or that you must block for some reason or another, it hurts your offensive potential so much to have to give one of those up.
Right, you are. So we will perhaps see a much less hybrid game plan than we saw from Chris, where every now and then you can throw one of those cards in front of your opponent's attack. Instead, Fuzzy might have to keep full grips or donate 2 cards to the block in order to play this or pilot this deck more efficiently.
Speaking of efficiency, go again wide chains that cost 0 is one way to do that. He does have a few options, not a lot of 0 cost, but certainly a lot of go again. 26 of the potentially 30 cards, well, the 30 cards that he's running could potentially have go again. And we can see here that at least on page 1, they look pretty good, but a lot of these go again cards are in the blue slot, which is fine.
And is also where Fuzzy's really going to have to trim the fat.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're looking at a pool of 42 cards. 3 of those are equipment that are definitely going in. That leaves 39. 39. He's got to cut 9 of those cards, and he's sitting on 19 blues. And like we said, 13 reds, 2 of which automatically make the cut because they're illusionists.
Yep.
So there's not. This is the moment where we have to kind of analyze his sideboard's lucidity and ability to change. And there's not much here, right? So if he faces a new, for example, he's going to have to leave some really powerful blue attacks in there for her to snipe.
Let's take a look at his blues to see what sorts of ammunition the news might have. Nimble Strike and Nimbleism are both very good for new. Breed Anger, if they're able to make the Tiger, is quite powerful. Harmony the Hunt is something that can make the Tiger. So you can see that these actually would combo together quite well for a new. The first tentative cheese are also quite powerful. They have go again. So there's a lot of gas potentially for a new to use against the Zen, and not a lot of options to cut. Frankly, even the Spillover is a insanely good card for new to see in that banish zone. A 0 for 6. Very, very strong for new to use against the Zen. So
I want to take a minute to note that we've just gotten deck lists, and it sure looks like we are sitting on a 3-3-2 split, but believe it or not, the 2 is in favor of Enigma.
That checks out. I think when we saw the cards there, I was noticing a lot of powerful illusionist cards coming through. 3-3-2, glad to hear that. 4 would have been pretty brutal, but the 3 slot on Ninja seems to have been kind of like a weak 3, just kind of based on what we saw here. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it plays out. Definitely don't call it until the players have played their games. There's a ton of, skill expression once they sit down and start playing the games.
Right, you are. And I think it's no surprise Zachary Wallach is one of those Enigmas. The other one is Clark Moore. Looks like we've got Franche Tan. Oh, excuse me, that's on verification. Chris Iaali is on Zen again this time. So we'll see if he was able to pull together another 3-0 Zen deck. Andrew Rudin who was passing to Fuzzy for 2 of the 3 packs, is
Okay.
also on Zen, which means that Fuzzy
Okay,
was
so
indeed getting cut off.
At least the second ninja.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right you are. Sounds like Fuzzy is going to be taking on French Tan
Okay.
in the first round, and French. I am so sorry
France.
for the pronunciation error. It's France Tan, not
Yes.
French Tan. He is the present tense of being French, not the past tense. So here is his list. He's going to be one of our 3 news, which, as we saw in the last pod, you typically don't want to be a one of 3 new. Although Evan Bridges did make it.
Yeah,
look
you know,
pretty
it
okay,
really does depend on the card quality. So we'll have to see how things play out when the players get rolling.
Right, you are. I think we'll go to a short break before we get into our next match.
Sounds great.
Don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood after this. Welcome back to the June edition of the AGE Open Series. We're ready to get into our next match. So without any further ado, here we go. I'm going to need your help, Christine. So sorry.
Look at this beautiful face, everyone.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your own.
Look at these beautiful faces.
Look at these beautiful faces. So happy to be here. So happy you're here.
Wow. It's a great day. Great weather.
It really is. And it's a great day for a throwdown between Fuzzy Delp and Franche Tan.
Shuffling up, getting ready. Fuzzy asked you to say something. Do you remember what it was?
Oh, of course I do. Fuzzy wanted me to mention his good looks and his amazing demeanor. And if I haven't done that already, that's a mistake of my own.
Yeah.
Because just look at that guy. Super sweet. Always a really amazing person to play against. I'm sure Francis as well. I walked out just for a moment to apologize for mispronouncing his name, and he was really cool about it. So I'm sure France is awesome too.
Yeah.
Sporting those beautiful Japanese printed Mistblades. I wonder if he went to the world premiere.
One cool thing about this pod before we get into the game is that 3 Pitch It To Me podcast members went 3-0, so they are crushing it round 1 of this draft, Fuzzy being one of them, sitting down, hoping to keep that win streak alive.
And the tragic part about that is that there's inevitably going to be team-on-team action, and many of them are not going to be able to make it into top 8 because that's the nature of draft. These top draft pods are just going to murder one another.
Yeah. Well, someone's going to make it. Someone's not going to make it. At the end of the day, you only get one.
And let's see if it's Fuzzy. Fuzzy feeling really good. He's got a bit of a win cushion on France here. France coming in to this game with X and 1 as his record.
Yep.
Let's see who won the die roll. Fuzzy sporting those good looks and grand demeanor with a friendly smile to France.
Yeah, and both of these people sitting as 3 ofs in their pod, so theoretically even powered decks. 3 ofs as in new and Zen, that is.
Right you are. Let's see who won this die roll. Looking like France is going first.
Yep.
Starting off with a Mistblade. Tried and true bread and butter of the new decks.
Yeah. It looks like that would spread butter on some bread pretty well.
You think so? It's kind of kinked. I feel like that would be
Pretty
a
poorly.
hard bread knife to
Pretty poorly.
operate. Yeah. Taking a look at the hand of Fuzzy. Looking like a lot of 2 blocks.
Yeah.
And a Chi Unleash, which...
Perfect for blocking those Mistblades,
Yeah.
which it looks like he brought out his Japanese Mistblades for this one.
Yep. Playing out a yellow Nimbleism. Saw a lot of Nimbleisms in this pod then. I wonder if France was able to pick up those Nimble Strikes, which we saw none of on, except in the blue, I'm sorry, on Fuzzy's draft.
Yeah.
Desires of Flesh is the card. Looking for attack actions to banish to give France a bit of a life lead.
So Fuzzy
Top of the
has
game.
1 non-attack that he can use to block here.
Unfortunately, having to throw the Chi Unleashed.
Yeah.
He did not want to see this in his opening hand because he does not have any way to recur it. He didn't find the Mask of Wizened Whiskers. He didn't draft any of those preserved traditions. So, unfortunately, one of his most powerful combo cards is going to find its way to the banish zone.
Yep. And France gains a life off of that because it was an attack action. Starting the game off 21-20 as we get into turn 1.
Not bad at all. Doesn't really gain card advantage, too much card advantage over Fuzzy. I think he's 1 card up at this point, which I think is definitely playing into the Assassin's game plan. Rip cards out of your opponent's deck. But that's okay. That is an A-OK start for turn 0.
Yeah. Fuzzy Delp just swinging the Kakara and then following it up with an Untamed.
In the yellow, unfortunately.
Yep. 1 cost, 3 power. Coming in, his next Tiger will get buffed to 2 if he has one. Looking at his hand, it does not look like he has a Tiger Creator, so losing a little bit of value. Nothing he could do about it, but that's just falling by the wayside. And France just taking all this damage. This is kind of scary. Fuzzy, ooh, with an IP as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fuzzy is not able to make use of all of those cards. This is going into rate what we said about his deck. Like, it just is a little clunky.
He
as
just
far
did a
as the resource
4-card
curve goes.
5.
Yeah.
France just taking it and swinging back with everything he's got.
Looks-
Try to reprisal.
Looks like he might be a little bit light on Tiger Generation again because he's committing those boots to block.
Also may just sort of fear the Mistblade hit. The 5-card hand can be really scary if you give the blues go again. So just trying to deny that without spending any cards is a viable option.
That is absolutely true. Here comes France with Rising Tide. This is one of our water mystic attacks. It'll get buffed up to 5 if he's able to play another blue card.
Yep. Currently it's only coming in for 3. And there is the attack reaction. It's blue. That buffs it up to not only 5, but +1 from the reaction itself, 6.
Indeed so. And now France is going to be able to take a look at the top 2 cards of this deck, probably find a blue one. Luckily, he does, because we know Fuzzy's deck is pretty blue heavy. That blue attack is going to block for 0 now, and be banished.
Yep, and it looks like it was actually for 8, so the attack there coming in for 7.
Which is in. Oh, that must have been a tidal surge.
Yeah,
I'm so
tidal
sorry.
surge.
I called it a rising tide. It was a tidal surge. Here comes Kakara for 2.
One thing I want to note is that Fuzzy kept his life total high, so utilizing his blocking cards that turn.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to. The way his deck kind of shook out in the draft means that he can't do what we saw Chris doing, where he just takes about 10, 12 damage in a turn and then sends back the nuts and swings tempo from there.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the power level in his deck. So, like we said before, he's going to have to commit to a much grindier kind of game.
Yeah, his game plan will be mid-range, giving a few cards on blocking and then spending the rest of the cards in his hand on offense.
Indeed. Luckily, this Untamed is not, its buff is not going to go by the wayside.
Yeah, this
know
is
that Fuzz
a
holding
very
onto the
powerful
Tiger.
clapback, actually. He's got the weapon and the Untamed coming in for a lot of value across the chain here. 2, then 4, then 2. This is all for only 2 cards, not counting the equipment he had to give up to gain that Tiger.
France just continues to take it. It's interesting. I'm seeing 2 more of those water mystic attacks in his hand. I wonder if France went for the same strategy that Tao Tao did in the previous draft pod, where you just take all of those mystic attacks early and then find your lane later, which
the blue new.
Again, once again, we found our way back to new.
Yeah, that strategy relies heavily on being able to hit with the Mistblade, so hopefully he can do that next turn for his sake.
And we know that Fuzzy is sporting an Aqua Seeing Shell and the Heirloom of Tiger Hide, which means that he doesn't have these really clean ways to clean up the Mistblades in the form of the Kikois.
Well, he can use the Aqua Seeing Shell, but that chess piece won't help him there.
Right, you are. Let's see what the clapback is for France. I think this is just going to be a bread and butter new turn. Pitch for the Mistblade, send a red stealth attack, and looks like we've got it backed up by a red venomous strike. So telling Fuzzy that he is going to lose cards out of his deck, potentially give France some life. Fuzzy has drawn up his 1 Transcend card in the entire deck. Looks like a blue, his only blue in there. Other blue is a Breed Anger, which likely means that he doesn't have a clean way to turn on that Transcend.
So France coming in for a clean 8 plus the Mistblade, 9 damage turn. Fuzzy taking a big hit, going down to 10.
8 damage turn. 1 plus 7.
4 plus 4 plus 1?
The attack comes in for 3, and then it gets plus 4 from the...
It'll gain plus 1 when you do a reaction. The Pick to Pieces ability gives it plus 1.
It wasn't Pick to Pieces, it was Desires of Flesh.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah. All good, though, because that allows France to banish an attack from the top of Fuzzy's deck, gain life. Still gaining 1 point of value, regardless of whether it's Pick to Pieces.
There it is.
So here's one of those hands that you were talking about where maybe he can, like, he's not doing the most efficient thing with a 1 block plus 3 cards. Instead, he's trying to utilize 2 blue pitch cards to go as wide as humanly possible.
There's the Breed Anger, getting another Tiger into his banish zone.
I forget what ended up in Fuzzy's arsenal. Was it a Pouncing Chi?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
If it was, that would be a great chain ender with this Tiger and Banish.
Yeah. It could be one of his other Breed Angers, which honestly is still pretty good.
Not using the Tiger, well, using it to, get the combo to be active, but not gaining any real value out of it.
And if that's the case, like, in this situation with 1 resource floating, that Breed Anger is better than a Pouncing Chi, which we normally tout as the big combo power card.
Yeah.
The difference here is Fuzzy is having to use 2 pitch cards rather than 1 in order to make his turn go super wide and powerful. Wow, France just takes it on the chin.
There's the tiger coming in for 0, and there it is, the second breed anger.
Which Fuzzy is just fine here saying breed anger again because it's a 4.
Yep. Yeah, using all 6 of his resources, so still able to piece together a very powerful turn despite the high costing weapon into Companion of the Claw.
Right, you are. It's really fascinating how fast France is deciding to play this game because Assassins block so well. And because we know that the power level of Fuzzy's deck is a little more mid. I wonder how many Transcend cards France ended up, because I think there's a world where he plays this really slow and ends up being able to do a really nasty new activation turn. However, if you're already at 3, that window is closing very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Needing to commit a card here, goes for the weapon, the armor piece, as well as a Desires of Flesh, blocking all 4 of that damage. Keeping, is that 1 card in hand?
2
cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
One of which I believe was a Venomous Strike, so we might be able to go bread and butter assassin turn once again. The problem with trading that back and forth with a Zen is you're never going to keep up with the numbers game.
Yeah, the Beckoning Mistblade is a 2-for-1. It's just not as much value if you're not getting the bonus go again +1 on a blue that you can get from that.
Because ultimately, your bread and butter turn being Mistblade, stealth attack, attack reaction is only most cases going to net you a. In most cases, it'll net you a 3-card 8, but not in this case because we've got Double Trouble, which is going to get buffed by 2 if he's able to play 2 attack reactions.
He just used his armor last turn, so he's ready to go with the double attack reaction arm piece, creating the Fang Strike. The Fang Strike in his hand, and then being able to play that, activating the Double Trouble, pumping it up to 6. So Fuzzy's sitting here thinking about maybe giving 2 cards or none would be the 2 options I see for him.
And with a healthy, being only at half life and having his opponent at 3, it all depends on the context of his hand. Because if he's got the nuts right here, then he probably needs to just take it.
True. I think the scariest thing for him would be if France is able to banish 2 blues off of that and fill up the graveyard, or the banish zone rather, with something insurmountable. If he's able to pull off a Transcend.
Could be scary, but looks like he's going for the 0 block strategy.
Yep. And instead of it being for 6, it's actually for 8 because of the final card in his hand. So going to 2 is not what Fuzzy was hoping for.
It should be for 9. Oh, wait,
9?
Is that a yellow? Oh,
Yeah,
that's a
it's
yellow
a yellow.
Venomous Bite. My mistake. So yeah, Fuzzy goes down to 2. He's got a good hand, honestly.
Yeah.
Depending on the color of those cards, this could be a really nice way to take the tempo and take the lead from here on out.
Yeah, with France being at 3 life, he does not have the luxury of taking these big hits like he did the previous turns.
And he also has drawn up into one of his Transcend cards.
Yep. Lower blocking hand than possible.
He's only got 9 block in his hand, and a lot of these attacks are going to be coming in at awkward breakpoints.
Is a Nimble Strike, so it's actually only 8.
Oh, is it? You're right. You're so right about that. And that's really unfortunate because Fuzzy is showing off at least 1 really difficult breakpoint attack in Flex Claws.
Yeah, the Tiger Form incantation coupled with the weapon, if he's able to pull that off, is also...
What is that
He
last?
doesn't have the resources for that.
That last card in his hand is a Pouncing Chi, too.
Okay, wow. This is a great hand for Fuzzy.
Yeah. Oh, he's not going to be able to deploy the Flex Claws. He's going to save that for Arsenal. But this is still really solid.
Yep, there's a break
especially after
point.
France goes down to 1.
And he blocks it out with the equipment, but here's another break point. And you can see France kind of nodding, thinking, good attack, right? This is tricky for... And, double Kikoi.
Luckily, he has the answer here. It's going to give France the opportunity to do something on his turn, but it's going to be pretty lackluster.
Yeah.
And also, he's not going to be able to play that assassin mind game of Do I have the attack reaction?
Right.
Do I not?
Yeah.
That being said, Fuzzy sitting at 2 life. He is...
You know what he does still have, though, is the arm piece. Something that arm piece can affect a dagger. If he swung in with the dagger there.
I believe it's attack action card.
Is it attack?
I'm pretty certain it is, yeah.
You're probably right there then.
That being said, this is a viable option for it.
Exactly. 2 floating and 4 on the chain. That's a breakpoint that could be lethal if Fuzzy doesn't remember the arm piece hovering there, threatening.
Yes, indeed. In another respect, Fuzzy could navigate this well if he were to throw, say, 4 block in front of this and tempt France to pop the arousing wave while he has the opportunity. That could get Fuzzy down to that fabled 1 so he could flip his heirloom
Yes,
tiger hide.
that's possible. I think that would be a pretty big misplay on France's side, and if he did opt to use it then, I would be somewhat disappointed.
Oh, we don't want to be disappointed in
Not
France.
in,
We
not
just met
in
him.
him, but disappointed in you know.
No,
We
you
want
are
to
right.
see clean gameplay.
And this
There
is
it is.
exactly how it's happening.
So he ended up blocking. No, I think what he's doing,
He's
yes,
just
he's
arsenaling
arsenaling.
it.
So
Yep,
he
that
wants
makes
to
sense.
utilize the resources while he can and cause that to be basically a 0 cost version. So very well played, France there.
And
to
France
not pull the trigger.
France could be utilizing that open deck list to know exactly what that chess piece is and say, I'm never going to give you value on that. It's going to be tough, though, because here comes another breakpoint attack.
Yep.
Zens that say 4 win the games.
Yeah, Flex Claws, very powerful attack, threatening a crouching tiger on hit, but even worse than that is death.
Death hurts.
It sure does.
France feeling the pain as he poises to block with a red venomous bite, which is never a place you want to be. This could be attributed to the fact that we were playing this so fast early. You really need space on your life total in order to deploy your really powerful cards. So I'm wondering if he is wishing that he had held back on giving up so much of his life total early.
Yeah. He may just feel like the best way he could press the game forward was using the offensive value of his hands. Ooh, and a fact-finding mission.
And this is so painful, too, because he's holding the Battlefront Bastion, which, unfortunately, does not get that floating prevention if it blocks with another card.
Yep. Needs to block alone.
So, that means Fuzzy Delp, our hero, the one we've been following since the beginning of this pod, is our victor.
And I really want to commend him on that one turn. You know, we did sort of criticize the low amount of reds and the high cost of his cards, but one of the things about high-costed cards is they need blues to fuel them, and we saw him really pop off on one of those turns, utilizing all 6 of his resources to have a very, very powerful offensive turn. So it could be that we're the ones eating our words, and Fuzzy's the one that knows how to play this ninja class better than we do, showing us, at least in game 1, that he has what it takes to take it down.
I really hope so, because I love Fuzzy. I think I've made that very apparent, and I love to see him win.
Yeah.
I think he deserves it, and if he takes this pod down, more power to him.
Awesome.
No fault to France. What little I know of him, he's a very sweet guy, and I would have loved to see him win as well.
Well, there can only be one winner. So we're going to, with that, move to break and come back with our game 2 shortly.
Don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the June Open here at Arcane Games and Events. It's Mistvale. It's limited. It's time for Game 2. We're still sticking with Fuzzy. We're going to be following the Zen as he tries to take down one of the other two Zens in the pod. There are 3 Zens total. It'll be Andrew Rudin on Zen. The players are getting ready. Sam Byrne, Bryce Platts.
That's me.
Should we take a look at the deck?
I think we should, Sam.
Just briefly, because we can.
Let's do it.
Look at
Showcasing our beautiful new software here at Arcane Games and Events.
Taking a look here at the deck list. So you got to see the deck in action in the last match. This is going to be one of the other 2 Zens in the pod, and it's also the Zen that was passing to Fuzzy. Literally, packs 1 and 3, passing the pack. So you have to imagine the deck quality of Mr. Rudin might be slightly more, quality, as it were. But walk us through which cards really came through in the last game.
So we talked a lot about the comparison between Fuzzy's deck and Chris's deck. It's not like the streamlined, super beautifully crafted aggro deck that we saw from Chris, but it got there. And why? Because he's able to use these kind of clunkier ninja cards that we've talked about before, like Companion of the Claw. And basically he just takes whatever damage comes his way and utilizes 2 blue pitch cards instead of 1. So he finds his value completely on the offensive rather than on, a 1-card defense like Chris would, and then a super clean 1-pitch card turn following it up.
Sure.
So it's not like hardcore aggro like we saw Chris do, but it can grind games out. Even though the last match we saw was kind of just he and France throwing haymakers at each other over and over again.
Well, if there's one thing we can expect about a Zen Mirror, we might be in for a similar ride at the rodeo to ninjas just comboing off towards each other until only one is left standing.
Yeah. Okay, and without any further ado, here we go. Fuzzy Delp versus Andrew Rudin.
Andrew Rudin, 4-0 on Zen versus Fuzzy Delp, 4-0 on Zen. Both these players looking mighty good for our top 8 here. You can see both of those ninjas just giving us the ice-cold stare, similar to the players as they stare down each other's deck lists. Feature Pod, of course, getting access to the deck list. Given that Fuzzy's deck is public information, why should we make it significantly harder on only him?
Exactly, and that's going to be a bit of a problem for Fuzzy. We're showcasing kind of the weirdness of open deck lists when we have cloaked equipment, right? And so Fuzzy, we saw in the last game, was unable to activate his Heirloom of Tiger Hide, probably because Franz knew it was there and knew to just never get him down to 1. So we'll see if that ends up being a factor in this game against Andrew Rudin.
Another member of the Arcane Games Events Pro team taking on a member of the Pitch It To Me podcast team. So these are 2 deeply entrenched players within not only the Flesh and Blood lore, but also the game itself. 2 players who, devote a lot of time, a lot of energy into this, our favorite hobby, but it looks as though the Kakaras are being laid out. Zen has gripped his staff with speed and alacrity. Both players have access to the Stride of Reprisal, but one extra piece of cloaked equipment there for Fuzzy. Looks as though players are getting ready. It's time for game number 5 total, 2 of this pod. Both players here 4-0. It's going to be a Ninja Mirror. Let's get after it.
Looks like Fuzzy is on the play. Unfortunately, finding that evasive leap in his opening hand, which can be a little clunky, probably going to be his arsenal target on this turn 0.
Yeah. Players
Or
here
an overpitch.
having a little bit of a laugh, but the evasive leap, if it does end up in the arsenal, there are worse cases, worse scenarios for your turn 0. You establish a defensive piece nice and early, even if you can't get any damage across.
Ooh, looks like he's going to go for the turn 0 transcend. And this is so amazing. So rarely do Zens get to play this attack reaction. Does he have it? Does he not? Kind of game plan. But here is Andrew staring down one of these water mystic attacks. And Fuzzy locked and loaded with a transcend card.
Yeah, the Rising Sun, Setting Moon also might provide him with a little optionality. If he doesn't like that evasive leap and wants a different card for the arsenal, he can choose whatever comes off the top of the deck. Although, I wonder how he's going to utilize the pitch card. He might not be able to, because if he doesn't give any go again, that pitch card's probably going to just hang out in the hand for his next turn, so combo's going to be possible on the next one.
That is true. And he could just elect to kind of IP himself a little bit, guarantee that there's a blue next in his next hand, because you probably would rather have that than a Crouching Tiger preventing you from drawing up to 4.
Yeah, and I do believe there's no other way other than just activating the Zen ability. You don't want to do so if you can't utilize the cards, right? So I think he is just going to go ahead and have to keep the Chi in his hand, though that does mean on his next turn, depending on whatever Andrew Rudin is able to throw back Fuzzy's way, he's just going to have access to Zen ability on demand.
And this is still a good situation for Fuzzy, because Zen often runs into situations where he doesn't have a clean way to actually use that Transcend card. And so having done it early on in the game just means that Fuzzy can wait for the wheel and know that he's going to have a power turn later on in this game.
All right, let's see. It's going to be a Companion of the Claw starting off. They're looking for dice. They found the dice. This one's coming in at 4-4. Going to have to go again. Going to create the Crouching Tiger thanks to pitch in the blue. Let's see if Andrew wants to go ahead and grab that tiger.
There we go.
Might make it a little easier on him.
Ooh, sporting a Marvel Tiger in the hand.
Didn't know you could open that in Part the Mist Veil, but Andrew Rudin showing why he's better in all ways at this game. Managing to open the Marvels. That's going to be 4 damage across the table. Fuzzy Delp down to 16 to Andrew's 19.
Let's see how he chooses to follow up here. He's a little bit resource starved here. Yeah, I think he's going to pitch that red just to make sure that he gets value on this red Chi Unleashed. And that's okay. It is a little bit clunky from a pitch standpoint, but it's still a lot of damage coming through in a match that is very dependent on getting life totals down super quick.
Yeah, 11 damage total is not the ceiling of what Zen decks can do. Even in Limited, we can see them really put on a lot of work. 4 cards for 11 damage is just ever so slightly under like classic rate, but it is limited. You can't always expect to get 3+ value out of each one of your cards. However, if Fuzzy wants to take all of this, he's going to put him down well below half his starting life total. Looks like he might be setting up a Breed Anger for the block. And utilize that evasive leap from turn 0. So only 1 damage taken from the Chi Unleashed. And now got an Inner Chi in the hand. Got maybe a fact-finding mission in the hand as well as a Companion of the Claw, or a Harmony of the Hunt, I think.
Harmony of the Hunt. And it's in the blue, donated to the pitch. I think we're going to see a Zen activation here, Sam. Andrew says, what are you pitching
Yeah,
for?
exactly. I'd just like to pitch this, please. I don't really want it in my hand anymore. And now it's time to just go ahead and grab a card with combo, plus a Crouching Tiger here. One floating.
Fuzzy does have a yellow Chi Unleashed. Might not have the resources to pay for it, so it might just be, yeah, the red Breed Anger seems very reasonable here.
3 red Breed Angers in Fuzzy's list. This can do a lot of work if it attacks with Crouching Tiger as the last attack on the chain. Can you get go again and create a Crouching Tiger in the banish zone? Looks as though Andrew is just saying, send me the bill, my friend.
Andrew thinks about blocking a 0-cost attack real quick. Ever the jester when he plays this game. Not only is he talented, he's also funny. He's also got the looks. What more could you ask for, Sam?
It's going to be a Wind Chakra now coming down, giving the next attack +3.
Companion of the Claw for 4 go again.
For go again here. The Wind Chakra only affects the Crouching Tiger.
That is correct,
there
sir.
you go. So just going to give the Crouching Tiger +3. So 3 damage theoretically coming across once that Crouching Tiger is created, thanks to the Companion of the Claw.
And then what was that last card in his hand, Sam? Did you
I
catch
didn't
it?
see it. No, he's been hiding it.
Oh, sneaky. He has cloaked the last card in his hand from the casters.
So
Ah, it's a
water
Water
the
the Seeds.
Seeds.
Curious if he decides to keep it in Arsenal. Nah, he just says, go for it. The
Yeah.
time is now to kill my opponent.
You can see when grabbing that Crouching Tiger from the Strata Reprisal block, as Fuzzy just did. Fuzzy's attempting to do some major damage on the turn, so the Water the Seed's going to go ahead and pressure that still 5-card hand, even after a 1-card block at the Fabtcg. Going to go ahead and continue the blocking efforts, but now it's time for a Crouching Tiger for 4, thanks to the Water the Seeds and the Wind Chakra. No Kakara needed for that extra +1, just the Water the Seed's going to go ahead and shore that up. A lot of damage threatened. Fuzzy down to 11. Got a Crouching Tiger in the hand thanks to the Stride of Reprisal. 11 plays 12 here as the Kakara is the first attack for Fuzzy.
Another 4-card 11 for Andrew, though. Not the numbers that he wants to be putting up, like you said, but I guess he's just happy keeping it at life parity. Battlefront Bastion covers it up nice.
Very nice for the Battlefront Bastion here. Going to go ahead, cover up the Kakara, cover up the Crouching Tiger, and then once again, Breed Anger coming across, comboing, making a Crouching Tiger in the Banished Zone that can be played. It looks like Andrew might be looking for a Stride of Reprisal block of his own.
Looking like we have yellow as the pitch card in Andrew's hand for next turn.
Tiger for 0.
Has the Untamed
Pass priority.
and probably another 1 cost. It looks like the bleeding has been stemmed for the most part. Luckily, Fuzzy didn't have a super strong follow-up after that Breed Anger. I was kind of expecting to see that Emissary of Wind come down at the end of that chain. That would have been a backbreaker for Andrew.
And this will be interesting because Fuzzy has now, established another arsenal after the Evasive Leap. Andrew's just been playing 4-card hand after 4-card hand, not taking any moment to breathe, not taking any moment to stop. There's going to be a Breed Anger here. Biting Breeze coming across. 3, go again. If it hits, going to make Crouching Tiger. However, we already have one thanks to the Stride of Reprisal. Going to still buy a block. Fabtcg the block. Untamed, going to continue the chain here. 4 with go again. Going to give +1 to the next Crouching Tiger, and that is a Crouching Tiger that Andrew created thanks to the Stride.
And I like that sequencing from Andrew because just in case Fuzzy had let that hit, the Biting Breeze would have created the Tiger in Banished Zone. He would have been able to play that this turn and save one for Arsenal, which, as we talked about in some of our previous games, Crouching Tiger is just not a bad Arsenal target. Really nice to have it on demand to clean up some of those turns where you don't have easy Tiger generators.
Here we go. Fuzzy taking that 4 down to 7. You can see Andrew having a bit of a think. 1 card in Arsenal, 3 cards still in hand. Coming in for 1 now with that Crouching Tiger, thanks to the Untamed. Fuzzy down to 6.
Yeah, another slightly clunky hand for Andrew, just because that pitch card only paid for 1 thing. If that was a blue, that would have equaled 3 more damage from the Kakara and the buff on that Tiger.
And still no Arsenal for Andrew, just playing off the top once again. Flex Claws coming in. If it hits, going to create a Crouching Tiger. That can be played from the Banished Zone, but it's also just importantly a 1 for 4 with go again here.
And what do we like to say if we're Zen?
4.
4.
4, baby, 4.
Mm-hmm.
More 4s. So like a couple of droplets, or at least a couple of those water mystic cards for Andrew.
I think you're right. I think they were both droplets. Andrew says, yep, that sounds good.
I don't care about your Flex Claws. Take your Tiger. I'm going down to 5, big dog.
Let's see if the gamble pays off. Let's see how much Fuzzy needs that Tiger. And I think Andrew was kind of pigeonholed into saying no blocks there because he would have had to commit 2 cards to that block. That's just not somewhere you want to be.
All of a sudden, the Tiger created means the Kakara always is going to be able to give a point of value. And so, yes, Fuzzy just going to go ahead and push that forward onto the combat chain. Zen swinging the Kakara around his shoulders and trying to crack it across his opponent's face, who also happens to be Zen in this scenario.
So Zen
Fighting
is
a mirror.
standing
He's fighting a mirror.
Yeah, he's standing in front of a mirror trying to break it before his reflection does.
Exactly. Before the terror of self-actualization comes to.
It's coming for us all.
It comes for us all.
Zen is no exception.
2 damage with go again, and of course the Crouching Tiger in the Banished Zone looking forward to accepting the +1 bonus from the Kakara.
I think Andrew's wondering just how bad the rest of this turn could possibly be, because he does have kind of an interesting hand. He could play the blue Biting Breeze, potentially rip a card from Fuzzy. Ugh, but not in
Look at
this
this.
case.
4 Pouncing Chi coming in after the Crouching Tiger here. Now, if the cloaked piece of equipment is the heirloom of the Tiger Hide, this is when Andrew would want to go down to 1.
Yeah, I think he flipped it earlier, and we know that it's a Skybody Kikoi. So he could potentially block with one of those 2 blocks and go down to 1. But if his plan is to play one of those blue cards, that really doesn't feel good. I think if Andrew was a little healthier, he could have taken all this, play the blue Biting Breeze at the beginning of it, potentially create the Tiger because nobody wants to block a 1-cost attack. Then he would have had access to a Droplet fully activated up to 4 and still be able to play as Untamed. Could have been a really nice turn off of a really blue flooded hand.
So there you go. Andrew going to go ahead and just take the 1 damage, flip over the Kikoi for that prevent 1 effect post-cloaking. So got 3 cards to work with. It's going to be an Untamed. It's going to come in for 4 and then most likely 2 into 2. So, 10 damage off your 3 cards is very nice if you're Andrew here. Is that going to be enough to force him meaningful blocks from his mirror match Zen opponent? Fuzzy sitting at 6, going to commit a card to block. It's that foil Shifting Winds, the Mystic Beast. But it looks like it's the last card that Fuzzy will have to block with on this turn.
Indeed, and block Fuzzy does not want to do, especially when your opponent is at 1 and you are able to create cards in your hand that swing for 1 every single turn.
But looks like it might be a clunky enough hand for Fuzzy that he's going to put another card in front of the Tiger Taming Kakara here before taking the 2 from the Droplet, heading down to 3. So 3 plays 1 now. 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Kakara is now a lethal attack for Andrew, who has to face down the Kakara and then whatever cards are hiding in the arsenal in hand here for Fuzzy. So he's navigated this game rather well on that evasive leap. If he hadn't had that, turn 0, hey, look at that. He's sitting at 3. That's the 3 life that the evasive leap got him right to start this game.
Too true, Sam. Too true. Yeah, he was very happy to see that arsenal target right there. Covering up a 7-cost attack is just a happy thing. Andrew in the tank. I think what's going through his head is likely, can Fuzzy create a Tiger? Because that makes everything so much more difficult.
Flex Claw is going to be the block here, and it is a Breed Anger, so this is just 4 damage. No go again, but the go again isn't the important part. The important part is the 4, the break point that Andrew Rudin now has to deal with, and that's going to take 2 cards out of the hand. And the Kakara, if Andrew wants to just use that as the swing back, that's not even going to pressure anything out of Fuzzy's hand here.
In fact, it'll probably provide anti-pressure because Fuzzy will say, I'm wearing an heirloom of Tiger. You really want to swing 2 at me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll have to see. Obviously, it will depend on how clunky Fuzzy's hand is. Because he is such a disciplined player, he will throw a useless card in front of this, I would imagine.
See, 2 Tiger Form incantations in the hand there for Fuzzy. Looks like, see if we can get a better look. Not quite easily able to discern what those 4 cards are. I do still see. I think it's a tie. No, not.
I think you were right. I think we have 2 incantations.
Yeah, Companion of the Claw might be that final card in the back. So.
Indeed.
I have to see exactly.
Ooh, I think that second from the left card is finally our Emissary of Wind.
Yeah, you're right about that. That's
unconditional 0-cost 4.
That's
he says, let's take it. Let's show the chess piece.
Heirloom of Tiger Hide here.
Form incantation. 2 floating, put a tiger in hand.
I do believe that was both of his red Tiger Form incantations. Oh, this is going to be a nasty turn.
Yeah, let's see exactly how he wants to split up the damage. Next Crouching Tiger gets +3.
Lucky for Andrew, he's got a full grip of 3 blocks, which may be great, especially because these Tigers are going to be coming in for far more than 1.
Yeah, well, I think this is now going to make this Tiger coming in for 4, which is going to buy 2 cards out of Andrew's hand. This might spell the end of the game. Let's see exactly what Fuzzy is able to continue with from here. Only 1 card left in Andrew's hand, and if this is a 4 attack, which I believe, like you called out, it is, that's going to buy the last card out of the hand. Andrew is going to go ahead and extend the fist bump, and Fuzzy Delp moves on.
Boy, howdy.
Boy, howdy. Taking the camera over his shoulder the entirety of the draft and saying, come along with me to Victory City. I don't care if all the people at home are getting to watch this draft. I will continue my quest to go undefeated here at the AGE Open, and Fuzzy's looking quite nice.
And furthermore, I don't care if these naysaying commentators think my deck is less good than Chris Iaali's, because Michael and I were a little bit skeptical. I mean, we saw a massively powerful deck in that first pod, and Fuzzy's definitely isn't that, but boy, is he getting it there.
Absolutely, and I like, every draft pod is so different, tells a different story, and so much of it comes down to the actual pilots playing the games, and Fuzzy here has done it rather well. We're going to go ahead and take a very brief interlude as we bring Fuzzy on in to hear about the draft process, because that player is definitely locked for top 8, and if I had my druthers, I would say that I think Andrew might be nice and locked up in there as well. So both of those players are going to be hanging out with us in the top 8 later, more than likely. But before we move on to any of those games, let's go ahead and hear from Fuzzy about his process, about the games, and about the rest of the tournament. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break and hear from Fuzzy. Welcome back, everybody, to the AG Open here in Redondo Beach, California, and I am joined by Mr. Fuzzy Delp. Look at you, Mr. 5-0. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I had a draft just yesterday. I've been playing online a lot, and when you play online a lot, it's like, am I picking up bad habits? Are things going like? Is it not realistic environment, so I'm training improperly? And then I went to a paper draft yesterday and went like 1-3.
Yeah.
I was like 1 of 5 news in a 10-man pod.
Feels
Today I'm doing a lot better. I'm very happy about that.
Nice. Wonderful. Well, a lot better is an understatement, as you are currently undefeated, nice and locked for the top 8.
Yeah.
So we all got to, at home, watch your draft process. We've gone through the deck. Take us just into the mind of the drafter, himself. As you're drafting the deck, you grabbed that first card, pack 1, pick 1. You said, all right, I'm done. I'm Zen, I'm Ninja, I don't care. Even though
What I grabbed.
you grabbed a pouncing chi yourself.
He's pretty dang good.
That's what it was, right? I think pack 1, pick 1 was pouncing.
That sounds like me.
Something like that. But talk to me about your going through the process, even though, it ended up being that the person passing to you was Ninja. It didn't matter. You just defeated them in that last game. But talk to me about that process.
I try to stay relatively open. Like, if you decide pack one, pick one, what you're playing, there's always a chance it can bite you in the butt when you go to the end and you realize, oh, there's like 4 of this hero in this pod. I should have been like pivoting off of them. Pouncing Key is really good, and I like Zen a lot. He's my favorite hero to play in this draft.
Okay.
He's the one that I'm most pleased to be in playing, like the one that I can predict the most success with, I think. I think he's the strongest. Like, if you think of the different heroes as, this is going a little off topic, as like a triangle, people say that a lot, that like Zen beats Enigma, Enigma beats New, New beats Zen. I think even in that triangle, if Zen's hardest matchup is New, I think that's a lot better than like some of the other difficult matchups out there. That
Then like New
come
versus
across.
Enigma.
Yeah. So I'm very happy to be playing Zen. I think he's the strongest hero. So I'm very comfortable taking a pack one, pick one for a strong combo card. And like, I just need to make sure I'm keeping my options open, right? That when I'm seeing the other cards pass to me, I'm trying to read the signals. Maybe I didn't read the signals very well. I wasn't really expecting Andrew Rudin to be Zen as well. But I feel like I got enough cards. There was enough stuff flowing my way. Because I think there was 3 Zens in the pod.
And
Would
Chris was 2 seats down from you, so you were passing 2 seats to Chris. Andrew was passing to you. But I was watching your draft too, and I couldn't tell exactly. I was like, Andrew's either Enigma or Zen, but I couldn't quite tell.
I definitely stopped trying to count all the cards in the packs at one point. Maybe I could have done a better job of like really making sure that I'm in the right hero. But I don't think there were too many big power cards for other heroes that I could have dipped into. Andrew said that there was a lot of Enigma stuff going on, but Enigma is my least favorite hero to be playing in the draft, so I might have gone a little bit blinders on.
Well, I think it's, natural for even as a player, if you have certain inclinations about the decks that you feel the most comfortable playing, the decks that you feel the strongest, you might not, there's might be all the signals in the world to play Enigma, but you're like, dude, I'm just not as good at playing Enigma as I am as playing Zen.
Right.
I know that when I play certain in CC, if I play certain just like straight aggressive decks and my brain turns off, I have less fun. I play way worse because I'm just like, that doesn't matter. I'll just not block. And sometimes like I totally should be blocking.
Yeah.
So looking ahead, you got the top 8 coming up. We know you probably won't be drafting Enigma, but we'll see. Talk to me a little bit about just the Mistveil, not necessarily classic constructed journey, but just the Mistveil metagame, heavy hitters moving into Mistveil for you as a player. I know you guys on the podcast are always up there chefing some great ideas.
Yeah.
So talk to me about your recent flesh and blood goings on as you get ready for a top 8 here at the AGE Open.
Well, I was playing Katsu for a while in CC, but after playing Katsu at Nats, I had like a weird Nats run where I lost most of my CC games, but I won most of my limited games. So I guess I'm better at limited.
Yeah, and maybe right now, at least
Sure.
at least the results.
Sure.
Sure.
So I don't really have a CC hero right now. I know next month I'm probably going to try playing Zen, but I don't have any reps in Zen, so I'm really like lost, wandering through the CC metagame, like not sure what my future
Post-Briar.
holds. I have like a little pet Levia deck, but it's not like a competitive build. It's not like I'm trying to go very far with it. I do miss Briar. I'm very excited for Rosetta in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people are excited about whatever is being cooked up over there in New Zealand, in Aria, in New Zealand and in Aria. I'm not sure exactly where the crossover is, but I have to imagine it's Queenstown. So you meddled around a little bit with Katsu, meddled around a little bit with Zen coming up, which makes sense. That's a pretty natural transition, and then perhaps Rosetta in the future. You headed to the world premiere for Rosetta?
Well, I just flew over to Minneapolis, and I have to keep my travel budget really light. But it does sound like a dream.
Right.
So who knows?
Who knows? All right. Well, anything you want to tell the people at home about the podcast, about what's going on in the world of Pitch It To Me?
We've been doing Pitch It To Me podcast for 1 year now, and I'm super proud of our show. I'm really happy with how it's been going. To celebrate our 1 year anniversary, we are streaming an episode live on YouTube. So if you go to Pitch It To Me podcast on our YouTube channel, you can see like there's a link to the live stream right there. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow.
Oh wow,
Yes, it's coming up right up.
that's exciting. Well, what can people give us a pitch the podcast to me, my friend.
So we're trying to appeal to the more casual Flesh and Blood player, but really like there's a lot of reasons why you might enjoy Flesh and Blood. If you like the design of the cards and you want to hear people just talk about the game, that's what we're doing. So we try to have a wide variety of topics. For this episode in particular, I can give you a little bit of the outline so you can come prepared. But we're going to be talking about what classes we would add to the game if we could.
Oh,
and we
cool.
want to hear from our audience as well. Like I said, it's a live episode. So we're planning on engaging with the viewers that come in and tune in. So you can tell us your opinions, and we'll tell you right there in real time what we think of your ideas.
That we hate it and never listen to the show again now.
We're going to be talking about our favorite episodes in the past. It's our 1 year anniversary, so we're going to get a little bit nostalgic. And I'm so sorry, Sam, I can't remember the other thing.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize to me. I just want to know a little bit of the flavor.
As soon as I step out of this room, I'm going to remember the other thing. But we have a packed agenda for our live stream, so we're really excited about it, and everyone's going to love everything that we're here to talk about.
Well,
so.
and clearly you know what you're talking about, Mr. 5-0 here at the AG Open. Well, congrats on the run so far. Good luck in your last game, and more importantly, good luck in that top 8 draft. I know there'll be people at home following along. For those of you who are watching at home, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, let the rest of the round finish up for all the players out there, and then we'll probably be watching a win and in for the top 8 in the next round. So the
high stakes.
The tension,
it
just ratchets up from here. Just ratchets up. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arcane Games and Events June Open. It is Mist Veil Limited, Sam O'Byrne with the swinger of hammers himself, Michael Murray. Is that moniker even correct anymore, my friend? You're more of a blazing of aether, if I've ever
Yeah,
seen you.
that's true. I did just show up with Kano.
Yeah.
It's new, well, not new. I've been on Kano a lot in the past, but last week I showed up with Kano and I learned how difficult Kindle is to use. Did not do very well.
Yeah.
Hard card, difficult, lots of lines. Missed a lot of them, I'm sure.
Well, luckily for you and luckily for our players out there are no blazing aethers or aether wildfires to be found at these tables. It's all Mist Veil Limited today. 48 players came through to the Open to throw down and compete with some of the best in SoCal and the surrounding regions in part the Mist Veil Limited, and we are down to our final game of Swiss here. We have got Chris Iaali, who we featured all throughout Pod 1. He is in a win and in here at X&1, and we also have France Tan, I believe, also at X&1. 4-1 players here out of our top pod, and they are desperately trying to punch their ticket into the top 8 here and have one more draft to take home the potential gold and glory. It's going to be a Zen. It's going to be a new. I can't wait. So talk to me about the matchup, Michael. We got New versus Zen. This is theoretically where Zen where New kind of flourishes. A lot of those stealth cards are going to have very relevant on-hit effects. The life gain could be important. What kind of disruption is France going to be able to string together? And is Chris just going to be able to go fast enough to allow his ninja ways to overwhelm the assassin?
Yeah, we saw France play earlier today against Fuzzy Delp. He narrowly lost that game, but looks like he was able to scrape back some wins here, and now they're both facing each other at 4-1. So we'll have to see which Zen deck is more powerful between Fuzzy and Chris here. Hopefully for France, the answer is not Chris.
Now, for France, looks like 4 pieces of the cloaked equipment. That's got to feel good in the new slot. Even if you're the one of 3, to be able to get all that cloaked equipment means you have a lot of optionality and potentially a fair amount of defense. Only 3 pieces of equipment for Zen and no stride of reprisal for Chris. Just going to go ahead and have to make it work with the Mask of Wizened Whiskers as well as the other 2 pieces of cloaked equipment.
You're going first in 1 second. Good luck, have fun.
All right, here we go. The players have extended the the critical good lucks and the have funs. The final round of Swiss is gearing up and getting underway, folks.
Looks like France won that die roll, so Chris will be going first at France's decision.
Start things off here with a Nimbleism, headed straight to the combat chain into the Tiger Taming Kakara. 2 damage, go again. We've seen a lot of this today, and there will be more during the remaining games, I guarantee you. That's going to go ahead and buy a block from France, and now it's time for a Harmony of the Hunt. This is getting the bonus from the Nimbleism, so this is coming for 6. 1 more damage will be following, at least in the form of the Crouching Tiger, unless that's the card that Chris wants to arsenal.
Something I've noticed about this format is that a lot of players are kind of swinging everything they've got on turn 1, which is interesting. I think it must have to do with the number of no blocks Also, in this case, getting that nimbleism into the graveyard is a very good play to get off so that you've got your nimble strikes online for future turns.
And look, Franche is going to go ahead and pitch into the Aqua Seeing Shell right here on turn 0. Try to get another blocking card into the hand, pitching away that homage to Ancestors. But at the start of France's turn, that Aqua Seeing Shell is going to destroy. So look, on the turn 0, like you said, Chris Iaali able to buy some critical equipment out of his new opponent. All 6 damage is going to go ahead and be shored up with the help of the Seeing Shell. Now 1 damage coming across. Let's see, is France going to go ahead and commit any blocks? The answer is no. So 1 damage connects for Chris before passing to the end step here, the end phase. Arsenal is acquired for Chris. Going to have a 5-card hand to start things off. But of course, France has drawn 3 more cards.
Yeah, pretty good turn 1, all things considered, from Chris. Getting some equipment, getting some damage in, and getting that nimbleism into the graveyard.
Let's have to see if there are any nimble strikes to go along with that nimbleism that Chris was able to plop into the graveyard. See 1 in France's hand. But having the nimble strike show up before the nimbleisms is not where you want to be, so he's just going to go ahead and pitch. It looks like it's a yellow into the Beckoning Mistblade. 1, go again if it hits. The next blue attack getting +1, and go again.
Yeah. He does have a blue in hand to utilize that if he so chooses. Chris deliberating on whether or not he wants to allow that to happen. It's always hard to tell whether they're going to get value out of this Mistblade or not. Sometimes it's just 1 damage. Other times it's a huge turn extension. In this case, we've got the Bonds of Agony coming out for 2. Go again now because of that Mistblade.
Bonds of Attraction here, I believe. Going to go ahead and going to buy a block. Tiger Form Incantation. Going to go ahead and block that. So that will be banished thanks to news giving of that card the ability to banish whatever is on the chain link. And now it's time for a Desires of Flesh. This is coming across for 3. No go again card still in the arsenal. That's going to go ahead and banish the top card if it hit, and if it banishes any attack action card from the top of the deck or on the combat chain, you can go ahead and gain France a life. So this is where people like to say, or people often think, New gets some of the edges in this matchup, being able to find lots of juicy targets for those stealth banishes.
High likelihood of hitting, but yes, this is not an attack. The Blessing of Ki here, blocking for 3 non-attack action, gets banished and does not trigger the life gain.
So now only 2 cards left for Chris to work with. He blocked with 2 cards, only went down to 19. Must have not loved the rest of the cards in the hand, and this is just going to be the Tiger Taming Kakara coming in for 2. 1 floating, looks like it might be a Harmony of the Hunt afterwards, so this is going to probably be 2 into 3 into 1. A little bit annoying for France to have to deal with, but not the most powerful turn. Enough disruption, enough threat of those banishes for Chris that he didn't want to try to keep and resolve anything else. So it's going to be now 3 damage coming across with the go again. Make the Crouching Tiger thanks to pitching the blue. And the Crouching Tiger, of course, will get that +1 thanks to the Tiara. Yep. France down to 17.
Looks like a nice clean 2-card 6 here with some weird block points. So France just... oh!
Interesting.
Scratch that.
Yeah, here's a Biting Breeze coming across. Now this is an interesting decision here for France. If he lets this hit, then the Crouching Tiger that is played on the turn will just come from the banished zone, and Chris is able to keep a Crouching Tiger for the arsenal. This might finally cause France to go ahead and try to throw a blocking card down. It's down to 14 after the damage from the Harmony of the Hunt. Yep, the Chakra there is going to go ahead and get the block, so 1 damage comes across. France down to 13 after all is said and done, but keeping 3 cards and Mr. Iaali off an arsenal.
It was a subtle decision, but I really like that from Chris, getting the extra Tiger, basically saying, like, I get to arsenal something if you don't block this, forcing the block out of France.
And seeing that France had really just gone ahead and not done any blocking at all. Saying, all right, you're clearly trying to keep some kind of a turn, so let me go ahead and give you a little bit of pressure. And it is going to be a first Tenet of Chi win into the title surge.
Yeah.
So
big damage. 7 off of blue is huge.
And go again, thanks to the Tenet of Chi win. The question is, will that go again be relevant? Is there a 0 cost in the arsenal? That's just going to buy a 3 block, another Blessing of Chi, going to go ahead. 4 damage coming across, and there is a beautiful Mind's Desire in the arsenal. So that go again, nicely utilized. 10 damage total on the turn and threatening a banish.
This is the non-attack one, so much less likely to hit, but it does.
But it does.
Wow.
So 1 life gain. France back up to 14 to Chris Iaali's 12. Chris Iaali, has a penchant, as we've seen throughout today, for drafting a lot of the non-attack actions in the Zen deck. The Tiger Form Incantation's the chief culprit. And the blue one there off the top, not only is that a life gain for France, but that's also a blue to potentially feed New. 2 damage, though. Starting Chris's turn. Tiger Taming Kakara, no blocks. 12 all, folks. This one's going fast. Another nimblism and the grave keeping. Look at this.
Ooh,
It's going to
that's
be
big.
8 damage, and we're going to banish a card from the graveyard, mostly relevant for things like preserve tradition and similar effects. But 8 damage is nothing to scoff at. That'd bring France all the way down to 4 if left unchecked.
Just goes ahead and picks the strongest attack he sees.
I like
gravekeeping.
gravekeeping
Yeah,
in this
It's
format,
good.
especially.
I mean, 1 for 5.
Yeah, right. It just I think it does so much work.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and put the arousing wave in front, and that's gonna be it
Wow.
for France. He's taken 7, going down to 5 here. But once again, Chris Iaali is off an arsenal. Hasn't been able to develop one in the last 2 turns. So France here looks like he might be trying to put some real hurt on.
France played quite aggressively in his game earlier, and it looks like he's just doing it again. He's got the double trouble here, along with some reactions in his hand. This is a lot of damage.
Just 2
coming
venomous
for-
bites.
Yeah, 2. And I think they might both be red as well.
So 2 venomous bites
Ooh,
represents.
that's a lot of damage. 5, 9.
Oh, and double trouble gets +2,
Whew,
right?
This is, if Chris decides no blocks, this is going
It's
to
just straight game. Yeah, and so that's the thing is he's looking at France saying like, listen, wow, you took all that damage. All you did was block with your equipment pieces. And, the equipment piece, the arousing wave, would allow, if it is a blue in the hand for both of those venomous bites, there's the final resource. You can
Yeah.
pitch in and add an additional 1. So, yeah. So +4 for each venomous bite thanks to the Fang Strike and the +3, and then +1. So that's +9
Yeah.
on a double trouble. And then I believe, does double trouble get the +2? if you
It's
back-
+2, yeah, if he
if you've
plays
done
2
2 or more reactions. So that there's a potential here for, let's see, 2 from the double trouble,
Yeah.
1 from the arousing wave. So
Yeah.
that's 3 + 8 is 11, and the card is coming in for 3.
Yeah,
So that's 14 damage on this attack.
this is a lot of hidden damage.
Chris has to block with at least a 3 block to stay alive if everything is thrown down here.
Yeah,
So
I
let's
mean,
see if he can sniff it out.
He may have some Kikoi's cloaked down there, but you can see he's not willing to risk too much of his life here, as he's got 2 cards blocking in front of this, which is
Fabtcg, and it might be a tooth and claw. That's
what
yeah.
that is. Wow, that's a
Nice little pickup there, kind of like the swarming gloom veil for the Mystics. Oh, it looks like just a yellow here, picked to pieces. So not able.
okay.
Gonna go ahead and keep one
Right.
of those reactions
That
for
makes
the arsenal
sense. Yeah,
here.
no blue to power on those venomous bites, so not as threatening of a turn as we had thought. Still quite a lot of damage. Chris going down to 9, and using 2 cards on defense means his offensive turn this time around will be much weaker.
But France, again, a lot of we saw it earlier today on stream as well. Sometimes these new players, they take a lot of damage and head down to 5 or less in order to keep a hand that is explosive and could potentially win the game. But if their opponent does respect it and stay at a high enough life total, now all of a sudden the new player is sitting at 5. Even though this is only a 2-card hand, it might be enough to force some blocks. It's going to be a perfect Battlefront Bastion here. 1 damage prevention floating, turning that 4 attack into basically just an attack for 3. So France here, though, even though this, there's a damage prevention floating and there is no, lethal threatened on this turn, the fact that he took all that damage to set up those 2 venomous bites, if he's not able to kill Chris with the one that's in his arsenal, might come back to haunt him.
3 cards, hoping at least one of them is a blue for the reaction to be threatening.
So all the damage was blocked there. It's going to be a Beckoning Mistblade now, coming out 1 floating, which means the venomous bite in the arsenal is still feeling nice and good. 1 card left in hand here for France.
Looked like maybe a Mind's Desire. I couldn't quite make it out.
Chris here got a nice big old Blanche. Another Nimblism. Wow, 3 Nimblisms in the deck for Chris Iaali. Good card in the Zen deck for sure. A lot of blues have been banished. We saw 2 get banished off the top thanks to the double trouble. But no Transcendence so far for France. One floating, 1 damage on the combat chain with the Beckoning Mistblade. Chris is going to go ahead and flip over the Skyhold Kikoi. That's going to block the damage with its prevention effect. And it is just going to be a blue Art of Desire mine. So the 1 damage there would have been relevant had it not been
and the
prevented.
go again, too. If he was able to draw a card off of this, continue the chain. So really good use of that equipment block there by Chris.
And let's see if Chris wants to put a card that isn't blue in front of this Art of Desire in order to attempt to keep it from gaining a life and drawing a card. But we know that France has that attack reaction nice and
if he
sitting
is
pretty in
able
the
to
arsenal.
draw that, he can refresh the arsenal, which would be a pretty big deal in a spot like this.
Definitely. Utilizing the attack reaction and it's like a ponder stapled onto your card.
Yeah.
I like the blue Art of Desire. Art of Desire mine. I think that card does work.
Yeah.
Even in CC new.
Yeah, I think
like
I
it.
think the Reds and the Blues see play quite a bit in the CC version of new. Chris just thinking.
No blocks is presented, which means Venomous Bite, 4 more damage is going to be placed upon this. So this is going from an attack for 1 to an attack for 5. Chris is going to head down to 4 here unless he wants to flip over that cloaked chest piece. And it is, of course, the Skybody Kikoi.
Yeah. France is really hoping to see a blue get banished off the top there. That would mean he gets to draw a card and put it into Arsenal.
Chris has already banished a lot of blues off the top of the deck, so I wonder how likely it is based on the texture of his deck. No reactions. Take 4. Chris is heading down 5. Heading down 2, 4. And it is a blue off the top.
That's big. Very big.
France is going to gain a
So
life.
he gains a life, draws the card. I didn't quite make out what it was.
Yeah, I think it's one of those Mystic Blues, but I couldn't tell.
Okay.
So France now 5-card hand for him as well. Going to be a pitch into the Tiger Taming Kakara.
Yeah, 2 pieces of equipment and a life lead. But Chris with 4 cards to work with. Scary amount of damage possibly being presented here.
Let's see exactly how Chris is able to string together as aggressive a start as possible. Still hasn't been able to do much consistent Arsenal, securing. He's been mostly just playing off the top. France is going to go ahead and say no blocks. All of a sudden, no longer sitting at simply 5. That 1 life gained on the last turn can be absolutely relevant. We're going to pitch 2 more reds into a Blanche. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and try to deny the color strips on the top of news cards here. That can be very important for the Mistblades.
Yep.
Be very important for various other effects within the set. And it's also just 7 damage. A 3 block isn't enough. So some of that equipment might have to get in, and we can see at least 1 no block in France's hand.
The on-hit of Blanche is very threatening into new. Maybe equally threatening into Enigma, but definitely those Mistblades care a whole lot about what color the cards are. So France having a think about how much of this he wants to cover up. Tough spot to be in, especially looking at his hand. It doesn't look like he wants to block with his 2 attacks, and then the only thing left is a 2 block and a no block.
Taking a look here. France giving that hand a look.
Yep.
See the nimblism, can see, I think, the path well traveled.
Yep.
Mind's Desire as well.
1 more attack. It could have been intimate, or not intimate inducement. The attack that looks at reactions. Blanking on the name.
Maybe Impulsive Desire.
That sounds right.
Looks like he might be shoring up at least a 1-card block, and he pulls it back. Let's go ahead and take a read of this one more
It
time.
does do 7.
Your colors are still relevant.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so when Blanche hits, such a flavorful card, flavorful name, the art.
I do love the art.
Yeah, when it hits, cards lose color as the color drains from the poor victim's face of whatever she's looking at. And that's going to buy 2 cards from France here.
It's 5. See if he can manage the turn without seeing colors on his cards.
Block 5, head down to 2. New is colorblind for the turn.
Yep.
Monochromatic over there for the assassin. Blanche going to sit on the combat chain as a nice helpful reminder from the Zen opponent here. Now France sitting at a half of Mr. Iaali's life total. So because the Blanche is online, we know that this is just pretty much 1 damage.
1, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty low value. At these life totals, 1 is still 25% of his remaining life. So it's not nothing.
Looks like Chris does have a Battlefront Bastion in the hand. I wonder what color it is. If it's red, it could be a nice, similar attack to his last. Looks like he might be shoring it up here as just a simple 1-card block in order to also get the damage prevention floating, as you have to imagine there's going to be something following the turn. Card in Arsenal, card in hand here for France.
Yeah, I almost wonder if I prefer the mask in that position. Still losing 1 value if he does decide to throw it. Not a bad option, seeing as some of the block will carry on to the next attack, but
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris just deciding to take a look at the graveyard here.
He seems satisfied with what he sees, or
Yeah.
I'm trying to read the facial expression there. Nonplussed.
Not sure what he's looking for exactly.
Saying no blocks, though. Going down 2-3. It's going to follow that up. Desires of Flesh. This is looking for attack actions. 1 floating. We've already seen 2 Venomous Bites coming out from France here, so that's something Chris is going to have to think about.
It's important to note that if he does have a Venomous Bite, it will not turn on because it cannot see the blue in the pitch zone.
But it will still be coming in for that +3. That means 1/3 block. If that is one of those flip and prevent pieces in the chest slot there for Chris, that could be huge to play around that +3. Looks like he's just going to give a 3 block. It is going to be an attack, which means that France is going to go ahead and draw, not draw a card, but gain a life.
That was risky. He could have died there if that was a red hiss or a red venomous bite in his arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, potentially the prevention from the thing might have been able to
True.
keep him
Yeah.
alive, but...
So he probably has a hedge in the chess piece.
All right, let's see. He's got that Battlefront Bastion. It's a blue, so it's going to head to the pitch zone here.
Yeah.
2 damage from the Kakara. But now, because of that 1 life gain, France doesn't necessarily have to think as hard about this. He's going to just say no blocks and head down to 2. Or just take 2 and go to 1. That life gain proving hugely relevant. Flex Claws here, going to be 3, continuing the chain.
Much more valuable to stop 3 with 1 card than 2. And another 3. So very clean blocking here.
France down to 1, but we've seen him already
1
gain.
life gain was huge, being able to avoid giving a card to the Kakara.
And has already been able to gain 2 life this turn, this game, and is potentially threatening to gain another. This is where we start to see some of the edge in this new deck.
Yeah.
Another Desires of Flesh on the field. Chris is going to have to think about blocking. But if he gives an attack action card, France
This
goes
time
from...
he could have the 4. No Blanche online this turn. And it's interesting, no dagger either starting this out, so he's threatening something.
First Tenanted Chi in the hand. I think Moon for Chris here. Looks like he might be putting a Tie Chakra in front of this because that is a 3 block that won't turn on the Desires of Flesh. Sorry, Wind Chakra, excuse me. Yep, Wind Chakra here is going to be the play, and an Intimate Inducement is going to go ahead and give it the +1. Now France is able to look at the top 4 cards, grab 1, put it onto the combat chain, and if it's blue, it has 0 defense. He's just basically taking a blue out that's going to get banished.
Really
and if it's an
valuing
attack,
the
France is going to gain a life.
Exactly.
I know.
Doesn't quite get him out of Kakara range this time around, but it does get him out of Tiger range if that is something that Chris could have threatened.
Yeah.
But look at this, just to shore over the 1 point of damage, that is going to buy the Skyhold Kikoi, so no damage gets across, but France
oh, wait,
is...
they're both actions, right? Yeah. So I'll gain 1 life.
France is going to go ahead and just gain the 1 thanks to the Flex Claws on the attack of the Intimate Inducement. First time I've seen that resolved in a minute.
Yeah.
Very cool card. 3 cards for France here after drawing, though. That's something we really do have to pay
2
attention
no
to.
blocks.
Yeah, the Maj from the
1
first
2
turn.
block.
Yeah. 2 block might be able to shore up this Kakara. How much damage is Chris able to throw across here? He's going to buy the 2 block of that Nimble Strike. We saw that pitched a long time ago for France.
He has a healing card in his... Oh, and that's a 1 card 6.
Block 3.
Yeah, and there comes the equipment.
Block 4, block 5. Go down to 1.
This healing has been important.
But now France here goes to 1 and is able to
He's
transcend.
gonna have a big transcend turn here, I think.
Absolutely. And instead of that,
Oh.
at all, he's just going to go ahead and come in with the title surge.
Was this... Is this the go again one in his hand?
Yeah, I think it is the go again one.
This is a big deal right now.
Yeah, so title surge comes in
This
for
is a
5.
massive deal right
And
now.
France is going to be able to potentially pump it up by 2, playing the go again transcend
Oh.
card, and then transcend with new and come in with some more damage from Chris's
This
banish
is
zone.
a big turn.
This might be the turn that
This is
decides this game.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how France navigates it and how Chris decides to navigate it as well. I think he, at the very least, will not get to keep his hand.
You can see France, I think, he played that with a great deal of confidence. I would not be surprised if he was playing towards exactly these 2 cards that are in his hand right now, knowing that if he's able to stay alive and able to keep 2 cards, this is an incredibly strong play. Hasn't transcended at all this game, but this is the perfect time to do so.
And it looks like he could just be throwing 5 damage and then arsenaling. It's not explicitly obvious that he's about to pop off here.
But the thing about Chris Iaali is he absolutely knows France's pitch deck.
Yeah,
he
he's
tracks
really
both players'
good.
pitch deck, so you see him just nodding. And yeah, that's the game. That's
and
he
don't even need to
understands.
do the math.
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and give it go again, transcend, and all of those cards that are going to be coming in from Chris Iaali's banish zone are going to be enough, and France moves on as your winner here in this game, moving on to X and 1, getting his way into the top 8. Not sure Chris Iaali might still be able to sneak in as
He
an
could
X
be on the
and
bubble
2.
there, or he could make it in.
I was like, oh,
Yeah.
great. I still have both Pathful Travels in my deck, and I just need, like, a blue plus that.
Yeah.
And I drew the Pathful Travel, but it was red, red, yellow. And then you attack me with Blanche. It's like, this doesn't do anything.
Here in the yeah, he says pitched it the next turn, right? Like Chris is paying attention to
Yep.
France's pitch stack as well as his own. So really well played game by both players there. France kind of feels like took the rug out a little bit
Yeah.
from the world's runner-up, from that first Worlds back in San Jose. Really played such a clean game. Needed every single inch of those life gained,
Yeah.
and then went ahead and took the game with a powerful spillover title surge.
Yeah,
there.
Title Surge, the
to win
most
game.
powerful version of it, a 3 for 5, coming in for 7 once it gets another blue played on the same chain. And
That game was sick.
that was
I mean,
awesome.
like if
I mean, he won it with a pitch
yeah,
stack.
yeah.
He planned it all out.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Chris knew that he planned it all out, but he couldn't stop it.
Yeah,
He
that-
couldn't do anything about it.
That was just honestly very fun to watch.
Yeah.
That's what I've noticed.
Well
about-
played.
yeah, well played by both parties. Heavy Hitters Limited and Mistveil Limited, man. The team over there at LSS have really created not only something that's so fun for players, but really fun for viewers and for
absolutely.
coverage. I mean, just
No, this
the
has
games
been a
are
blast.
dynamic, the games are interesting, especially in this format. The games are 30 card minimum, right? So it's like or maximum.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's not necessarily as much of
No
the
fatigue yet today, but we see decks getting thin. There's a very fine tightrope that everybody's walking to sort of like either get there through damage or get there through, value, just get through their deck so their threats are gone. But yeah, we've seen a lot of very close games today.
It's going to be exciting to go ahead and dive into our top 8 draft because we've been drafting all day. Why not draft a little more and we get to play with our toys again? The Arcane games get real-time
final
graphic
8.
engine. Yes,
Yeah.
that will be coming up shortly. We're going to go ahead and take a break, let the players recuperate from their day of drafting, and then once we know our top 8, we'll jump back in the booth. We'll share it with you, and then it'll be time shortly after to get into the draft. So thank you all for hanging out today. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a little bit. everybody, to the AG Open here in Redondo Beach, California. Sam O'Byrne.
Bryce Platts.
Bryce Platts. Don't look at the. There it is. Oh, it's magic. You're yourself again, and we have a top 8 for you, my friend, out there, because the Swiss rounds have completed. It's time to hear about the top 8. Do you want to walk the viewers at home through it?
I'm desperate to walk the viewers through it.
You're desperate?
I'm desperate.
Then I'm going to do it because I'm an ass. No, I'm just kidding.
But rank 1. We've got the person that Michael and I were naysaying all throughout his draft, Fuzzy Delp, who against all odds has put together a 3-0 with what we thought was kind of a middle of the road Zen deck.
Shows he's a good player. Shows he's a good player.
And there was no question about that, or his looks or his demeanor, as I said on stream earlier. Rank 2, we got Zachary Wallach, the known Enigma Forcer, who did exactly what he normally does and still got there somehow. Oh, it annoys me to no end. 3rd, we've got Andrew Rudin, another teammate of mine. Number 4, we've got another familiar face, Peter Budensick. Number 5, we got Talon Stradley, who is showing that he is not just a one-trick Riptide. He can come out here, he can play any of these new Misfail heroes and get there. Also, another member of the Pitch It To Me podcast team. Then we got Chris Iaali, my own Lord and Savior team captain. Alan Hong, or Alan Luber, as the people on YouTube know him. And then we've got Mark Lewis, who is a local at Hidden Fortress. Came out with Ryan Brown and a couple of other of those guys.
Do you want to shout out Mark Lewis? I remember when he first came to the Opens last year and he was like playing his first games of Flesh and Blood ever on Icelander. I remember like chatting with him a little bit about the hero. He was totally just like new, stoked, learning, getting his butt kicked, but just like coming back every Open I've pretty much seen him at. Now here he is in the top 8 of a limited Open. So cool for Mark. Big shout outs to him.
Yeah.
Also want to issue a quick correction on the last round of Swiss that we got to watch. The graphic was slightly incorrect, so we thought that Chris and France Tan were both in a win-in, but France was actually already X and 2, so that was his hopeful win-in, but he did end up bubbling at like 13th, and Chris was already locked. So we were wrong about that. But Chris is sitting in the top 8, so for all of you Chris Iaali fans at home, we will get a chance to potentially see him continue in the tournament. And Peter, another little tidbit about Peter's drafts, he's had 2 manifestations of Miragai today, 1 in each draft. So if that happens in top 8, something is wrong. yeah, two of them. So
that makes me furious. I've never seen one in all of the drafts I've
This is
done.
a really bad segment for you. You're desperate. You're furious.
There's a reason I'm in the booth today, folks, and it's because I haven't seen 2 manifestations of Mirakai in the same day.
Yeah.
But
so we've got top 8 approaching. We're going to go ahead and migrate to our top 8 stream so that we appease the overlords of YouTube. So make sure you go ahead and continue to catch all the action on that stream. It will be just right here on the same page, the Arcane Games and Events YouTube page, and you'll be able to just jump over to that screen. And of course, we do have coming up Battle Hardened San Diego, August 24th through 25th, and the final Open Series of our year here at Arcane Games and Events. It's going to be a 2K prize pool for the Open Series, and then of course the Battle Hardened has all the standard prizing as well. But this is your last chance to not only come over and join the fun that we are all getting to experience every month here at AG, it's also your last chance to see Brody, because you know he's going to be there. Gosh darn it, he always shows up at these Battle Hardens. But the Arcane Games and Events Series as well, this is where the players are going to come through and try to punch their ticket into the top 16 and the Players' Championship. And thus, there you have it, folks.
boy, howdy, Sam, that was a mouthful. Let's take a break, and we'll be right back with our top 8.
At 7:15. At 7:15, new stream, 7:15. We're taking a little dinner break, so we'll see you at 7:15 on the new stream for the top 8 draft and then the games. We'll see you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Except the others.